The golden words of the marketing guru Seth Godin. Marketing is no longer about the stuff you make, but the stories you tell. So today, let's together share the stories that have and will shape our brands in the coming future. A very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and it gives me immense pleasure to extend a very warm and a hearty welcome to each one of you to SAMMIE, the Marketing Pulse Summit 2024, powered by Social Samosa. Now, I know the event has just begun. It is a formal event. The summit has just kick-started. But in spite of all these reasons, I think it is a little unfair that I greet all of you with a very nice smile, wish you all good afternoon, and no one wishes me back. Don't you think, sir, it's a little unfair to me? Should we do it one more time? Should we do it one more time? Okay, great. A very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so very much for such an energetic response. Thank you, I'm humbled. My name is Nisha Shetty and I'm truly excited and honored to be a host for this lovely day. First of all, ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure all of us have been waiting with bated breath for this day, for SAMMIE 2024. Before I officially commence this evening, I have to admit something. I want to ask all of you all, are you liking the setup? Are you liking the stage? Yes? Yes? Oh, thank you, sir. There are two people in the audience who are liking the stage. What about you guys? You can be honest and say no. I haven't done it. You can be honest. Are you liking the setup? People at the back, are you liking it? Everyone's with me over here? Yes? Can I just see a show of hands so I know you're with me? Perfect. Thank you. Okay, now tell me, are you liking the stage? Are you liking the ambience? Are you loving the MC on the stage? Thank you so much. But you know what? Which is the best view according to me right now? The view in front of me. Believe me when I say this, the view from this side of the ballroom is absolutely fantastic because I can see so many handsome men in the audience and so many gorgeous women in the audience. Before anything else, I want you all to give a thunderous round of applause for yourselves. Come on, put your hands together for yourselves, yeah? Thank you so much to each one of you for taking your time out and making it here this evening. Your presence itself has spread some amazing vibes in this ballroom, and we're immensely grateful to each one of you for joining us here today. So ladies and gentlemen, as we all have heard the saying that nothing is permanent and change is the only constant. This life anecdote applies to marketing as well. What is relevant today might become obsolete in the next 6 months. The access to data technology and new media enables marketers to achieve scale and goals which were impossible a decade ago. This ever-evolving landscape calls for agility, resilience, and a shared platform to facilitate the exchange of learnings, insights, and frameworks. And ladies and gentlemen, that's what we are building today here with SAMMIE, the Marketing Pulse Summit. Today, India's leading CMOs and marketing heads will help us understand how AI is impacting marketing, what it takes to be a modern marketer, how to maximize outcomes from media investments, and lastly, what the future looks like for marketing. And before we kickstart this day, I would like to take this moment to express our gratitude to our partners, our associate partner, Radio City India, gifting partners, Flourish, The Bear Bar, HO2, The Body Shop, our streaming partner, 24 Frames Digital, and media partner, Rap to Earn. Let's take a moment and give them a thunderous round of applause, everyone. Thank you. And now, to officially kickstart the much-awaited and anticipated SAMMIE, the Marketing Pulse Summit, please join me in welcoming a dynamic leader who turns likes into loves, shares into stories, and hashtags into headlines. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Hitesh Rajwani, founder and CEO, Social Samosa Network.
I think, Nisha, that was one of the most flattering introductions that I've received. And I was looking at the team who must have written it, so thank you. Asha, you wrote it. So thank you so much for doing this. So I think you said it right. This is an official kickstart for me. I'm not prepared for this, but welcome everyone to the Marketing Pulse Summit. I would just keep it very short because we are also running short of time. So there are two things that Social Samosa is very passionate about, and those are at the core of our existence. One obviously is samosas. The second thing is curiosity. And this curiosity is at the core of anything and everything that we've done as a publication over the last 13 years. So when it was 2011, we were really curious about what this new medium means for brands and businesses. So that's how we started with that curiosity. When it came to 2016, when we started SAMMIE and the SAMMIE Best Social Media Brands and the summit, again, it was about curiosity to know how social media is rising and how brands are using it to the best of their potential. And as of 2024, I know social media marketing now is very 2012, but social media has evolved. And now we don't talk about what Nisha was saying about likes or shares, but we talk more about the kind of engagement brands get with humans. And that's what social media has done for a lot of businesses, that it's the principles which were hypothetic in nature. You can see that in true light. And the Marketing Pulse Summit for us again is a curious expedition to understand what marketers are thinking at this point in time, how they're thinking beyond social, how they're going, how they're looking at new age mediums, how they're looking at data, how they're looking at technology, AI. And we've heard a lot of stuff around these subjects, maybe in other symposiums and conferences. Our intent here is to get real learnings and probably actionable insights for the people in this room. So without further ado, I would like to welcome Mr. Shubhranshu Singh, the CMO at Tata Motors Commercial Vehicles Business Unit, to start this with an inspiring keynote address on the impact of AI and on marketing mix.
Good afternoon. I'm just waiting for a clicker to arrive so I can get started with the presentation. Right, good afternoon. The presentation is more about clarifying from my standpoint as a marketer. One finds it to be a very interesting fact that more and more of management time and action is being called into play for taking decisions related to the impact that artificial intelligence, actually specifically artificial general intelligence, is having on everything we do, from our digital identities to the way in which we conduct our daily lives, how you read your email to how you order things on e-commerce. Pretty much everything is dictated now by a digital envelope, and that is about to be changed. So the first half of my presentation, I will just try and set context for you on how this is actually not new. Whereas we are very caught up in how this is a massive change, it is actually not as much of a change. Artificial intelligence has been around for a very long time. But what is changing is the dynamics of how that will impact the digital envelope. So without further ado, this is pretty much the way in which mankind developed for the first, say, 200,000 years of our existence. This is where Homo sapiens as a species came into being, on the plains of Africa. And lifespans were short, but as soon as a child was born, within the first, say, 5 to 7 years, everything that was going to impact their life had been registered once. They knew what is likely to happen. Every creature was either predator or prey. The same lifestyle theater was all around them. Sometimes there would be lightning, sometimes thunder. But basically, things didn't change. And this has lasted for a period of 150 to 250,000 years. So human beings, all of us, by evolutionary hardwiring, are not used to change. In fact, change is a very threatening, scary thing. If something changes, you are taught to worry about it. You are not taught to look at it as an opportunity. On these plains, if there was a bush and it was shaking, the person who went to check what was behind the bush had a 50% chance of survival. So in the evening when they were sitting around the campfire, the guy who was being very experimental had probably been eaten by something that was behind the bush. So the gene pool did not have that risk-taking gene anymore because it was wiped out over a period of time. Also, the way in which change was encountered was always registered as a social fact. So you ended up preferring to do what somebody else had already done in the past, or you saw what everybody else was doing now. So if you see a green fruit, somebody has eaten it, you watch. If they survive, you eat it too. Or if you have eaten it and you survive, the next time you see the same green fruit, you eat it. This is the way in which our mind and our reaction to change has been hardwired. Change is threatening. But unfortunately, in the digital world, change is not possible to ignore anymore. This is the other fact about human beings, about how humans are conditioned. We are a social animal. We are a hierarchical animal. So if I call 10 people to take a photograph here, the person who will be at the center of the photograph is likely to be the most important person. Then the next two important, and the person who is at the end of that lineup is likely to be the least. Nobody tells the most important person to stand in the center. But this is how our art and our culture and our social life has emerged. We look at focus and we look at centrality. So if I show you something like this, it makes no sense to you at all because it is diffused. And in today's world, each one of you, many of you are on your phones right now, what is happening is diffusion. The algorithm that is prompting you right now, the messages that are coming through on, say, a WhatsApp or a Facebook, are being controlled and conditioned by an algorithm, and you are passively or actively consuming because you can't see a focal point. If somebody told you there was a central cockpit in which all the servers of the world were sitting, that would become overnight a tourist site because everybody would want to go and see that place. But unfortunately, or fortunately, in today's world, that is not the case. Every encounter, every screen is actually algorithmically mediated, and what you are seeing is conditioned by many, many filters, not one. And if you don't realize that, you will not get the full scale of what artificial intelligence is going to do. Also, artificial intelligence, as I said, is not new. Narrow artificial intelligence has been there for a very long time. In fact, when you type in, say, a Word document and it prompts the next word, or when your mail gets pre-sorted, or even when you leave your refrigerator door open and it beeps, all of these and many more are actually evidence of machine learning or artificial intelligence. So it has been around for at least our lifetimes, if not the bulk of the lifetime of our parents as well. In fact, the definitive test of artificial general intelligence was the ability to have a conversation without realizing that it was a machine, and that was by Alan Matheson Turing, called the Turing test. That condition of generality has been crossed a long time back. Why everybody is so fussed about artificial general intelligence today is since November of 2022, when ChatGPT came into existence, everybody saw a magical thing which can have a conversation with you. And generally speaking, human beings are very fascinated with the ability of language. And rightly so, we are practically the only species on the planet which has conversations. And so if a machine has a conversation with you, it is a fantastical, brilliant thing. And if that conversation is an intelligent conversation, you are simply wowed. So all the investments that are going in, everything that is coming in by way of change is actually around artificial general intelligence. Now, Technology never happens in isolation. Technology always happens in a continuum. Now, in July 1969, the Americans sent a man to the moon. At that time, the total computing power of NASA, total, was less than what would be found in an ordinary electric iron today, ordinary. And if you see an ordinary smartphone, this is probably a fancier one, but if you see an ordinary smartphone, it has more computing power than the entire planet had in 1969. But why go back to 1969? Between 2014 and 2024, 4 billion new smartphones have lit up on the planet, 4 billion. So each one has an access to the internet. Each one has all the requirements of accessing everything in the digital world. So how can marketing or media remain the same as it was, say, pre-2000 or pre-2014 or even 1969? But if you look broadly, human beings have not changed. In fact, human beings have not changed from 500 BC or even earlier. The primal instinct, what we get attracted to, how we socialize, what we find valuable, gossip, hierarchy, power, jealousy, all of that has not changed. But what will now happen is, because of the pace of technology, it will get accelerated to something that we cannot right now fathom, and I will explain how. Another frequent confusion I find amongst students, amongst my peers, my team members, and even amongst senior representatives of corporations who make decisions, is people think artificial general intelligence, computer hi to hai. This is the thinking, that it is an advancement on software. So the belief is that man cannot be trumped by machine. Man is subordinate to machine. Why? Because a machine does not have motive power. It does not imagine things on its own. It does not do things on its own. This is a critical fallacy. If you are reeling under this impression, you have not understood artificial general intelligence. Software is formulaic. So sodium chloride, salt, is a compound. Chemically, sodium and chloride come together to form salt. Every single time that it is salt, it will be NaCl. But artificial general intelligence proceeds more like a recipe. So I may like more salt in my dal, you may like nothing at all. And so the ingredients keep changing, and hence the output keeps changing. Software is meant to be predictable. Once you have coded, it will be repeatable, predictable, always. Artificial general intelligence is not predictable this moment and the very next, because the feed source is changing. But it is iterative, it is intelligent, it is neural. So if you ask for a manual for artificial intelligence, it doesn't exist. If you try and decode the source for artificial general intelligence, it does not exist. And that is where the power of it comes out, is it will learn by itself. In 2016, AlphaGo, a program, beat the world champion. The machine was playing the world champion at a game, a board game, a Chinese-Japanese board game called Go. Many of you would have heard of it. Wei Qi, it's called in Chinese. It is the most fluid and complex board game known to man. And while chess has been automated long time back, nobody has been able to write the source code for Wei Qi or Go. But in 2016, AlphaGo beat the reigning world champion Lee Sedol. Why? Because it taught itself by playing. So today, I may be off because every month the statistics change. If you were to teach the elemental rules of chess to a program which is neural in nature, it will then play all the possible permutations at the quantum computing rate that is possible, and it will teach itself all the chess that man has learned in 2500 years. But that's not the powerful fact. The powerful fact is, after that it will play moves or patterns or combinations that man has not learned, because man has been taught with method. So when you learn chess, you're learning from somebody, they teach you to control the board. These are the openings. But it has digested that and now is doing things which are completely beyond because it is iteratively teaching itself. If you understand this even halfway, you then begin to get the sense of what artificial general intelligence will do. Secondly, as I said, there are billions of smartphones and the access to the internet is actually now phone mediated. So this is the number of months that it took for anything recent to get to 100 million. And as we all may know, ChatGPT got there in 2 months. In fact, a little shy of 2 months. 100 million. And there have been many succeeding that. So the pace at which socially it will be acclimatized. For those of you who know, WhatsApp now has Meta. And this is the first time when crores of people will start having some interaction chemistry with artificial general intelligence. And it will have a revolutionary change thereafter. So to understand the role of AI, as I said, I would like to spend a few minutes on what it does to your current world. So please understand passively or actively what your current world is. If since the morning you have been fed a feed on social media, it is an algorithm that is doing it. If your mail has been pre-sorted into folders, it is an algorithm that is doing it. If you open photos on your phone and it says, hey, meal with family, it is an algorithm that is doing it. If you go to Spotify and you see the feed on music, it is an algorithm that is doing it. If you go to your homepage on Netflix, it is an algorithm that is doing it. Every interaction that you have digitally is sourced, conditioned, and then triggered by some algorithm. But it is not one, it is many. Secondly, the origination of almost everything we know is search. So you go to most probably Google and check for everything. That search was a modality for keywords and then actionable links on which they would advertise. That search engine is now transforming into an answer engine because you would have a conversation. And that will take you into entirely new areas of knowledge which you were not earlier looking for. So this finite step search modality on which almost all of our programmatic advertising is based is going to soon disappear or certainly change to the degree that you will not be able to recognize it as it existed earlier. What is the prize at stake? In 2023, global advertising reached $1 trillion for the first time. Of this $1 trillion, $700 billion is digital advertising. Linear or traditional above-the-line advertising is only the balance 300. Of this 700, if you keep aside TikTok, Alibaba, if you keep aside Amazon's trade marketing spends, if you keep aside Twitter, which is actually quite small, X now, about $3.5 to $4 billion, if you keep aside all of them, still close to $500 billion is divided between the Google ecosystem and the Meta ecosystem. And these two things put together are driving the world as we live it. Be sure the digital ecosystem knows more about you than your boss does, than your friends do, than your wife does. For those of us who are married, we should worry about that. Than your mom does. But in my view, this ecosystem knows more about you than you know about yourself, because you are a forgetful creature. You forget. Digital ecosystem does not forget. So none of you can tell me how much interest has been compounded in the bank today, but the bank app knows. You cannot tell me precisely what lat long are you sitting on at this moment, but the digital ecosystem knows. If you and I search for the same thing on our phone, we will get possibly quite different, at times dramatically different results, even if we are searching for exactly the same thing. because the phone is picking up more than 60 live signals, the type of phone, where you're searching from, what you have searched in the past. So if you think I'm not trying to scare you, this is a fact of life. If you think you're a free agent who can do what you like, that is not true in the personalized world. But the nomenclature is very comforting. It is personalization, customization, social network, and so on. So we are conditioned to live in that environment, and that changes. Now, if the algorithm is choosing things, say a video, in the good old days of social media, when I say good old, I mean, I am as old as I had a dinosaur for a pet probably, but in the recent years, I'm saying if you take the last 10 years, before that, the immediate preceding era had non-algorithmic, non-interventional, chronological, network-based feeds. So if you had friends, their posts would appear pretty much in chronological sequence of what they posted. Then the world that matters decided, no, look, this is becoming too big to handle. There are millions and millions of people, billions of people on networks now. So how will Subhranshu know what somebody posted? So in the name of personalization, so as not to miss something that is important, the feed became asynchronous. So now suddenly you are being injected with things from people you don't follow, from things that you are not interested in. If right now we search for where can I have coffee, which may not throw up the Taj Santa Cruz. It may throw up something else. And that real estate is decided by who's paying for that real estate. So the blue link economy is actually predicated on two things. One is your previous habit and your previous search and your previous preferences, which is all fine. And the other is who is paying the money. There are no free lunches. There are no free blue links either. So this is the problem or the opportunity. Now, if experiences are going to be conditioned algorithmically, and then there is artificial general intelligence that can learn very actively about what you're up to, and you meet the two together, come together, they meet, then it multiplies the potency that this digital world has on you in every dimension. For example, today the Instagram page is actually a storyboard of what they deem to be your life. If you go to Netflix page, and many of you would know this, the Netflix thumbnails are different. Person to person, they are different. Now, the programmatic way in which it is done, the method, the algorithmic method is called single value decomposition. So he likes action films, and Mr. Singh sitting next to him likes action films but without gory bloodshed. And Mr. Singh sitting next to him likes period action films with Mithun Chakrabarti. This it has understood. So now it will show you more and more and more of that or very similar to that. If you are in any doubt, please try and search on Netflix. The search is very, very clunky. It is not easy. Because you don't need to search. They've figured you out. And humanity has been figured out in 12 star signs, but Netflix can figure you out with 3 genres. At the time of registering, tell them the 3 types that you like. And after that, as you consume the media consumes you back. And so, this is now, multiply this by, I don't know the multiplicative factor, but at least by billions of times, and you begin to get a sense of what the people on the planet are being wrapped around with. So algo 1, algo 2, algo 3, algo n. Another thing that science fiction has taught us is that, something that is not understood has to be something similar to us. So if you see all the films about alien creatures, they look cute, they look pretty human. Do aankh nahi hogi, ek aankh hogi, the finger will have 3, the hand will have 3 fingers. But they don't show intelligent life as a molecule, because that doesn't work. People are used to familiarity with tweaks. So now, the number of algorithms that have figured you out can potentially act together in concert. If they act together, Gone are the days when you could come and tell your dad that I did okay, I got 39 on 50, but you know what, my friend Mukesh got 36 on 40. Because your identity and your progress in all material aspects of the world will be recorded. And that's a good thing and a bad thing. So I've already explained this, where you should be or where you are, where you ought to do or what you can do. Everything, every ping that you get, there is no innocent ping. Now, the argument before artificial intelligence is, there is no insistence on our part. There is no editorial forcing you to do this. You saw something, so we are showing you more of that. But let us not forget that we scroll vertically. And everything that comes to you, a Twitter for you, or earlier a TikTok is 100% for you. It is 100% mediated. What comes to you is a list. And there is nothing in the planet called a neutral list. I mean, the moment you say number 1 to number 10, there is a value judgment. What goes on top, what comes in at the bottom. So all lists are premeditated. Premeditation could be on account of profitability, topicality, proximity, whatever. But your digital identity has mapped you, and the more you do, the more you get. So the more you see, the more it is understood. And the more you are understood, the more you get to see. So it is that infinite loop. But there was a time when humans were doing this. So, like I said, I am from an era where on Doordarshan we used to watch a program where the station director would come and sit and somebody would read letters to him. Saying, Kota se Munia ne likha hai ki aapka program bahut pasand aaya. And he would answer, and we'd be sitting and watching it because there was a single screen. That screen was the television screen. In 2012, the digital screen consumption became greater than the television screen consumption. And today, as I said, there are 5-6 billion lit up screens. The screens have become smaller, but much smarter. They're reading you as well. And so basically, the human agency is gone. Now, what is the problem, you may say? I'm fine with it. I don't mind. And I also, as a marketer, I have no problem with it. It is convenient. But the problem at a societal level is this, that you will all begin to see more of the same. In the recent past 5 years, the biggest hits in Hollywood have all been sequels. Whether it is the Marvel comic series, whatever it is, has been done before, because now you have become conditioned with a new normal. So what works on that normal is the best. If something else, say one of you is a very creative person, if you are on Insta Reels, you have to subscribe to the modality of Insta Reels. You can't break out of it. Whereas in the earlier era, a photograph editor at a fashion magazine may say, I like what she does, I will give her a chance. Now you don't have a chance. And the clicking self is not you. There is more to you than the clicking self. And the problem with the clicking self being the entirety of you is that you will just end up consuming more and more of the same. The second problem with that is, the moment you break bounds, you get swept on the side. Because what is popular is not necessarily valuable, and what is valuable may not be very popular. So Vincent van Gogh, probably the most esteemed painter today, looking back at period history in modern art, he sold only one painting in his entire lifetime. One painting. But if Vincent van Gogh was living in the Insta era, he would be a miserable failure, because nobody would, if you're not liked, you are swept aside. So this is the problem. You will just endlessly, the content is also getting scaled down, dumbed down, and therefore it is boring. And because it is boring, you are constantly scrolling. There is a word for it, algorithmic anxiety. Have I missed something? What happened? So you are scrolling constantly because the kind of dopamine that you're getting at any one instance has become reduced. But you are hungry for more and more. So this is the problem. Now, familiarity is more important than novelty. So newness doesn't matter. And distribution is more important than content. So somebody in this crowd may be the next Ritvik Ghatak or the next Satyajit Ray, But if you are working on platform, they will reward you only if you are subscribing to their template. So no newness comes into culture, and culture also becomes preoccupied with the platform. So this is the problem. And you are consuming passively. Also, there is a person called Eli Fraser. He has written about filter bubbles. So two of you are sitting, say two of you are my friends. We may have very similar views on food. We may have diametrically opposite views on fashion. We may have 50% similar views on politics. Over a period of next 3 years, what you get to hear about politics could be dramatically different from what I get to hear. And the more you hear, the more you stay within the bubble. The bubble is big. Don't go physically by the size of the bubble I'm showing here. But you are just conditioned to accept more and more. Now, what my best friend gets to see, because his political or social or fashion or culinary views are different, is diametrically opposite from mine. But otherwise, we went to the same school, we are friends, everything is fine. And in this world, the opposite of a fact is also a fact. Whereas the way we have been taught and what is scientific is fact is objective. The opposite of a fact cannot be a fact. But in the social world, because you choose to consume, the opposite of a fact can also be a fact. And there is an intensification of attention. And there are several books and several leading scholars who have written about this. What is selling is advertising. Content is the means to sell it. Mind you, nobody says social network. It is social media. And for those of us who are marketers, those of us who buy, we are buying off the rate card exactly the same way as television advertising was bought earlier. So the mechanisms for rated value may have gone away, but it is only a mutant version. Therefore, we are not moved enough. There is a composer called Brian Eno. He first gave birth to this word called ambient music or elevator music or spa music. In 1978, actually his album was called Music for the Airports. And he said that my music has to be wonderful but ignorable. So if it's playing, you can choose to listen to it and be completely immersed in it, or you can choose to ignore it and work on your email, talk to people. It will not disturb you. Social media feeds are something similar. They are important but ignorable. No harm done, because more is to follow. Similar. More similar stuff will keep coming to you, but you are never fully out of it. But you are never really fully in it. And as a Chinese Confucian scholar said, the fish is the last thing to see water. Only when it's dying on land does it see, oh, I was living all my life in water. While it's living in the water, that is the universe that it occupies. So this is an important thing as well. Now let me move a few, because I've already covered this in my narrative. Now what's happening with Gen AI on search? As I explained, for those of you who are not literally, my son was born in 2008. So, for those of you who are not born in truly the digital native era, anybody before 2000 was still in the era of content being infrequent, big, and on a large screen. So, Times of India used to have a rating of stars for the movie, and we used to discuss it. Arey, Shah Rukh Khan ki movie, 4 star, let's go and see it. Today, there is no chance for you to take another opinion, because it is just surround sound. And so, from infrequent, big and large screen, it has become frequent, small and social, all the time in your environment. And so, what will happen is with search as well, because you are already, and this, I keep writing about this, is just recent, last week, where I was studying a model, actually an AI native search tool called Perplexity AI. For those of you who have not been there, go visit it. So there, if you go and say, who's Subhranshu Singh, what happens on Google is it gives you, website, blog site, some links, maybe a photograph or two. This one gives you a conversation about the person that I am. What has he done? What is he good at? So it is, I don't want to corrupt the narrative, but it's a Wikipediaization of everything that's known about you, but conversationally speaking. Now, what's the big deal? The big deal is that Google last year made $175 billion selling advertising through keywords. So if it attempts the same model, it is not going to give them links to go to, it is going to give them a chewed up, digested summary. There is no place to send you to. If you don't go places, you will not see advertising. And so the revenue shrinks. And so this, multiplied by the entire digital ecosystem, means potentially there could be entirely new players who overnight, literally overnight, become valued at hundreds of billions of dollars. And Perplexity has not yet done its C round of funding. It's already a unicorn. 35 people working out of a co-shared facility. So this is what will happen with search. Now, my comparison is, today when you look for Google, it is like going to a field of potatoes before you decide to make French fries. The kind of answer engines that are emerging are giving you a box of Pringles. You don't even have to search. My son and his peers, they don't even type. So it's voice, soon it will be imagination. I imagine and things, it's not at all science fiction, it is potentially all there. So if the search engine landscape starts changing, then what you encounter, whether it is human, whether it is branded or unbranded, does not matter. So looking at these 4 images, how many of you can tell me which ones are generated artificially, as in there is an engine at work, and which ones have been taken by human beings? Well, the answer is the first and the last one are purely machine generated. The middle 2 are actually through human agency. Now, that distinction goes away, and it is very possible, it is not possible, it is imminent. That is why Hollywood went on strike for close to 3 months, that you will be scanned, your voice is recorded, emotion, range is covered. After that, they don't need you. Then the machine is generating everything to script. This is not some dystopian future. This is current reality. It is just not equally distributed, that's all. One of the things that in my earlier days we used to take, I learned my marketing at Hindustan Lever. There, a logo, a brand logo, is a very sacred thing. Today, there are a number of these logo generators, Luca, for example. It will generate a logo like this and give you customizable options on top of it. So it is a real-time generator with logic. Then you say, you write me a poem on this logo, somebody else will do that. Now that changes the whole ecosystem for those of you who are from agencies. When client engages agency in a retainer model, they are buying human time. Soon, the model will change to buying output. Why should I buy time? Because I'm not sure how much time it is taking. So this whole business of iterative output is probably going to go away. Now, I've already spent time on this. Social is still growing, and for 30% means it doubles practically before the 3rd year, and already 2.5 hours per day per person. Therefore, it leads to commodification, which I explained earlier, and data will only compress that commodification to its extreme. Now, it will become also pervasive in the influencer era. Now, what is what does normal mean? There is no definition of normal. When I say, what is normal to you, you may say Indian male normal means 5 foot 7 inch height, black hair, average 65 kgs of weight. But that is not normal. That is average. Normal is constructed based on what you have encountered. So if you have grown up in a family where everybody is taller than 6 feet, then normal for you is 5'11". So we are conditioned by the bell curve. If I am standing in the middle of the bell curve and I am 5'9½", this guy will be a centimeter shorter, this guy will be a centimeter taller. We are not used to seeing the next guy being 700 foot tall. And now with AI, the kind of output that will be generated will be smashing what is called asymptotic recovery. So bell curve has gone away. Now suddenly you have the next thing will be 1,000,000 times faster or bigger. And human society is not used to encountering this kind of change. If an anxiety sets in, we live in Bombay, all of us I'm assuming, we live in buildings. The electricity goes away, people don't do much. They call intercom security and ask. Where I was born and I grew up in Rajasthan, if electricity went away, you came out of your bungalow or home and went to the neighbor. Aapke yahan bhi gaya hai kya? Because we were conditioned to live in discrete units. Now we've become conditioned to live in a building. Something will happen, the genset will kick in. If it doesn't kick in and you're living on the 34th floor like I do, God help you. Now, multiply that by the entire planet living in one skyscraper and mediated by these algos, and you begin to get a sense of what AI will do to you. Now, there are limitations to social media. Of course, not all of us are social media, and people are taking corrective measures. So one of the things that is now going to make a resurgence is human touch. Like, how we like small artisan work. We like to go to a cottage industry emporium to buy something that is faulty. A machine can make it better, but it has been embroidered by a lady in Kutch or in Rajasthan or whatever, so we like that. Something similar will happen in the area of digital, because at least I know who is saying it. So whether it is detecting ad fraud, the source code that is doing it, all of these things, blockchain is a very effective means to keep track and put a watermark, a stamp. Because if everything can be copied, if my entire speech here could be copied in a second, and I would be speaking things which I never said, how will you know whether I said it or not? I have to come and tell you, this was not me. But how do you know? Because your sensory perception is saying it is him, we saw him. And I can't reach the billions of people individually to say it wasn't me. This is the power of deepfake, and so people want to withdraw to more secure enclaves where this kind of a prospect does not exist. So Verse is, for example, pioneering AI and social media, that lock-in will happen where it is more proofed, in a manner of speaking, and you can read about it. I'm already, I think, heading towards the end of my time. People are making commercial use of it. So MasterCard is a great example where all the occasions on which you would need payment or where payment modality would come into play, it is seamlessly present because AI is enabling it to give you that magic. And they have put a brilliant brand layer on top of it. There are things that money can't buy. For everything else, there is MasterCard. The brand is withdrawing. It is not as vocal. It doesn't even say MasterCard. It is more subliminal, but it is present in your environment. Then AI in media can take creative storytelling to various places. Earlier there used to be these books where you reach page 35 and then it gives you an option. Now, would you want the hero to die or would you want the hero to live? If live, then go to page 69 or whatever, right? Then it simply went away. Now with creative storytelling, you can create your own future in that manner of speaking. So engagement and interaction will go up a great deal in terms of media. For those of us who are in the business of buying media, planning media, several people who are way more steeped in it than I am, Sir Martin Sorrell has said time and again recently at Cannes, that the era of the 25-year-old media planner, is simply gone away, because the proofing and the planning and the iterative correction in real time that AI enables you to do, no human person can do that. And so this is a fact. Now that doesn't mean that, everybody will lose their job. I mean, there are very rich people who are saying that there will be no jobs. The like I said, the current digital ad environment is 700, e-commerce environment is 5.4 trillion. There is another $300 billion of cloud computing. So this model is working, right? You know, I'm doing this for free and I have a loan of about 2 crores. So I'm not winning, they're winning, right? That's quite obvious. But the change will happen because you will find new applications, new tools, and then through human agency, you will start telling other people. So virality can make the big actually weaker and the small very powerful. Now, what we consider the screen is actually an interface which has read you. If it has not read you and still it is very inspiring, that kind of activity is possible only with AI, because artificial general intelligence is having a conversation. And one of the current big bugs in AGI is that it hallucinates. So if there is another Subhranshu Singh who is a professor of semiconductor and you ask 4 times, once it will give you my resume which says I am a PhD in semiconductor technology, which is not true, because it is picking up from known sources and AI can hallucinate. But that is actually a powerful thing because it shows that every iteration it is learning. It is not, like I said earlier, a software. And so fraud detection will become smarter because a software can be broken or hacked, but iterative learning cannot be hacked because it will be dumb once, it will be smart the next time. So things will improve. I already spent time on Netflix. Most of us would have Netflix at home. Wonderful, I have it too. I consume it many, many times. My son does more. But read about their tool, Pragmatic Chaos. That tool is a decomposition tool. It breaks, atomizes your likes and dislikes into small little bits, and then it knows how to give you what you did not even know you want. So it can prompt you for becoming a person that you're not. And then, who wants to be rational? So if everybody says, "Arey, X show is trending," on the way from the airport you see big hoardings, then suddenly everybody is talking about it, it's in your social feed. Sure enough, if nothing else out of habit, you will end up seeing it. I'm going to skip through all of this, but it is called reinforcement learning. It is teaching you, conditioning you to learn and act in a certain way. So where are we now? We are in generative AI at a stage where the peak of performance in terms of recent times, the peak of inflated expectations has come about. For those of you who don't follow this, I was talking to Hitesh earlier. In the last quarter, April through June, $50 billion of capital investment has gone from venture funds into startups in the AI domain. I may be off, but Microsoft, Google, and Meta, each, they just announced their results, quarterly results, each has committed between 50 to 70 billion dollars of investment in furthering AI, particularly data capacity. And the projection is, multiply that by the entire ecosystem, and I'm not counting NVIDIA and the hardware, then this is about $1.2 trillion of investment through till the end of fiscal 26. This is The Economist, this is not me. $1.2 trillion of investment means now everybody is interested in making this a success. Because there is loss aversion. You go to a movie, you paid whatever, X hundred rupees for it. The movie doesn't turn out to be so good. We don't leave during intermission. We say, "Ab aa gaye, itne dur se popcorn bhi le," let's continue. But this is actually going to give them returns. So it's not some fad, it's not some trend, it's not going to waste away. Even more important is that it will go into the wallpaper. It will not be some chat GPT to play with. It will simply sink into the background of everything that you do, and it will then become more powerful. And after the disappointment will come the slope of enlightenment, when people are smarter about what you do and how you do it. So for all of you who are young, firstly I wish I was young too, but we shy away from technology because जब important होगा तब देखेंगे. And we are thinking we will get bashed up. I don't know enough. It's like being in a boxing match. You know, I was in school, we used to have compulsory sport. They listed me for boxing. I was in Blue House. And the guy who was, you know, from the Red House was a really fearsome champion boxer. But I didn't die. He knocked me around a few times and they realized I was hopeless at it. The important thing is, it is like a plunge into cold water. You are threatened by the prospect. Once you do it, it normalizes. And only when you go behind the wallpaper, you begin to understand what it is. So you will have to make mistakes. You will have to read more, learn more, and not only passively consume it for you to understand it. And if you do, then hopefully all of you one day will become like this, not the person on the ground, but Muhammad Ali, the champion. That's all I had for you today. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Shubhranshu. I request you to kindly stay back, and I request Hitesh to kindly take the stage to present a small token of appreciation to Shubhranshu on our behalf. And thank you so much. We couldn't have had a better start to the SAMMIE 2024. Such a thought-provoking address. Shubhranshu, I don't know about the people in the audience. I am definitely no more a free agent. I am a slave who is ruled by apps and algorithms. Can we have the token of appreciation, please? And Shubhranshu, you can take it till our gift arrives. Thank you. And my bank balance is truly inversely proportional to the brilliant marketing strategies out there. Friends, yesterday I wasn't even craving for sweet. Let's have a huge round of applause for Shubhranshu, everyone. Yesterday, I wasn't even craving for sweet, but I ordered cheesecakes because Zomato told me it was National Cheesecake Day yesterday. So, Shubhranshu, I second with every single word that you said today. Let's have one more round of applause for that wonderful keynote address. And on that note, ladies and gentlemen, we now progress to a very exciting lineup of insightful discussions. And our very first panel discussion of the day is the marketing conundrum: doing more with less. In today's fast-paced world, marketers are constantly challenged to achieve more with limited resources. We have an exceptional panel to discuss the same. Joining me on stage is Tushar Malhotra, Director of Sales and Marketing at Bisleri International Private Limited, who will be the session chair. Let's please welcome Tushar with a huge round of applause, everyone. Thank you. We have Anuja Trivedi, CMO Shimaru Entertainment Limited, Mahib Dwivedi, VP and Head of Marketing Pepperfry, Karandeep Singh Kapani, a Regional Marketing Director, Duolingo, and Avanda Farao, CMO of Wow Skin Science. Can you put our hands together for our panel, ladies and gentlemen? And on that note, over to you, Tushar.
Good evening, everyone, and a very warm welcome to this very, very interesting session of doing more with less, right? And that's a marketer's JD today. That's what we are all supposed to do. But you know, there is a question which always lingers on. It's about long-term brand health, right? And short-term tactical goals, and especially you do not want to compromise on long-term brand health. And us marketers always have that conundrum which we answer in the boardroom of how to navigate this issue in particular. So how do you answer that, number one? And number two, you know, if I were to just club this question with another one, is that the role of a traditional marketer today has evolved. Today, especially when we look at D2C brands and startup brands, the role of marketing is no longer restricted to brand building, but an equal measure to business delivery as well, right? So how has the role of marketing evolved, and how is the role of a CMO involved? I'll start with you, Wanda.
Thank you, Tushar, for the question. Good evening, everybody. My name is Vanda. I'm the CMO of Wow Skin Science. And Tushar has added, I think, 3 questions into one, so it's a humongous task. But going back to the first question, which is doing more for less, and I remember this conversation we had when all of us were just catching up prior, when Mahip said that, you know, we never had more to start with, right? All of us marketers have always been nifty and thrifty. But in the balancing act of, you know, long-term marketing and tactical marketing, I think both are very, very important. The first one is with respect to building brand and equity. The second one, which is performance marketing, is actually capturing demand. And as you rightly said in board meetings, right, we're always said that show results right now. What is the ROI? What's the ROAS, right? And we always fall into the trap of then just doing short-term marketing. But my belief as a marketer of 18 years is if you don't do both in conjunction, right, you'll have a downward spiral. So it's very, very important to do brand building, equity building, and drive awareness and consideration, because then you're creating an audience which is warm and they understand the brand, and then you do performance marketing. You can track these by brand metrics, which is awareness and consideration. I'll give you an example of brands which I have handled. It's shampoos, conditioners, face wash, a monthly purchase. And if I don't remind people of buying Wow Skin Science, right, there are times when we have taken a break in doing these activities and we've seen that our ROAS actually goes really through the roof and it falls. So we have to build brand over time. But as you know, budgets are not humongous. What we have realized, right, we can do very smart things. As a D2C brand, coming to your second question, there are lots of channels which are interesting channels which you can actually grow brand equity. There is influencers, there are short films, there are lots of content and collabs which we do, which actually creates awareness and keeps on building the scores over time. So I think that's how we can do it without spending big budgets on TV. A lot of collabs which we have done, I'll give you an example, is with Tinder. We have a sunscreen. For the first time we launched it with a different proposition. And we tied up with Tinder because the concept was find your match for the sunscreen. For dry skin, you have a separate sunscreen. For oily skin, right? So we said, let's tie up with a brand partner. We didn't have humongous budgets. We tied up with Tinder and they did a 4-city activation where they, you know, couples were meeting and finding their match. We tied up with them. And like these, we did small activities over time and our mind measures also remained evergreen. So I think you can still drive this. Coming to D2C brands, right? You said that we also realize revenue and it's important to see it over time. That also happens because D2C brands it takes 1 or 2 months to be able to understand how it happens, and we are blessed actually in D2C, so we can amend our marketing calls accordingly. So this in short is answer to both your questions.
Mahip, how would you answer this question?
See, I think brand health is something that I think you cannot ignore, right? I think she rightly said that when you have to basically look at things at an overall level, you need to manage both. But I think for me, it's very important that I've always been working into marketplace, right? Like all my previous job with, maybe it's Flipkart or Big Basket or let's say even with Pepperfry, I think all of them was a marketplace. So working for various brands, I think we're working for, you know, several categories. I think you were building also, you know, Flipkart as a brand, or let's say Big Basket as a brand, or let's say Pepperfry as a brand, right? So how do you ensure that, you know, people recognize you and come to you to buy? Because I think in the universe today, when everybody is consuming content, there is only a handful of users who will actually come and buy from you, right? And I think if you do not build a good brand health, it's very difficult for them to you know, come to you when, you know, they are really ready, right? I think that moment of, you know, truth. So, but I think at the same time, for a day-to-day things, you cannot ignore tactical, because anything which is maybe a performance campaign, anything which is, let's say, a moment marketing, a thing like a guerrilla marketing, right, that you may want to basically do for your competition, and this is just maybe a response, but I think for a long run, you cannot really ignore brand health.
Karan, you've started off with Titan and now you've moved into a lot of D2C brand. How has your outlook changed as a marketeer moving in this wide spectrum?
I think the biggest thing is actually been unlearning a lot of the things. I was with Tanishq for about 6 years, and at the time, it was a very typical marketing mix of, we were in fact discussing this backstage, 90% into traditional media and 10% some experimentation, maybe some digital. This is 2010, 2011. So we know social is hot. Let's do something on social right now. And from there, when I shifted to a smaller startup with very limited budgets, the unlearning was that you don't have money to spend on TV now, so what do? And that's where content marketing comes in. That's where the power of social comes through. And now, I mean, at Duolingo, whatever we do is a social first approach. So if you're looking at a language launch, if you're looking at a large campaign, the first question that we ask ourselves is this something that will pop on social? Is this something that will be shared by people? And what will be the engagement be like? And if the answer to that is middling, even though it may be a banger of a campaign, otherwise, we will probably not do it. It has to shine on social. And that's, I think, one of the biggest seismic shifts that's happened, that we moved from a very traditional way of looking at things, very typical OOH and radio and TV, very typical media plan, to something which might not have any traditional media at all.
Anuja, you've had a stellar career in sales before you shifted to marketing, right? In terms of your outlook, how has that changed when you've made that switch from sales to marketing? And are you, do you feel you're equipped to do more with less?
I think I am definitely nicer to the sales folks than the average marketer, and more cognizant of the pain of not doing numbers. That's always a tough job. But honestly, when it comes to marketing, and all three of my co-panelists alluded to it, I think it's not the way it was when I was doing sales, which is, you run a campaign, you promise a certain set of reach numbers, and you wait for that to sort of come in. Today, our results are coming in as we are running campaigns. Like Mahip rightly pointed out that, day to day, to hame pata hai what is going on. So I think that's sort of a huge, huge shift. So just like the salesperson is sort of looking at his number at the end of the day, so is a marketing person. And I think that has been a huge, huge shift in the way marketing itself works. So I would say traditional brand building continues. So I have my quarterly report card, but I also have my daily report card to look at. And that is the big shift that marketing itself has seen.
So I would just add that, there is also an hourly report card that we have at Pepperfries, so every hour number nahi hua, right? And basis that also, the decision is actually taken, and believe me, 10 साल पहले अगर आप जाके पूछोगे, what I think the big things the CMO did, they would say ATL किया है, मैंने 5 campaign किए हैं, ये celeb आया था. But today it's about, how well are you distributing it, and is it constant among, I think, your consumers?
I think it's a very interesting point that everybody raised about the fragmentation of the media mix today, right? And the presence of so many cohorts. If you would want to reach out to a Gen Z, you're not going to advertise to him on TV. You're going to get to his mobile because that's where he or she is glued on all day. Also, what becomes very important then is an integrated marketing approach to a campaign. So if you have one campaign, you can't just run it on TV. You have to look at different media vehicles. I mean, post-pandemic, experiential marketing is back with a bang. There is a large upsurge in out-of-home advertising as well. There is CGI. There are so many innovative ways to do it. And also, there are so many touch points where you can have multiple conversations with the consumer. Is this evolving media landscape and fragmentation actually aiding marketers to do more with less? I'll start with you, Karan. You've been nodding in vehement approval.
Yeah, I feel very strongly about this because I feel Duolingo is a very Gen Z brand. In India, 80% of our learners are under the age of 30. And Gen Z is primarily on social media. They're on Instagram, they're on YouTube. So for us, the fragmentation works to our favor because, like I said, it's a social first approach. We're not even looking at some of the other media opportunities that we might have, or the platforms that we might have, because we know that this fragmentation exists and we have to focus on that. And the best part is that we don't spend too much of money on some of these things. So a lot of our campaigns and videos which go viral are literally shot on an iPhone. We go around, shoot some content, and that's the way it goes. But along with it comes a lot of learning, which is you are shooting content for the Gen Z. A lot of the concepts will not be approved if they were not actually, they were not conceptualized by the Gen Z. So it's content for the Gen Z by the Gen Z. So a lot of the ideas when I hear, I'm like, are you sure this is going to work? Is this even cool? Or like, I don't even understand some of the things. But it's the Gen Z driving this. They're the ones who are going out there shooting this content. And that fragmentation in a way helps us because we play to our strength then. So yeah.
Perfect. What do you think, Wanda? How do you feel that the media mix change has aided? I mean, you've worked for Britannia before where it was largely a lot of ATL-based advertising. And today, how do you see that mix changing?
The most important thing which has happened today, which wasn't there, 10, 15 years back, is the two-way conversation. Working in legacy FMCG also, it was a very top-down approach where you were telling people to buy a certain brand or a product because it had XYZ benefits, your skin would be better, glowing, etc. So now what has happened is with the evolution of time, evolution of how consumers behave, and therefore how they consume content, there is a two-way communication which has actually opened up. Gen Z also is our core TG because they are the ones who are open to try new things, right? Therefore, there is a plethora of brands today because they are trying. So therefore, reaching out to them, communicating to them, and striking a chord with them is very important. So to be consistent, what we do is we see three things which is through the funnel. One is awareness, right? You have to be always on because the category we operated is monthly purchase. So you have to remind people, build relevance and consideration. So we use channels to always remind people with a certain communication. Then middle of the funnel, we use consideration because if I'm doing, for example, a YouTube ad or if I'm doing a TV ad, I have, 30 seconds to communicate. I can say X, Y, Z. But then imagine luxuriating in my new, body wash or my new lip balms, right? I can't do it in 30 seconds. So their influencers play a big role to be able to talk about texture, about feeling, about what happens to you looking so good, right? So that is actually consideration building. There also we have very strong metrics to be able to see how it drives traffic to marketplaces, how my engagement is going. This also affects brand health. Then the last is where I capture demand through perf, and there the beauty is how do I still make my content branded? Because in today's time and age, and especially in the category we operate in, there's a lot of clutter. My brand will look very similar to another brand, X and Y, right? I may show you at 14 times frequency, but then you say, okay, it just looks like B. So how will it accrue to me? And therefore, I think proposition, building tonality and visuals is very, very important because whatever you do consistently over time accrues to you. For example, we know ICICI ads, right? They mandate the orange color in everything. At first it is jarring, but then you realize even it is an ICICI ad because over time they've done that. So certain constants in brand building will remain, foundations will remain, but tonality and vehicle, the media which you reach your consumers and the engagement will differ over time.
Anuja, you've been within the media landscape for the longest period of time. Are you seeing the shift of marketers moving more and more away from TV into other medias, and how is that impacting your business also today?
So, even today, and you spoke about IPL, right? I mean, I think TV still continues to be the medium when you want to reach, a large number of consumers at the cheapest CPMs. So I think definitely the kind of monies we were spending on TV as percentage of budget has gone down. There is a lot more going on digital, on social. I mean, today the YouTube reach is actually higher than the kind of TV reach you would get. And I'll, add to something that Vanda said, the amount of personalization that you can do. So TV can help you get that immediate awareness for your brand. But the next, level of funnel pieces, which is consideration, etc., is much better done. Much better targeting is done on digital, which is why that shift is fair, it's happening, and we are all sort of taking notice of that.
Mahip, Pepperfry as a brand has been synonymous for a long, long time with furniture. How do you see your campaigns evolving with this change in media landscape? Is it only about one mainline campaign and one thought, or do you want to have multiple thoughts through the year?
So I'll just give you an example of recent planning we were doing like yesterday and today for the August 15, right? So everybody is doing freedom sale. And when we were looking at what we need to do, and if you just go and type freedom sale on media, you would see all the horizontals would have already done the PR. So everything is freedom, right? Now, it is very clear that the ecosystem is going to talk about pricing. Ecosystem is going to talk about everything about Independence Day. So you have to basically go on the pricing route, right? Now, then it comes to integrating media, right? So from discussion of, let's say, if the TOI versus a regional newspapers will have what coverage, and because they cannot commit to the page numbers, so you will still be in a thing that, what is my share of, view per, let's say, a page, or let's say a quarter when I'm basically going to do it. It is very different for an offline versus online, right? So while all my stores, because this is an omni-channel, I have around 200 plus stores, will actually go and say freedom sale, and discounted products, my online is going to also talk about more of a variety, quality as at a time with pricing, right? So while pricing remains the same, how do you ensure that offline is solving for a footfall while online is solving for a traffic? So I think we are actually moving towards that. So digital helps you a lot in terms of even driving footfalls today. Google has recently launched a sophisticated campaign, which is not just a GMB, but it also helps you, study a lift between, different stores, right? And we have been doing that on like various cities and, seen a decent lift. But I think with that, you would also want to do, let's say, plan an OOH, or let's say, CGI, right? I'm a big fan of CGI, right? I think anything that you would have seen so far, I don't think so I'll be able to forget, because whether it is the India Gate, ad that I saw, or Samsung is doing with Folds right now, I think these are things which is going to support your media mix. But I think the media mix would change basis your mediums of the POC, or I think where you are actually selling the product.
I mean, just to add on to the discussion, and at Bisleri, basically, we have multiple conversations with our consumers, and especially we're trying to strengthen our connect with Gen Zs. So we got into this important insight of hydration and owning hydration. We got Deepika Padukone as a brand ambassador and took out an ad called Drink It Up, which spoke about, drinking water can be cool as well. Why do you need to drink something else? But we also built a robust sports marketing program, which was very experiential in nature, where we had 5 IPL teams, 6 ISL teams, national games, all the marathons, and much, much more. But we are also talking to the consumers today on sustainability, because that's a very, very important thought and emotion with the consumers. We are also talking about direct-to-home delivery. And what has happened is, with the media landscape getting fragmented, it has allowed us, rather than plowing everything into one ATL campaign, you're able to communicate so many conversations with the consumers. Just moving on to this very core thought of today's discussion, which is more with less, right? This is actually a marketeer's utopia, right? Where you're supposed to think out of the box and achieve more with less. We'll always have lesser budgets coming here and here. From your personal space, and anything that you'd like to share where you've got an out-of-box idea and it's gone viral or it's given you a higher ROI in return. Start with you, Vanda.
Marketers hear this term viral all the time, but yeah. 2 examples. The first one is, so Bangalore, we are a D2C brand, online brand, and Bangalore is the 3rd largest market for us. And going, Tushar, touching on the point he made that, because of the fragmentation, we explored new media, and we are not really, attached to how the main campaign only will be. We have a lot more liberty. So we launched the sunscreen, and it was doing well. And then this idea came from this Gen Z guy in my creative team, and he said, why don't we do something different? So while Find Your Match was the creative platform, and they said, yeah, but Bangalore is our biggest market. Why don't we do something interesting for the warriors who are out there in the sun? So I said, isn't it going to be really cliched? You know, everyone does it. They're like, no, let's do something for the Bangalore police. And Bangalore police are really loved. We being Bangaloreans, we see them everywhere. They are really loved. But you know, you can see them in the sun for 8 hours, 9 hours in summer, right? We had a very, very harsh summer this year. Why don't we give them sunscreens? So I thought it would be such a, you know, bland idea, and I said it's so cliched. But he took the initiative, went to the Bangalore police, spent multiple times in their office in central Bangalore, going to the commissioner saying, please, please, please let me do it. Finally, he got permission, you know, and he said, okay, I'll give 250 Bangalore police, traffic police, wow sunscreen hampers, and make a video on them. So when he spoke to them, right, they were really stories of like, no one really spoke to us about this. My skin really gets, you know, tanned and pigmentation, and women actually said that I've never even used it. And yes, we do come home, you know, and you know, our family does say that, but it was really met with a lot of positivity, and we made a film, and that actually went viral. Imagine an idea like this, I could have actually killed and said everyone's doing it. But you know, if you have genuine concern, if you're doing something which really makes sense and touches a chord, you know, Gen Z today, as you said, it's all about, besides sustainability, is also brands which walk the talk, actually rub off. So I think that was, it took me by surprise, but that's one example. The second one was at Cannes. There were all celebrities going, and we said, okay, fine, let's see what Nancy Tyagi will do for us. And she said, okay, she had a certain idea, and she really used the WOW products in getting ready, and that actually went viral, you know, because she did it with so much of, she was so genuine because she really uses them, and how she actually spoke about it. So that became viral, and I think all these smaller things over time accrue to build your brand, especially with your core TG.
Perfect. Karan, your views on this?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like it's not just marketers. I think everybody in a company today, I mean, if you were to have, let's say, people from the accounts team, sales team, production guys, engineering team, everybody would say the same thing, right? We have to do more with less. It's just a fact of life. Even in our daily lives, I think we're all constantly trying to do more with lesser resources. At Duolingo, the way that we kind of try to do this or overcome or actually do more with less is through ideas which, so Duo has got like a slightly unhinged personality. I don't know how many of you guys use Duolingo. And if you do, you might have gotten some of those passive-aggressive reminders. And so we try to lean in on this unhinged behavior, because what we've realized is that people really love it. And so when we got the Duo suit in India, the first campaign that we did was having Duo destroy some incorrect signages. So we went around Delhi, spotted some signages which had incorrect English or grammar or whatever. And then with an iPhone and a team of 3 people, we went around showing Duo destroy those signages. And obviously, we got newer, better, the corrected versions made and displayed for those people. And we did not really expect a lot from that campaign. We thought it's just us having fun. But those videos went viral like you wouldn't believe. I think overall we got more than 30 million views from that series of 5 or 6 videos. And the whole thing did not cost us more than 15,000 rupees. And that is really the power of creating content which is liked by people or which people would share. And that's what we do generally, right? Like there is an insight sitting, again, this was by a person belonging to the Gen Z. The next idea was for the Telugu launch that we did. So we were launching a new course last year. It was the Learn English from Telugu. And we debated a lot of these ideas where we said, let's take, a traditional, we'll take TV. TV is really big there. We'll take a movie star. We'll take a television celebrity. None of those ideas felt like they had that social first approach. And then finally, another person from our team, a very young person, gave this idea that the insight was that people from Andhra and Telangana, like they live life larger, like it's a larger than life scene over there, right? And they love their movie stars. There's a lot of, they're treated like demigods. And so what we ended up doing was we had a hand-painted 60-foot tall Duo. And hand painting is like, at least in Bangalore, it's a dying art. At one time, there were 17 studios doing this. Now there's just one. And so we got this whole thing hand painted, and Duo was wearing a veshti and very typical, clothes from that region and looking very cute. And we had that entire BTS, we shot everything, put it up online. And when this cutout was put up, you wouldn't believe the amount of crowd that came to just take a photograph, tag us, and put. We were not giving any incentives. We were not saying, do this and we'll give. Just the sheer novelty of the fact made that thing go viral before we even launched it. And I think that is the power of A, the idea, and B, this kind of quirky execution that can get you places.
Yeah.
I think Vanda has a flight and she needs to leave. Thank you so much.
Have a good flight.
Let's give her a big hand. Moving on to Mahip, any ideas that went, were out of the box and went really viral?
So I think two of them which I could think through. One is at a time of Big Basket, and we were very strong in, I think, the South region because it started from there, and Grofers was in Delhi, and there was this time when we wanted to really expand, and when I was in the second year, we were doing, I think, 125 to 170 cities. The issue was, how do you penetrate north? So, and everywhere you would see, the orange Grofers, hoardings, but everything was in English, right? So the idea was that let's do it in Hindi. It was as simple as that, and the messaging was, "समझ में नहीं आया, Big Basket आ जाओ हम बताते हैं," right? And we just launched Hindi and Bengali as two languages. One, the organic went up by almost 18.5% on installs. It just had a QR code and just one messaging, and we mapped hyperlocal, areas, which was basically the catchment, right? The second thing which I remember was at Flipkart, where we had around, I think, 23 or 26 celebrity onboarded, and the idea was, how do you ensure that so much of the money paid is being distributed well, right? So what we did was, because the theme was Big Billion Day, it is very simple. That is a sasta or kahan, right? So all of these celebrities were shot at a 5-second video, doing just this and these gestures. We used AI, created 25,000 copies, or I would say templates of those videos with similar messaging, but different kind of a output, right? Which will say, which will have, let's say, a product, a category, and various things. Now, what does that help? Now, any horizontals, if you know how they work for these sales, is it is T minus 60 days, and then you leave that traffic on the day, so that at least 70-80% of the people come in, and your conversion rate also shoots up, right? Now, to eventually do this, while your performance marketing will keep running, acquiring users, the targets would be huge, right? Just to give a number, 8 million installs on day one, 10 million installs on day two, right? But if you do not have this layer of people with a high TOM during the last 45 days, this is not going to convert, right? And when we did this, just the CPIs were at least 2 rupees lower. So I think these two are the examples of content and performance marketing, and how important it is, again, to create a brand health or the TOM. So yeah.
Anuja, your views?
So very different from what everyone said, but connected in a way. We are basically in the business of content, right? And content is about delighting your consumer. But if you look at the way you market a new piece of content, which is on television. So I'm going to talk about an idea which was on a new show that we launched on Shimaru Umang, which is actually our channel that talks to UP, MP, sort of the Hindi belt. Typical marketing mix for that kind of launch of a show, which is a brand in itself, is key, okay, you put it on your channel, you put it on your network, you put it on a few other news channels, music channels, and that's the way your show launches. Maybe you put the same promo on social. But what we did is, in addition, so there was a show we launched called Kundli Milan. And it was topical. It was obviously about Kundlis matching and how life evolves for the protagonist. What we did is we actually gamified this thing. We made a game called Kundli Match on our social platform, And we said, hey, why don't you come and play this game with us? You need to put in a couple of details about you and your partner or your to-be partner, and we'll tell you how your kundlis match. And without any spends, actually we had, 25, 30,000 people come in and just, engage with us on that piece. Now what that does is, for me, Kundli Milan is itself a brand. And that brand has now expanded beyond the show to something more for my consumer and build that love. So that is one example of how the idea sort of totally took over. The other is on Shimaru Me. I think we are the leaders when it comes to Gujarati content. But a large part of that content is movies, which come pre-marketed. What we went into last year is we launched a couple of our own originals. And with that, we had to therefore think of a different way of marketing to our audiences. And we had a show called What the Fafda. For all Gujaratis, you know what Fafda is. But that basically had a fantastic, catchy, title song. What we did is we got 100 micro-influencers in Gujarat to actually do a hook step on that song, and that went viral. So I think those are the kind of things that don't cost as much, but the power of the idea sort of really takes over and builds the brand.
Perfect. I mean, just to add an example from Bisleri as well, is that we wanted to connect to our consumers in South. And moment marketing, as we know, is everybody feels moment marketing is only digital. But what we did was we did moment marketing on product. We started with a limited edition pack on RRR. And that worked really well. We moved on then to Vikram. We moved on to PS1. And these packs stay for about 10 days in the market, but create a lot of excitement with the consumers and retailers alike. And so far, we've done about 20 such partnerships in 2 years, which includes Jawan, which includes Dunki, which includes Ekta Tiger. So we've done a number of them, and they've just compounded over a period of time. I think the last question that we had was on the role of tech and how tech has enabled more efficiencies and allowed marketers to do more with less. But I think the keynote session before us covered that adequately. So I'm going to skip that, and I'm going to move to a very important personal question for all of you. What is your advice to everybody as a marketer? How would you summarize? What would be your mantra in doing more with less? I'll start with you, Karan.
My mantra is very simple. Take more risks. I think all of us get so conditioned in doing things the way we are taught, the way things have always been. This is the way to do it, and don't challenge it, don't question it. And I think that's a very wrong approach. They say that necessity is the mother of invention. I think it suits the topic of this panel really well, because when you don't have money, you can't go and do an IPL ad. What do? You have to figure out another way. And sometimes you have to take those risks. Make sure that you tick all the boxes, stay within the brand guardrails, all of that. But if you're young, if you're in marketing, thinking of getting into marketing, no matter which side, which agency, client, PR, whatever, I would say that make taking risks a very big part of your professional life.
I'll just add on to Karan. I would say take risk and measure well, right? I think measurement, I don't think so. I'm able to approve anything if measurement is a question, right? Because it needs research, it needs a lot of planning, it needs a lot of thinking, and it ensures that, the money that we are spending today, whether it is less or more, right? I think it's going at the right place, and I think that's going to give you, I think, the best results.
Anuja?
I will give a longer answer because I know we have the time. I think 3 things. The first is keep your consumer at the center of literally every decision you make. I know it's very marketing 101, but very critical whether you are doing performance marketing, whether you are doing, pure TV campaigns. The consumer needs to be front and center. Be honest, be authentic, be true as a brand, and think omni-channel when you think of any marketing campaign.
Perfect. I mean, if I were to add my 2 bits to it, I think the one thing that I've always looked at is that sometimes less is enough. As long as you keep things simple, you focus on what is important. And we often, as marketers, speak about clutter. The clutter should first go away with our thought as well, in terms of what is required to reach out and communicate with the consumers. And I think less can be enough as well. All right. Perfect, then. Thank you so much for this really enlightening session. We finished right on time. And thanks to the audience for patiently hearing us out as well. And thanks to Social Samosa and Hitesh for having us here. Thank you very much. Let's give the panel a big round of applause,
Thank you.
please.
Thank you so much, panelists. I request you to kindly stay back, and I request Mrinal Mathur Rajwani, Editor-in-Chief and Managing Partner, Social Samosa Network, to kindly take the stage and present a token of appreciation to our panelists. Ladies and gentlemen, can we have a huge round of applause for this session? Absolutely insightful. Thank you so much for sharing the brilliant ideas and strategies that you have implemented in your respective brands to maximize impact. Can we have the gifts, please? Thank you for sharing your brilliant insights on how to navigate the various challenges when it comes to modern marketing. Thank you so very much.
No, I was just saying that the examples that you guys have quoted, right, I've seen them being implemented and I've engaged them with them and personally, and they all are great learnings and great examples. I first noted the bottle from Jawan and then others, and especially with Duolingo, my team, his writer is not here maybe, but he's a fan of Duolingo, the work Duolingo does.
That's so wonderful. Thank you so much for sharing that, Mrinal. Thank you. Can we have one more round of applause for our speakers, please? As Karan said, take risks, but Mahip added that take calculated risks, measure well. And of course, like Anuja mentioned, consumer is king. And the most important message of the panel, like Tushar mentioned, less is enough. Thank you so very much, panelists. That was truly insightful. On that note, ladies and gentlemen, it is now time to move towards the second panel of the evening. Yes, so next we have a panel on a modern marketeer's toolbox, the marketing stack you need to win. With the right tools, marketers can streamline their efforts and achieve greater success. Our distinguished panelists for this session are Himanshu Arora, co-founder Social Panga, who will be the session chair. Joining him on stage, we have our panelists, Abhishek Shetty, Marketing Lead, Swiggy, Instamart, and Private Brands. And we have Kritika Sriram, Chief Growth Officer at Plix. Let's please welcome our panel with a huge round of applause. Thank you for joining. And on that note, over to you, Himanshu.
Hello.
Is this one on?
Mic testing, mic testing. It works. Hey, shall we start? Okay, super. Thank you for taking time and beating Bombay rains and coming here. Really appreciate it. So today's topic is pretty interesting in terms of what all things which is happening in marketing and how we are, if not anything else, changing the rules of marketing and how consumers are consuming content and advertising as per se. I'll give you a small anecdote to start with before we get into the whole agenda. I saw a podcast between Nikhil and Ranbir over the weekend. which was a good 1.5 hours podcast. He spoke about a specific sleepers ad which he saw on Instagram ad. After hearing about that specific product, I went on Instagram, I saw, and I've not bought it yet, but eventually I'll buy in some time. Now, if you look at a consumer journey or customer journey, right, from where it started, from an Instagram ad, from Nikhil buying and maybe Himanshu also buying, where will you attribute it to, right? Is it top of the funnel? Is it bottom of the funnel? Which funnel we kind of look at it. But eventually, two people have bought it looking at that ad, but in the back end, only one person will be attributed to, right? And this, in a way, encapsulates how the whole advertising bit is changing, right? It's not anymore about funnels. It's about multiple things, and which we're going to discuss in next 30-35 minutes. To start with, let's start with it. Do you believe that customer journey or funnel is still there?
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much. I think, these days we believe that customer funnel is non-existent, at least not the funnel in the traditional way. The overall customer journey, absolutely yes, the journey very much exists, but it is no longer the journey, linear previous one, which was from awareness to consideration to trial to purchase. The journey is completely non-linear. A customer could be jumping from anywhere like a friend's recommendation to a review on a social media page to an influencer whom they follow to an Instagram ad, of course. So it jumps all over, it's all over the place, and the journey is no longer linear. But what remains for a marketer to do, very importantly, is to identify the various touch points at which your consumer could be present, anticipate each one of those points, and be ready to build superlative experiences in each of those points. So if you know that your customer is going to be on Instagram or on a Google review or certain followers whom their demographic and profile follows, it is very important to be at those points and build things for the consumers which will delight them. So that at every single thing you're covering your bases very well with the consumer. So yeah, of course it's non-linear.
No, I think some lovely points. I agree, right? I think the world has evolved. The typical funnel used to be awareness, interest, desire, action, right? It was a very old school approach where people had limited access to information. Say they heard about a product, they went into a store, they heard the sales executive making a beautiful pitch, and they ended up buying it, right? I think now we live in a world where there's a lot of access to information. People can start researching about a product, come across a particular review, decide not to buy a product, and the same review can come across a new brand, go ahead and buy that brand, but still decide to go that I want to go in for touch and feel and go to an offline store and then buy that product. So I think does the funnel exist? In a certain sense it does, but I think there are many layers that have been added to that funnel, which is, in my opinion, are you speaking to the right audience, right? I think gone is the time when you can shepherd consumers with an information overload, and I think all of us who've done marketing here have seen the side of consumers where they've complained about, blasting them with too many marketing messages, right? They have access to platforms today. So I think as marketers, it's also about the right exposure. So I think the first starting point is actually identifying who your consumer is and who do you need to talk to. And then that's where the funnel today starts. I think earlier it was just, the entire universe is sort of my consumer base, and you're hoping that you bring in more and more consumers into the funnel. It's not about that anymore. And I think in that sense, it's evolving rapidly. At the bottom of the funnel, I think it's also about a feedback loop, right? So it's a lot more about retention. It's a lot more about not just about retaining a consumer, but also delighting a consumer. I think that's the change that's happening at the bottom of the funnel. So in a lot of ways, to answer your question, I think the funnel is evolving at a very rapid pace, and the way we need to approach marketing those consumers is also changing.
So there is also So there is also a buzzword about something known as flywheel model, right? People use it pretty often. And we were discussing off stage, you kind of explained it in a very, very interesting way. Would love to hear your thought and how Swiggy as a brand is also leveraging it with respect to acquisition, retention piece.
Correct. So I think one of the best explanations of flywheel marketing that I've heard of in the past few years is, you take a traditional funnel, which is, say awareness, interest, desire, action, and you sort of join it at the ends, right? I just explained that the funnel is only grown. You have exposure, you have retention and delight towards the end. So if you sort of connect the funnel end to end to form a circle, that's what a good flywheel looks at. And that's where complexity in business also starts, right? I think it's not just about attracting consumers into the funnel and hoping they convert and become, business metrics, but it's also how do I get these consumers to retain, but also how do I delight them to a point that they actually go and tell 4 more people about my brand. That's the hard part, and that's what building a good flywheel sort of looks like. And with Swiggy, what we're doing right now is we've built 2 active work streams, right, with Swiggy Instamart. One is how do we attract consumers into the funnel? Yes, but also how there's an active work stream to constantly ask ourselves, how do we delight a particular consumer? How do we reduce points of friction, not just with respect to their purchase on the platform, but in their day-to-day lives? If you allow me, I'll give a nice example.
Absolutely.
We sell a lot of grocery items, right, on the platform, and we realized people, housewives and a lot of people who are in the kitchen, one of the friction points is they don't know which bottle is kept where, what is there in each of the bottles, right? So we did something insignificant or something as simple as actually sending them stickers of labels that they can, write salt on, pepper on, and we actually sent it with our orders free of cost. And the kind of response and the love we got for something so small was beautiful. People went and spoke about it. We got a lot of organic mentions. I'm talking about not seeded influencer-led marketing, but a lot of organic mentions. And that was a big learning for all of us in the team, saying it's a pain point for your consumers, right? And if you can solve it today, the result is beautiful as a marketer. It evokes a sense of love towards the brand that no amount of marketing can do actually.
No, absolutely. Just adding to your point, right? To your competition, which is Zepto. If you notice, when Zepto was launched, a lot of people were speaking on LinkedIn about Zepto, and some of them was not promoted. And I first discovered from the point that a lot of people for Zepto were coming who have seen the post on LinkedIn, and then they come back, right? So you never know where it's happening. LinkedIn is now supposedly the right platform from a B2C per se marketing. So you need to keep your eyes and ears open where my consumer is and make sure it's there.
Correct.
Now, specifically, since you have to keep your eyes and ears open, that to 24/7, any set of challenges you see in this specifically?
So since, it is not a very clearly defined thing that this is the only platform on which customers are discovering your product, this is the only platform on which, they are evaluating and purchasing, since there are so many different touch points, it is very, very important for a brand to understand all of those points and importantly, listen to the customers and action that feedback. It becomes very challenging because you don't know that which platform, like you mentioned, LinkedIn is not at all a typical platform on which a B2C brand discovery is going to happen, but you cannot ignore it as you discovered and you actually found a brand over there. So it must be the unlikeliest of places. It might be, from your neighborhood store also that people might be discovering. Even if you are not selling in retail, somebody else could be buying and putting it up over there. But is your brand communicating the right things over there? Is it being shown in the right manner, delivered in the right way? All of that becomes important, and hence it becomes very tricky that how do you see all of those and action all of these things. Things like social listening tools also become very important in this case, because they really help you to sweep the entire, at least online universe, streamline it, bring all the consumer feedback to a single point where then your team can action it. Continuously listening to the customer becomes very important. I mean, we were also talking about some of the tools that could be used for that. I'm sure like his organization must also be using in Instamart. At Plix, what we use is an NPS system wherein every customer is asked about how likely they are to recommend the brand and the product to their friends and family. It doesn't just stop at that. A more intensive exercise is carried out in identifying what are the consumer challenges also, which are the action on all of those challenges, and see how to make it very, very smooth and friction-free for the customer. That constant innovation is needed.
Since you spoke about tools, Abhishek, you want to add specifically on tools, but we need to some method to the madness, right? You just can't say, hey, I have to be present everywhere.
Yeah. No, I think the consumer world is evolving rapidly, and I think there is a lot of access to good data, good feedback there's out there, right? I think for us, social listening does go a big way in trying to understand what's happening in the consumers, which is very open feedback. We do access a lot of tools from we are sort of in the process of building our own CDP, which is a customer data platform, right? To sort of bring together all different your CRM pieces, your your CRX pieces together under one roof, and also eventually deploy your consumer communication, your social media communication under one roof and one platform. Today it's sitting on a piece by piece meal basis. But having said that, I think for us, the core goal in the company is consumer intimacy. What we've started within the organization is something called as the Consumer Intimacy Program, which essentially means that everybody within the organization, and I think typically organizations make the mistake that it's only the marketing team's job to understand the consumer, but it's not. Oh, yes. It's equally important for tech, for people who design your user interface to also understand the consumers, because more than anything, more than on any marketing campaign, people spend time on the app, right? So we've started a consumer intimacy program, and we are monitoring and building that up as we speak, and that's yielding very good results. The goal is eventually to connect the deep insights that we collect from that consumer intimacy program and eventually bring it to a CDP platform so that people within the system can sort of leverage it, because there are a lot of cross-functional learnings that we manage to gather over a period of time. So that's the ideal world that we would like to move forward. There are a lot of other tools that we leverage, because for those of y'all who know Swiggy, you will also understand that it's a master app, right? You have a food business, you have a grocery business, you have an Instamart, you have a dine out, etc. So there are a lot of complex paths through which a consumer comes on the platform. So there's a lot of opportunity to cross-sell, upsell, and build very diversified, personalized customer journeys, right? Today, I mean, very surprisingly, if you look at the food base is much bigger. Zomato as a business and Swiggy as a business is far bigger than Blinkit as a business and Instamart. But grocery is a far more ubiquitous category, right? So it should be far bigger, right? So there's huge opportunity for growth over there. Now the question is, how do we leverage the ecosystem of a master app to get people to shop more on Swiggy, Instamart? So that's an interesting problem that we are trying to solve today.
Now, one more bit here, right? Today's what happens is that you collect data from different tools. And what happens is that how will you have unified view in terms of what consumer or customer is doing? It one customer or consumer who is interacting with at different touch points, right? So you mentioned was CDP categorically. I know you guys building it in-house with respect to CDP, but how do you see that you use that data from an analytics standpoint? And I think AI is a buzzword right now. And building a layer and marketeers, product guys, whomsoever it is, can make the decision around it. Like, how are you guys tackling this a problem? Because data is available in abundance, right? What you do with data is a critical piece. And I think this is for both of you guys because you guys use data as much as we can. Abhishek, for you.
Okay, so excellent question actually, and it's a problem. It's a constantly evolving problem, right? There is so much data today available that how do you distill and identify the correct set of data to run behind? I think one way to do it is actually to keep data limited to the end consumer. What we, as I spoke about the consumer intimacy program, let me actually give you an example. What we realized is personalization, when you can use technology and data to hyper-personalize experiences to consumers, we saw the maximum amount of goodness from a business and a conversion standpoint. What does that really mean? We spoke to a bunch of consumers who said they use quick commerce primarily in the middle of the night when they have an instant craving to have an ice cream or popcorn or of sorts. So for them, would it make more sense to actually show them a dal atta, or does it make more sense that when they open the app in the middle of the night that you show them ice cream and show them relevant categories of indulgences, right? So that's the first insight that we unlocked, and then we went backward and said, how can we make personalization at scale happen? So building custom user interfaces and journey for each of these consumers, right? And that has an immediate impact on your business. That has an immediate impact on the way customers perceive you. So identifying consumer personas, I think, is the biggest task today for a marketer. And once you've identified those consumer personas, how do you go a step ahead and leverage your personalization capabilities or your business capabilities to appeal to that particular persona, right? I think too often we get caught in this process saying, hey, this technology is available, I should, and it's a beautiful technology, it does XYZ things for me, I should include it in my business. And more often than not, especially in retail, and I'm sure the panelists over here will agree that the adoption is minimal. People don't adopt it because you need to be consumer backward and you need to be business backward, and I think only then will you see success when it comes to platforms and technology and AI and data.
Yeah, some very good points made. So we are all drowning in a sea of data over here. But the question to ask is that, can you pull back and first identify the objectives with which you want to use the data? At the end of the day, for any kind of business improvement, the key point has to be that you want to make the customer's life better. The objective is that how do you make the customer's life simpler, easier, solve all their pain points. If you ask yourself those questions, you will identify what are the key things that you want to do with the data, apart from, of course, growing your business and revenue. That's a given thing. But if you start with the customer first story, then you do that. The customer definitely wants personalized communication, an offer which is not given to everyone else at any stage of the journey. If a customer is in a certain stage in their engagement with you, what is the right product assortment to offer to them? On what right channel? Somebody might be an Instagram person spending 10 hours a day on scrolling on Instagram, whereas somebody might not be going there so much and must be a very quick WhatsApp person. If that person has a question, are you able to answer that question and serve that customer better on that platform at any hour of the day? So if you can leverage and create those micro cohorts of customers, analyze their behavior and patterns, and accordingly tailor your solutions, communications, and your offerings to them, that's a total win-win for the customer and for the business.
No, you spoke about pretty well with respect to the making consumers' life easy. Can I term it under the consumer experience management?
Absolutely.
Since you've been on the retail side, a product-led setup, what are the examples which you have seen which had made your retention or CAC acquisition cost retention better and a CAC at a lower cost using specifically experience management? Have you noticed that?
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. I think, you know, if you create delightful moments for the customers, go over and beyond just selling your product, but overall think about, you know, what the customer would really, really love. That eventually brings your CACs also down and also goes a long, long mile in retention. Like, for example, when we talk about content marketing, it is not just about, you know, talking about your product and creating content around your product. If my product, for example, is about health and wellness, it's not just the product I'm talking about. We create a lot of informative and educative content, which is about the wider lifestyle. You know, how people can adopt healthy habits, comparison of different food categories and the nutrient in it, how people should be thinking about not just calories, but about health holistically. So creating all of those content, customers feel is a great value add, and hence they engage. So such kind of communication we have found on social communities also fetch far more engagement, and those are the videos and reels which actually go viral. Another thing which we very actively do is that, you know, it's not as if a consumer, the moment they buy the product, it's tata goodbye till the time you make the next purchase. We do periodic check-ins with the customer. We actively even call some of the customers to ask how their journey has been. Are they regularly consuming and using the product? Did they see some health benefit out of it? If there are any challenges over there, how can we help address them? We also provide expert nutritionist consultations for the customers if they are interested, a free diet plan, because at the end of the day we understand that health is holistic, not just the thing that we are selling to the customer, but it is a much, much wider canvas. And creating these different consumer experiences, which are, you know, not directly linked to my product, but related to the wellness of the customer, has led to, you know, much higher than category average retentions for us, a much stronger word of mouth, which is very, very important in today's world to acquire new customers and take your CACs down also. All the positive feedback that we receive from our existing customers, those are the stepstones on which we acquire new customers.
In fact, one more example, there's a brand which we speak more often than anything else. There's a brand called Whole Truth by Shashank, right? The way he has built a whole ecosystem. I love in terms of newsletters, in terms of getting the right space, making him as a face, so saving money from getting a brand ambassador, right? They have a very strong running WhatsApp community, which he himself is present on. Making sure doing some podcast, other pieces, right? So I clearly see this, that people now know him, that hey, they are running a company which is health first, truth first company, and any product they launch, they may have started with an energy bar, now they launch a proteins, yeah, right? Multiple pieces. A clear example of owning a customer experience in a right way, and also leveraging content.
Yeah.
Correct? By not selling, but at least informing them, hey, health is something you should focus upon, and these are ways you should do it. And as a brand, we also do the right way, right?
And these days, consumers are very smart. They can catch authenticity. They know that which brand is just like, you know, peddling their stuff versus which brand has an authentic interest and talks about the wider thing for the consumer. Absolutely. So being consumer first over here, that's the key.
Abhishek, have you noticed somewhere with respect to storytelling, content plays a role in terms of customer experience, and that eventually helped in terms of business goal of saying retention or CAC, lower CAC?
I think it's easily the strongest tool as a marketer. I think there's a lot of evolution that's happening, and I think some of the Web3 companies are actually today leading this. And you spoke about Shashank from Whole Truth. We do work with them very closely on building communities rather than building one-way D2C communication, right? I think that's the evolution. So when it says building communities, it's not just about, you know, just informing the consumer, hey, we have this new product launching, please go and, you know, buy XYZ, these are the features. It's actually involving them in every step of the way. So I've worked with companies where, you know, consumers are consulted on what are the kind of product features that they want to see, and they actually see, you know, the reality.
Any examples?
This happened in Web3 actually, right? And okay, let me give you an example. In at Swiggy Instamart, we look at a data called as null search, which is essentially consumers searching on the platform for something but not necessarily finding it because this category is evolving faster than we can all imagine, right? So we started off with groceries and now you can find everything under the sun. And we actually launched those products. So they are the first point of truth for us to say, are we today catering to every single need of a consumer? It's the amount of null searches. So it's the amount of searches that go in the search bar, which essentially we are not able to fulfill. And it's something that we discuss day after day after day. And it's helped us grow the category. It's helped us grow business value. It's helped us grow our closeness with the consumer. I think that's one beautiful example. There's this other story, very interesting story, guys. Just a couple of weeks back, I was speaking to a consumer, and in the middle of the night, they ordered a hit spray because there was a huge cockroach in their house, and and both the husband and wife seemed to be quite scared of it. So they called the hit spray from Swiggy Instamart, and they asked the delivery executive to come and spray it also, and he actually took the cockroach away and threw it, and they were in love with the brand, guys. Like they were just like, "Ye app ne hamari dunya badal di," right? I mean, we never thought. So actually, thanks to the delivery executive for actually going that small extra mile, right, which is potentially created a lifelong relationship with this customer, and this customer is a regular customer, high on loyalty. So these are called micro moments that you have in between a brand and a consumer. If you can identify those and delight the consumer in those moments or solve their pain point, they would love you. It basically comes down to that.
No, since you're speaking about quick commerce per se, I just want to understand any specific trends that you're noticing categorically in quick commerce from your end, more from a product and maybe from a consumer standpoint, because that's how it also defines in terms of how consumers are consuming content, advertising. It's more behavioral than anything else.
It's been a very interesting learning graph actually for me also. So the whole concept of quick commerce started where people were ordering because of distress, right? It's you've run out of something, you quickly order because it will be there in 10 minutes. Swiggy Instamart was one of the first few quick commerce players, and we started delivering in about 45 to 50 minutes, and very quickly that changed to 10 minutes, right? So people, in a short span of about 6 months, people went from being exceptionally happy about 45-minute delivery to being extremely unhappy about 45-minute delivery, saying we want 10-minute delivery, right? That's how quickly the category evolved. That's been one big learning for us. The second is it's primarily an impulse-driven platform, right? So we see a lot of indulgences, a lot of people ordering chocolates, midnight snacking. So a big differentiator between traditional e-commerce and quick commerce is today the return rates, right? Traditional e-commerce sees anywhere around 30% of their orders returned or cancelled. For quick commerce and specifically for Instamart, that number is close to 0, right? So that's a big differentiator because the consumer intent is very high when it comes to purchasing, but also before you have sort of ordered and finished and you've maybe gone, washed your face and come back, the product is in front of you, right? So you don't even have the time to think through whether you really needed the product, and it's there in front of you. So it's interesting. It's interesting the way the consumer landscape is evolving from a quick commerce standpoint. The third is we are also seeing a lot of consumers now buying non-grocery items, which you would have seen news of people buying air conditioners to PS5s to it's the list goes on and on, guys. It's crazy what all people need in 10 minutes. Is wild. So we are having a very fun time looking at some of those data points, and while our category teams have nightmares thinking about launching PS5s and all, but it's a very fun time for us in quick commerce, and we have one of the widest assortments in that sense, and yeah, it's great. So those are some of the evolving trends right now.
Fastest you've delivered something? Do you have a stopwatch in your office?
The fastest we've delivered something, I think, has been some 4 minutes. The consumer actually told us, "Mere balcony mein baithe the kya?" So yeah. So I mean, we have the concept of dark stores, and some of them are quite close to your house. So yeah, sometimes they tend to be quite fast.
Adding on, the customer behavior has changed a lot on quick commerce. Even from a brand perspective, what we see is that, people want everything instantly. Even if Amazon is delivering something to you, 2 days later, at a discount, people don't want to buy. They want to very quickly get the product, even if it's at full price, but instantly. So it's a generation which wants everything now. So if you can deliver the same thing in 10 minutes, then why not for them? And even the threshold that it is no longer the dhania ordering and the sabzi ordering for the customers, they are very much open to buying all different categories, including health and wellness products, including your more expensive and well thought through serums and moisturizers, which are priced higher. They are very much okay with that. As long as they get it fast, they are prioritizing the timing and the convenience over mere something like cost. Cost is important. The elasticity is not that low as well. But at the same time, they are prioritizing the time to delivery and the convenience of getting something instantly.
No, I always say this, that every 5 to 6 years, the way you buy it keeps on changing. So when Big Bazaar came with a retail experience, we're like, hey, we'll get an AC place to go and shop. Right, we could never thought about it, which was a Western culture. Then e-commerce kind of happened when Flipkart, Amazon and other players came, right? I think now it's a quick commerce game when we never thought within 10 minutes it'll get delivered, right? This happened about a couple of weeks back. My mom was having an pain, we have to order a move, right? And by that time, she was literally like telling me, instead of shouting at me and saying that, move kharido, and I was sitting in the room and there was a doorbell. And ye bacha uthta hi nahi hai, 40-year-old gentleman, bacha uthta hi nahi. By that time, the guy is at the doorstep ordering, delivering a move. So this is how we have been working on. Now this is one more piece. So I did a yearly similar interaction in 2019, and people asked me that what are the trends you're looking at, right? So one trend which you always spoke about, voice, vernacular, right? And I'm seeing that voice is now a reality in a lot of ways in terms of how we're dealing it. We were discussing, my 3-year-old kid uses voice on app. My 70-year-old mom uses voice. So either this one or that one, right? From a product standpoint, have you noticed that voice searches are going up? Or what are we doing specifically around it? Or it's still a smaller section of the searches? And from the retail point of view also.
So I think from a consumer perspective, they definitely want voice. It's going to be a game changer in the future. While some of the apps and some of the services today support voice, the technology is still not that evolved. But that said, it is completely in the way and it is going to only improve. For customers, think of a tier 2 customer who finds it a little difficult to type, or even either the elderly or the younger ones who are not very familiar with typing exactly in a correct language and all of that. For them, it's so much more easier to it's as natural as speaking. Just as you would tell someone, bhaiya ye leke aa jana in a kirana store, call and tell. You now open your phone, tell it on the app, give me A, B, C, D, and it is there at your doorstep. So that is definitely a future we are seeing. In fact, we are also building and working on a chatbot with GPT capabilities, which will also be extended to voice searches for people, so that even those people who are not comfortable typing can easily get access to all the information that they want just by speaking.
Anything from a product side?
From a product standpoint, it's growing very rapidly. Voice searches, in fact, in a lot of other markets like China and all are at par with even typing, etc. So it's growing very rapidly. Interestingly, what we're also seeing is especially during extreme weather conditions, like for example, if it's very cold, right? and if people are wearing gloves, they struggle with typing, right? So we see voice search spiking during that time, which is again a very interesting insight, because it's a way of solving a consumer pain point and a consumer friction, right? So there we see some spike. We also see a lot of, we spoke to a lot of households where either the man or the woman is in charge of shopping groceries or anything for the house, monthly missions essentially. They are in the process of building carts continuously. You know, a lot of people don't necessarily sit on one day and, you know, type out a list. They actually do it as you go. So if it's with somebody cooking in the kitchen and they say, hey, my sugar quantity is reducing, let me just add it to the cart and keep. That's again where we're seeing a lot of voice search adoption happening, making consumers' life easier. So from a product standpoint, it's a big unlock. I think the next stage is, how do you make it more intuitive? How do you make it more predictable? How do you make it understand some of the regional nuances that she mentioned? It's not just about listing a particular product in Hindi or English. It should be, you know, we have, Bhindi has different connotations in different languages, right? So how do we feed all of that information on the platform so that people can search more easily? I think that's the next frontier and the next unlock really for us.
If you look at my chat with my cook, last 100 messages all have been voice note. He doesn't type on WhatsApp.
Yeah.
Cool. Any closing thoughts surrounding? And the time is up, so otherwise they'll pull me off to the stage.
I mean, closing thoughts, I think I'm assuming that there potentially will be some aspiring marketers or early marketers in the room. So I think some things that have helped me in my journey is always thinking there could be tons of technology, there could be tons of data thrown your way. I think two things that will really help you stand out. One is being consumer backward. Always start with the consumer pain point. Always know what the consumer thinks about you. Don't rely less on gut-based marketing unless you are a 50-year-old man who's developed that instinct of marketing. Go back to the consumers. And the second is actually being data-backed. I think both of these are a very powerful and lethal combination to get your marketing strategy right, is all I would close on.
I would completely second that. I mean, technology will keep on evolving, but what is more important is to have the unrelentless focus on the consumer. The technology should be to serve the consumer and not the other way around. Because technology exists, you're not going to force fit whatever customers could be fit into it. It's the other way around. And of course, with all the data being available, it's very important to continuously measure, attribute, so that you're able to make those tweaks and constantly take consumer feedback also to improve your offerings and what you can add and enrich in the lives of the customers.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Himanshu, for the lovely moderation.
Thank you so much, Himanshu, Abhishek and Kritika, for that very thought-provoking panel discussion. I request Abhishansa Mathur, founder and editor, Local Samosa, to kindly take the stage and present a small token of appreciation to our panelists. Thank you so much for sharing such wonderful insights and tools, strategies that every marketer today needs in their arsenal. Thank you so very much. Thank you once again. Let's have a huge round of applause for our panelists. Thank you for sharing your expertise. And on that, ladies and gentlemen, let's now proceed to our third panel for the day on diffusion of innovation, the AI chapter. We will explore the transformative impact of AI on marketing. Our panelists will delve into the transformative power of AI in marketing and its implications for the future. Let's welcome on stage our session chair, Rajiv Dhingra, founder and CEO, Rebid. Joining him, our panelists, Adityan Kayalakal, Head Marketing and Founding Team Member, Veera, Sagar Shah, VP Marketing, Kotak 811, and Sapna Desai, Chief Marketing Officer, Manipal Cigna Health Insurance Company. We can use the cordless mics on the stage. Okay, over to you, Rajiv. Let's please welcome our panelists, everyone.
All right. Firstly, thanks for having us, right? And it's great to have co-panelists. We already discussed so much about AI. It almost feels like we finished 2-3 panels before coming here. But jokes apart, I think to set context, AI is not even, and generative AI, which is the focus of today's panel, is not even in the public memory 3 years old, right? 3 years would also be stretching it. I'd like to believe like December 2021, when, you know, some form of chat GPT, and 2022 is when it sort of burst on the scene and sort of got being talked about. And only in the last 2 years has it found its way into enterprise seriousness, if I may say so, right? Having said that, I think it's no secret that AI is and will have an outsized impact on marketing in every form, right? And what we are here to sort of unravel and understand is, what is that impact looking like today? Where are we? Is it more talk rather than action, right? Is it more hype than actual results, right? Or is it somewhere in the middle? And how do different people in organizations look at it differently? So, you know, we have panelists who come both from large corporates as well as startups, and, you know, with your previous background in advertising, you can add a lens from that perspective as well, right, Aditya? So let's get this show on the road. Let's first start with the question. What, in your view, is the impact that AI has created till today in your organization? And if you can share some use case, some real examples, and be free, because it's just the two of you, take your time and sort of stretch that across the diversity of the use cases. Yeah.
Yeah. So for us, it's a little fascinating because AI has both a front of office case as well as a back of office case, right? We're using AI to make people's browsing journey better on Veera. So if you are a customer, you go and read the news. For example, it's an ABP article. If you click the summarizer, it will summarize the article for you. So you don't have to go through 3 scrolls of information. It will be one quick paragraph which will completely summarize it. Considering that we're trying to sort of therefore make the journey simpler for customers, it was critical to be on top of it ourselves, right? And it meant that how are we using it better at the back end of things? And I think one of the interesting challenges of being a startup is you're constantly looking at, okay, do I really need a person for that, right? Because initially you're feeling that pinch. You're feeling that, oh, I also need a full-fledged marketing team. We need 5 people. We need 10 people. We need 15 people. And then you're like, okay, maybe AI can do this much, can take away this much manpower that I need. And it's not a foolproof solution, but you then start discovering what you can do. Because when you look around at the ecosystem, you realize that there are people who are doing some bit of things, maybe writing some pieces of copy with it. And then there is the other end of the spectrum where people are making entire films and releasing campaigns with it and stuff like that.
So in your experience as a lean, small startup marketing team, what are the different functions that AI is fulfilling for your marketing requirement, and to what extent?
So I'll break it up into the marketing functions, right?
Yeah.
So we have brand, growth, we've got performance, we've got media and PR, for example. Brand is still something I feel is hugely human intervention related, but the referencing that we're able to do is far better because of AI. So I'm not spending 3 hours going through Getty Images to find that perfect reference anymore. I literally tell the AI engine what I want and it quickly gives me an image, so I'm there quicker with my brief there.
Understood.
If it comes to growth marketing, it's now doing 90% of the work there.
90%?
Yeah, because this is pure logic and maths.
Break it down for us. How is it doing that?
So to give you an example, right? Today, if I'm, say, working with multiple cohorts that I want to work with, right? I'm first of all asking it, saying that, hey, is there something I'm missing in, say, an audience insight that I'm looking at, for example? The second thing that I'm able to do is, and look, some of this, it'll give you back esoteric answers. It's not that AI is losing it. Sometimes your prompt is bad, as I've learned multiple times. My prompts are
garbage in, garbage out. So you need to feed it with the right questions to get the right answers.
Correct. So what I'm saying right now is very simple, but with each prompt, you make it more nuanced with every go, right? You even ask it things like, hey, give me a media plan for this. And it gives you a good start case. You ask it to say, hey, in this industry where this is my potential CPI, for example, because you're looking at an app and therefore you're seeing what is the best cost per install cases that have been done. Can you give me a benchmark of other things that have been done? So you tend to throw the kitchen sink at it and 5% of it will stick to the wall, right? But that 5% that usually sticks to the wall is very, very useful. And that usually is on stuff that is hardcore logic based. Now, for example, when I'm figuring out, hey, I want to send an emailer to this base of my user or a WhatsApp message to this base of my user, what is a message I should prioritize to this kind of a prompt? And that is an active use case because that's for me retention and re-engagement. That's a big part of what I'm doing in growth, for example, right?
Understood.
And when you're starting your WhatsApp channel, so the one big advantage of large corporations, you don't have to worry about how many people it's reaching. When I started a WhatsApp channel, I started that WhatsApp channel. So the first week, I could only send messages to 1,000 people, right? They cap you at that. So now you're really thinking, 1,000 people, so I better get my shit together and ensuring this is really smart, right? And WhatsApp's also watching because the better the engagement, the more people it will start delivering the message to, basically. Because unfortunately for us, we also started doing this at the time where WhatsApp started limiting the number of customers that could see branded messages. So they started capping at about 5 to 7 branded messages a day, right?
Understood.
So going through some of those pieces and actually trying to then trigger the algorithm with the inputs that we got from AI, that was very interesting, right? Specifically on performance marketing. I think performance is one of those places where you tend to put art in the backseat and you put your logic brain in the front seat, right? And I think the way AI is even able to crack copy for performance, because I think our natural tendency, since we are English learning this thing, I could remember all my teachers saying, write nicer. So I would keep writing longer and AI is continuously making it smaller, thankfully for me. But that's such a simple use case. And it's again a better use of your time, basically. In the overall stack, what I like most about the fact of this is, if you are a traditional marketer with a small team, suddenly things like performance and growth end up taking 95% of your time, right? They might not be 95% contributors to the audience that you have, but you suddenly are then able to upend that entire ecosystem because you're able to say, let AI come in and do the heavy lifting here.
So if I were to sort of summarize what you just shared, right from research to ad copywriting to personalization to messaging, all of those capabilities AI is able to lend to marketing today, right? Very, very interesting. And from a startup perspective, I'm assuming, given that you have a lean team, tearing down every possibility that AI can provide you today.
Yeah, abhi zarurat hai. And I think that sort of zarurat makes you learn faster on a lot of these things, right?
Absolutely.
And it also lets you make mistakes that you
also, from a startup perspective, there are lesser, you can take more risks compared to a larger organization in terms of testing, trying, because you're still trying to build.
And see, there's also more patience because since we are developing this front of office and back of office, right?
Yeah.
Suddenly, organizationally, there's more patience for mistakes that AI makes, basically.
Absolutely.
Right? Because
Absolutely.
you're all tuned to saying that, look, when I'm talking AI with my technology team, they know more than me. So when I go to them with a problem, they actually have a response for me, right? So there's no training them that I have to do. I have stakeholders in the system who can actually guide me better on this journey than I can guide myself.
Yeah, yeah. It's actually not too different to the social media days of early years where you used to put a post and, you know, try and figure out with experiment which will get accepted and go viral. In the same way, you have to keep prompting and be iterative in a process to understand what will give you better results, whether it is strategy that you are seeking, whether it is insight, whether it is copy, creative, everything that marketing revolves around. Very interesting. Let's come to a big company outlook, right? I mean, Sagar, you represent Kotak and 811 in that context. How has marketing adopted AI within the ecosystem, and coming from a BFSI category, which is largely known to be both aggressive, but yet very conservative in different manners, right? And AI is sort of that place where, at least till Azure had not come in, right, everybody was like, oh, our data is going out, or, you know, there are legal implications to this, and so on and so forth. So talk us through how are the use case developing in your ecosystem?
Sure. Good evening, everyone. So you mentioned we are a large corporation. Indeed, we are, yes, but Kotak 811 is very, very new. So actually, we are trying to build India's largest digital bank. We are a startup within Kotak ecosystem. And we are also small, not as small as yours, but we are small. And we are nimble that way as well. So what we have seen is actually AI is still early days for us, and mostly for everyone as well, right? AI, the use of AI, actually we've seen across the marketing funnel, across the customer lifecycle journey, right? From top of the funnel, you mentioned about the advertising, about performance marketing, we've seen use cases there as well, right? From copy to content to creative, we've kind of experimented with everything there. To customer engagement, to customer retention, right? So using personalization videos to kind of, how do I kind of get customer to do that, right?
That's an interesting one. Let's sort of double click on the customer service, customer engagement, because that's a piece that is a huge industry by itself, right? Is there talk to sort of replace humans with AI interactions to service customers, support customers, and where are we on that journey from your perspective? Because that's a huge cost to you as well.
Absolutely.
And given that you're a digital bank, I'm sure that would be one of the questions that you're asking yourself.
Absolutely. So we do have the WhatsApp chatbot. So you'll be 24/7. We are available to you for any customer queries. But we also actually understand how savvy the customers are towards the digital ecosystem and how to using the chatbot. So basically, we have to create the more awareness about the usage of it and to reduce the dependency of the customer service, calling the customer care, and kind of do a DIY service on WhatsApp chatbot. So we have seen kind of use cases there. You can actually kind of, you're building a cases that you can actually buy an insurance through WhatsApp. You can make a fixed deposit if you want. You can buy through WhatsApp chatbot, right? So we are building those use cases through AI kind of to make the customer's life much simpler, reduce the human intervention as much as possible. And we've seen it's early days for us. We're just seeing good results, but we just to kind of scale it up as well. The other point I want to make is the power of AI is about the speed and scale, right? That's the advantage which happens. For example, you talked about example of creativity, right? If I want to launch 500 campaigns in one go, I will need X number of manpowers, like 10 or 15 manpowers to do that. AI allows me to do it within half an hour or 1 hour, right? Even the scale at which we operate, right? Just to give an example that we do SEO as well, SEO content. If I want to generate 100 articles in 1 hour, that I'll require 20 humans to do that, content writers do that. But with AI, it's a matter of just few hours, right? But having said that, it does not replace the human being, right? You will need a blend of both of AI and human. It cannot take away
We'll come to that. Actually, that's my next follow-up question.
Yeah.
When there is artificial intelligence, where does that leave human intelligence and human intervention? How much of that combination are you seeing today, and how do you see that progress? So starting with you, because you just started that, that you can generate 100 SEO articles, but it's not like human intervention is totally. So talk us through that. How are you seeing this combination of human intelligence and AI intelligence? And is this something that you see more and more even in organizations where you are encouraging people to make this combinatory play?
Yeah, no, absolutely. So I think it is not AI versus HI, it is AI and HI, artificial intelligence and human intelligence together, working together. Because like you said, garbage and garbage. So whatever you're going to feed the AI, it's finally a tool or what do you call, the tool or a technology which you're going to use to make your life better, improve your productivity or efficiency. So basically whatever, as a human, you're going to use the tool. So you need to be smart enough to know what extraction you want, what you want to use for. So that, I think you would kind of to scale up, you want to scale up there, saying that, you know, I want to use AI tool for a particular reason, and then the AI will kind of throw up the results. And once it throws up the results, you should have the ability to understand and make sense out of it and how kind of keep doing the prompt, right? You just, for example, right? The first result, in fact, I'll just give an example. Basically, we wanted to come up with the event name, for example, right? So you just put an event name in ChatGPT. The first 10 results are never up to the mark because they are done to death and everybody is very me too of responses. So you keep refining, and the fourth or the fifth response will be the one you'll have, oh, this is interesting, let me try it out, right? And similarly for every content AI which you do, right? Content AI, any tool which you use, very, very standardized. And I think most of the time when we work with the team, hey, this looks like an AI content, right? So it's again becoming like me too content for us as well. So how do we differentiate the content? That's where the human intelligence will come in mind.
Understood. Understood. What about you from a human intelligence combination with AI intelligence? How do you see that interplay work out?
So the word used, right, which is tool, I think that's the most interesting part of this, right? Like most tools, AI is a force multiplier. And we have to treat it as such, basically, right? It's not going to replace hard work at our end, but it can take the hard work that we do and multiply that by 10, 100, 1,000, all of that.
With a better output.
Exactly. And I think what it can do is, I'm not a designer or a filmmaker, for example. Then the gaps in my skill set around an idea I have very easily if I use the right tools, right? So I still need to get the foundation of it right. A shitty idea is still going to have a shitty end result. A good idea is going to have a good end result. But to get that good end result, there's a lot of effort you have to put in. Like, I think when we used to do it with individuals. We would sit with people to get it right. You would train 10 people. You would watch them grow over time, right? Except now you don't have to watch somebody's career grow over 10 years. Your AI engine will learn in 20 minutes. But it's about doing it that second, third, fourth time. I think 90% of people who have I've seen sit down with an AI engine for the first time, like with ChatGPT, they punch in something, some rubbish comes out and they're like, yaar, ye kaam nahi karta. And they walk away. And that can't be the end of your effort, right? So the better the effort, the more nuanced your effort. And like I said, it's about keeping on trying these things, because I don't think anybody knew when they discovered fire for the first time that these are the 4 perfect use cases. You discover it as you go, right?
Perfect.
So like any force multiplier, keep trying different things. That's when you're going to come across the 10 things that work and the 5 things that don't.
Understand. Let's talk about where do we see this going, right? And are the current systems, data structures, organizational structures ready for leveraging AI? And let's only talk it from the perspective of marketing, right? If we just take a marketing perspective, today there are agencies, there are tools, there are, data platforms, and now there is AI, right? In which there is generative AI, where honestly, most common use case is content generation. Second most common use case would be creative generation, whether it's image or video, right? But there is definitely value in connecting marketing systems and giving AI a view of data dots lying in different marketing systems. Like, how is my WhatsApp conversion funnel vis-a-vis my email conversion funnel and why, right? So if we look, let's say the next 3 years, what are the things you believe will develop that will aid or transform marketing or disrupt and destroy certain current structures of working? And you can be as scandalous or controversial as you want to be, because this is crystal ball gazing, nobody's going to put a gun to your head, but we'd love to know your viewpoint given that both of you from a different perspective have used this in today's context of marketing, right? So you can go ahead.
So I tell you, one of the biggest challenges of AI over the next few years is going to be on the presentation of information to a large extent, right? Because a lot of the intimidation around AI is in the way that you have to do something with that information. So there's going to be a lot of that transformation because, look, technology moves faster than the packaging around technology does. But if the packaging around technology can change, this can be truly disruptive in some ways. And I was actually seeing this from the customer service perspective. They're actually creating, people have realized that people don't want to chat with chatbots, right? But they want to talk to human voices. Now imagine that in a B2B perspective. If suddenly giving a prompt is you talking to a person, you're having a conversation with a person, and you therefore weeding out a lot of those bad decisions and bad inputs in that conversation more than anything else. It's going to make you smarter. It's going to give you a bouncing board. A lot of the reasons why we have partners, whether creative, strategy, business, all of those things, right? Or expertise. Today, what we go and bring in an outside expert at times, say, Ankur Warikoo recently said he gets paid 9 lakhs for an hour where he goes and spends with a corporate. I probably wouldn't pay Ankur Warikoo anymore. I would pay an AI engine which can distill everything Ankur Warikoo's got to say and say, hey, give this to me in an email that I can barter to the entire organization, for example, right? So I think there's a lot of fat in the system in some very unnecessary places, which actually is not money that is spent badly. It's money that we're taking away from places we can spend better. And I feel we might start reinvesting that into better places because AI will help us cut down some of the fizul ka kharcha, basically. And that's what I'm hoping for, at least.
Interesting. Or AI could find newer revenue opportunities as well, depending upon how you look at it.
Right? Or it can find Ambani's ATM pin, which is also okay in the larger scheme of things.
Yeah. Sagar.
So just to add what you just said, I think one of the use cases where the AI can go, I think it's on the lines of hyper personalization. Currently, what is happening? We've got, let's say, a crore customer base, for example, right? So you want to target these customers, for example, right? You need more micro segmentation, right? The AI data will help us kind of do micro segmentation and kind of reduce the cost, which is there. Much more sharper targeting and much more bang for the buck. And that's what I think the data science team and the marketing team will have to sit together and kind of use this knowledge of AI, which is there, kind of make those decisions and also allow, like I said, the speed, go to market much quickly.
In fact, this is one example I just gave before the panel when I was sharing with you about the client that we work with, where we identified discount shoppers through the AI segmentation tool in the company that I run, which is Rebid. And that segment remarketing saw 41x ROAS. Now, of course, it created its own sort of cohort based on certain parameters. But the point is, that's the kind of speed at which, it's not like the human cannot do that, but the human effort needed to have 10 attributes filtered and then analyzed with average order value data and so on and so forth would take much longer than what it would take like a AI engine to do. So absolutely agree on the personalization bit. I also believe that there is so much of marketing and advertising data which you are generating daily, right? Which humans cannot possibly comprehend and analyze together, right? Like, I mean, even if we look at, Kotak 811, you're doing television advertising, you're doing, and you're getting reports from everywhere, right? You're doing Google, Meta, GA4, the works, right? Email, SMS, WhatsApp, everything is happening. And daily, weekly, you are seeing these reports. But when you see today's weekly report and then 4 weeks later when you see another weekly report, you've forgotten today's weekly report. You've forgotten learnings, you've forgotten insights, you've forgotten improvements as well. Do you think that as the system evolves, there are, instead of a agency, an agent, AI agency would be there at play to stitch these dots for you over time, over data points, from a futuristic perspective, because we are talking about the future of AI in marketing?
Yeah. That's a smart play of words there about agency to agent. Yeah, I think that's definitely a good point actually. As a marketer, we're always hungry for insights, right? And I think if an AI agent is able to generate insight for me to make really sense of the data and help me kind of make much more sharper marketing campaigns, definitely I can see the value which is going to bring much more than what the agency is going to bring to me, for sure.
Yeah. And because my team works a lot with the different LLMs that are there, whether it's Anthropic, Llama, and the GPTs. Even today, you can actually have a purpose-built agent. Of course, it has scalability issues and data consumption-based issues. Like it can't get all of your last 5 years of marketing data and then provide you an insight. It could do that for a particular angle, but not process it very fast because of just the querying engine and the technology needed for it. But technologically, it is possible. It's just the time it takes. Much like, how much time our phone used to take to boot up in 2005 and 6 and how quickly it works right now. Is the processing speeds as they grow, that's where. Question to you as well. I mean, from this future of AI, we've only been talking about content, creative, video, generation use cases. But what about intelligence use cases? What are those use cases that you see with data accessibility and the generative capability of conversation that AI has now got, right? Where it can speak our language or articulate in a way that humans can understand.
So actually, one part that Sagar said some time back about research, for example, right? So one of the biggest challenges when you're doing GTM most times is everybody assumes that their idea, which is slightly away from the path taken, is the most innovative and interesting, right?
Yeah.
And the problem is benchmarking and researching usually takes a shit ton of time because there is no global repository for every one of these pieces of work. And that's one thing that AI is able to do. And this is research at a wide level and research at a narrow level. Today, when I go and ask very, very narrow questions, and see, sometimes you're not looking to get the right methodology and the way to go somewhere, right? You're not looking for a finish line. But you're sometimes looking to see if the direction you're thinking in has even been considered in the world and if there's an existing case study of it, right? Because sometimes you think, okay, this is a different idea. I'm sure somebody's done it before. And this is ways to easier to go and actually check around the world if this actually has been done before, find those benchmarks and then clean it up a little bit, right? Because there's no point making those same mistakes all over again. Yeah. And that's been one of the things that worked for us in our GTM. Like, I think everybody, when we started talked about CPI campaign, 90% of spends into CPI campaign. And we started seeing the benchmarking where you would see case studies, right? And I realized there are a whole bunch of case studies that there's a scroll. And you're seeing the churn numbers across. Now, when you Google it, you won't find these churn numbers.
Yeah.
But when I was asking AI specifically after 17 hours of reading through that and saying, hey, I want these churn numbers from this case, and I was able to get some of that, then it suddenly informed me maybe that 90% of our spends shouldn't go here. So
you were able to take performance spend decisions leveraging AI research or AI-driven research.
Correct. So when we spoke earlier about it can actually take the weight off me on performance, it's not necessarily that it comes up with the best plan, but suddenly the amount of importance I assign to performance in my overall plan and thinking is, again, calibrated by this. Yeah. So you suddenly tend to ignore a lot of the outside noise because you've got better benchmarks of that data, right? And therefore better decisions being made on an ongoing basis. And of course, some of this has to be backed up with experimentation or you're going all in basically, like you're betting at the table, but it's at least a start point for something, right? And it's far, far, far better than Google search.
So because we have last 3 minutes on the panel, what are the top 3 or 5, you can choose, things that you will do with AI in your marketing day jobs or for your marketing teams in the next, let's say, 12 months or 24 months?
So I think as a marketer, the use for AI is across the funnel, like I said, right? From the top of the funnel to middle to the last mile as well, right? And I think for the marketer, at the end of it, it's about the ROI, right? What's the maximum ROI and what's the business, how you're driving the business. It's no longer about fancy creative. It's not about, the creative looks good, it's about that. It's about what is the impact as a market you're creating to the business, right? And that's where I think the business challenge is what people have today. That's what you're going to look at, I'm saying. Just for example, getting the customer at the best cost, right? And then for the customer, creating the best in class customer experience and onboarding journey, right? I think that's a great use case which we have. How do I kind of cross-sell the right product to you, right? Identifying the right need what you have at this stage and kind of going to do a cross-sell for you. And the retention part of it. How do I retain you so that, I can build a customer life cycle value, lifetime value with you. I think those are the use cases which I think would be really useful for going forward.
Okay.
Well, I have a very clear hit list for this. So next 2 months, I want to run a Telegram community using AI. Okay. And that's number one on my list. I think it's one of the things that's very, very possible. Telegram also has support for bots that can help you do this and things like that.
There are quite a few, I know, creators who are running faceless YouTube channels, earning, at least thousands of dollars, if not millions of dollars, leveraging AI content. Yeah.
Hold on. In fact, I think the second thing that we want to do is, we've seen that education has been often the biggest hindrance for most people adopting technology, right? And the way we are positioned, we are a discovery for everything that you can do on the internet. So if I can aid in that education process, and if I can get AI to keep generating content that will help people better on their internet journey, that is a big win. So for me, that is going to be my 2 or 3 big focus areas, right? So smaller communities, specific channels like Telegram, but larger. So imagine creating, so I don't know how many people you stumbled upon years back, right? Which is to curate the most interesting thing on the web that day. Yeah. But imagine AI now doing that in real time, basis your actual browsing interest, basically.
Yeah. I'll add my 2 points to that as well, because my team has been obsessing and working on this. But specifically, I think, AI for content generation is being democratized now. AI for insight generation is probably lower in the funnel, and that's where my team is working, where how we can draw performance marketing insights, digital marketing insights, using AI and connecting the data dots. The third is AI for actionable or what you call recommended actions, where you create a AI agent that changes the budget from X to Y, or moves the budget from Google Performance Max to Meta Advantage Plus, or deactivates 5 creatives, increases budgets on 4 creatives. Can an AI agent do that, right? The answer is absolutely yes. Can it do it predictably, with stability, over and over again, with maybe human approval and intervention? That is what I think the next 12 months we are working on and trying to deliver for clients as well. So that's what at least excites me.
Yeah, because I think the way you're envisioning it, which is AI sending a human a prompt saying, hey, this has happened, so should I change this around?
Exactly.
That's definitely very,
That's exactly how I think. And that's, and it's, while it's very applicable to the platform that we built and the solution we are providing to clients as Rebit, but I think that's valuable across marketing teams. I don't think it would be presumptuous of me to imagine that in 5 years, every marketing team in every company is going to have a customized AI assistant prompting suggestions like a Jack in the Box, saying, I noticed this, do you think we should do this? Now, it's a bad version of that paper clip that used to come in PowerPoint, right? Which was very irritating. But if you feed enough quality data and enough quality context, then this AI assistant can be very powerful in every marketing team as well. So I do believe that's definitely in the next 5 years, if not 3 years, definitely the future. Our times are...
Just one last comment, just to, on a lighter note, is the future of AI, imagine like Jarvis of Iron Man, right? Everybody will have a Jarvis on his own Jarvis, right? So as a marketer, for me, my customer is Jarvis, not Iron Man anymore. And that's going to be a different challenge altogether.
True, true. Absolutely. Our time's up. Can we take some questions? Maybe one question. Is there any questions on the audience? Yes, the gentleman back there in black, I think. Okay, we can take more questions. Yeah, go ahead.
So, while I'm in full support of AI being used for data insights, but my entire question becomes how the security of the data is, because all these are open and shared resources. So it might not just say that this is okay, this is Vodafone Idea resource, this is Kotak 811 info, but then your database becomes basically a learning model for others also. So while rebate and the things that you explained me sound very exciting and things like that, but the data security point of view is something that how we can cope with that, because currently there's a huge resistance, not because of what AI can do or what the imagination of what AI is. It's like, is it secure enough for me that my marketing data is safe with me, or is it out for the world?
Anybody wants to take that question?
Yeah, so I'll give you a slightly different answer because I know Raji's got a better answer than me. But a few months back, a customer went to a Chevy dealership website, and there was a little chatbot that popped up, and the customer was punching in questions about they want to buy a Silverado, which is a pickup in the US and stuff like that, and then lost interest because the chatbot was gave the answers quickly after 3 questions, and then he said, "Let me try one thing," and he started asking questions that he would ask ChatGPT, and it kept answering. So it was beyond Chevy's sort of approved list of questions. But what had happened is Chevy had used a full-scale LLM at the back end without any limitations. So people could literally use it as a generative AI engine and keep chatting on it. Now, that's a mistake that orgs made in the early stages. They're also learning from these. Now, a lot of orgs are talking about learning from smaller databases, for example, finite databases being a critical part of it. And you see a lot of this being born not just out of data privacy, but also about concerns regarding fair use, IP infringement, and things like that. Because today, if somebody is generating something and the image is inspired by a piece of art that's been done by an existing artist, how are you justifying that, right? Yeah. So there are definitely a lot of things that you can do. There are a lot of these controls that orgs are now focusing on. Raji's got some fantastic examples of it, but orgs are getting smarter. And it's not to say they've not messed up, they have messed up, but they're making mistakes and learning from it very quickly, basically.
You'd like
yeah, especially for corporates like us, you know, we have to, the data is extremely important. The data security and the data privacy is extremely important. So it becomes a different challenge, and you have to actually kind of ensure that the data does not leak, and you know you're using the right data and the integration, and you have to go the necessary checks of ensuring that you know you are compliant as per the regulator. You know, you cannot go beyond that as well. So that's extremely important. You have to keep those checks in mind. Obviously, that poses some level of limitation, but you have to go live with that.
Yeah. I think data security has a bigger threat from humans than AI. Now let me unpack that for you a little bit. I'll only talk in the context of marketing data here because that's what the panel is. Yes, other organizational data, I do agree with your statement that but when it comes to marketing data, your data is already in silos with everybody. Your agency has multiple reports, Google, Meta, AI, all of that. Your CRM has your customer data. Now that is the data you want to keep secure. And even that, you want it to not be shared with anyone. What's better? A human downloads your customer lists and analyzes it, or a AI-led machine which has no intent of sharing that data with anybody else, which sits on a box that you can limit, control, or at least control by a data policy that you have with a vendor like Azure or one of the large vendors who have a lot to risk if your data was leaked, analyzes your customer list and gives you answers. Right? So from a marketing context, my answer to you would be it's far more secure that machine sees your data. As long as that machine doesn't learn from it, share it, or commercially use it, which are guardrails that are already there in enterprise AI APIs. Right? Because honestly, billions of dollars would be lost if these guardrails were not there. Hundreds of corporates would sue Microsoft, sue Anthropic, which has investment from Amazon. ChatGPT also has investment. So it's not a free for all. And especially when enterprise start using these, there are very, very stringent data policy contracts with stringent penalties that are being paid across the world. Just the other day, Meta actually paid $1 billion for biometric data leak and recognition that they were doing without approval. $1 billion. You can read about it. Meta just paid some money, right? So as this grows, so will the penalty and the regulation, and hence so will the security security around enterprise models that are used by mid to large corporates, all of them being able to afford it. So that would be my answer to look at it. You know, it's actually, your data is far more unsecure with human hands and eyes than it is with machine eyes. Machines don't have intent. We are way far away from Terminator type of scenarios, right?
It's not here.
Right? At least 50 years. Yeah. Any other questions? All right. I think with that, I'd like to call upon the team to take over, and thank you so much for listening to us. Hopefully these insights were valuable. Thanks a lot. Yeah, and thank you to the panelists as well.
Thank you so much, panelists. Thank you, Sagar, Adityan, and thank you, Rajiv, for wonderfully moderating that panel. I request Tirtha Vedhak, Head of Strategy at Social Samosa Network, to kindly take the stage and present a small token of appreciation to our panelists. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for sharing insights on how we can delve into the transformative power of AI in marketing and, of course, its implications in the future. Thank you so very much. Can we have a huge round of applause for our panel, please? Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you, Tirtha, for doing the honors. So, ladies and gentlemen, before I welcome our next set of panelists on the stage, I realize this entire event, SAMMIE 2024, Mrinal, has become very, very, very one-sided, extremely one-sided, where only our speakers, our panelists are talking on the stage. I think let's take a little small break and speak to our guests, our attendees, and hear from them, their experiences and takeaways so far. Can anyone volunteer and share anything that you wish to share with us about SAMMIE so far? Yeah. Anyone? Ma'am? Everybody is busy eating. Any inputs that you've learned so far? Anything, any feedback about the SAMMIE 2024?
Okay, I have been like grateful experience till now, and I've learned so many things from the seniors. Actually, they have so much of experience, and I'm gaining, like taking those experience with me, and that is grateful. Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Anyone else? Anyone else? This table? We especially sent in the food so that we bring in some more energy, and that becomes like a catalyst for you to speak something.
I guess the best session I had, or we listened about the AI recent one, which we actually cover for the content for the Social Samosa live tweets. I like the part where the panelists live with me. क्या नाम था उनका? Aditya. He's talking about how we going to not just limiting the AI, and we more focus on the educating the consumer and creating more funnels and a more like a marketing tools or a new journey marketing, so that consumer not just consuming for their queries, more focusing on educating himself or their team to make much better insight for themselves, and plus AI is an open space, so they can even when they learn, the AI also learn, and maybe the community also learn. So he's more focusing on creating the AI with a community and educating. So that's why I could take from this.
That was really wonderful. What's your good name?
Umang.
After that answer, I'm very sure there was one person who was paying attention to our previous panel. Let's give a huge round of applause for Umang, please. Over to you.
Yeah, I think for me, the first session really hit it out of the park. Mr. Singh, the way he, introduced AI and how the evolution of humans and artificial intelligence's involvement in our lives since, 200,000 years ago, how Homo sapiens developed, and the way he built that narrative, that was quite insightful and really remarkable for me.
Thank you. What's your name?
Harshal.
Harshal, believe me, the first session was the most impactful for me also. डर गई यार मैं वो सुन के. We started off on a very scary note, but yes, like you rightly said, it was brilliantly explained and everyone was hooked on to his presentation from the beginning till the end. Thank you so much for sharing your insight. Anyone else? Oh, yeah.
Hello everyone, my name is Nikhil Jain. I'm the co-founder and CMO for Milavi. Milavi is a homemade food delivery application where we deliver homemade food. We are live in multiple cities. So I have attended almost all the sessions and it was a very insightful day for today. But most of the important insight which I got is one, we are facing that the customer journey is not linear. There are multiple layers added to it, the flywheel model, the NPS score, the hyper-personalization part, the micro cohorts, and also about the discount shoppers and all those cohorts which you can create, and through the ROI can be increased. So there are multiple insights and multiple personalization and layers which can be added to your marketing funnel, through which you can optimize your complete ROS and the returns and scale your startup. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Nikhil. Can we have a huge round of applause for Nikhil, please? Nikhil has literally made notes. It is so good to see that generally backbenchers zyada dhyan nahi dete, na? But I can see Nikhil paid full attention for every single session. I can see his notebook is full. Thank you so much for that valuable insight. And it is so good to know there was so much knowledge sharing and knowledge gaining that happened throughout the day. And ladies and gentlemen, 2 more panel discussions to go. And without any further ado, let me welcome our next set of panelists on the stage. So ladies and gentlemen, our next panel is again a very interesting one for all the brand custodians out there who want a quick guide on planning media investments. These experts will provide a roadmap for smart and effective media investments. And to share these valuable tips and insights, please join me in welcoming the panel on stage. We have with us Mr. Deepak Sonpar, Managing Partner at Essence Mediacom India. Joining him on stage, we have Nikhil Dauda, AVP Head Marketing and Product, Mahindra Life Spaces Developers Limited. Arkho Bhattacharya, Head of Marketing, PayU. Gitanjali Sachwani, VP and Head of Marketing, Franklin Templeton, India. And Surbhi Kanjilal, Vice President and Head Marketing and Retail PMO at Reliance General Insurance. Let's please give a huge round of applause for our panelists, please. And on that note, over to you, Deepak. B2, check. Yeah.
Hello. This one works as well. Thank you so much. Welcome all panelists. Looking forward to some interesting discussion. So, my first question, I'll invite Nikhil, and the essence of the question is, could you help understand the commonly used method of effectiveness across both traditional and digital touchpoints?
Thanks, Deepak. Hello? Hello? Yeah, thanks, Deepak. Hi, everyone. Good evening. So, typically, if you look at traditional media, and so we'll talk about both, so traditional and the new age digital media. So in terms of traditional media, typically if you look at television, we've always measured GRPs and the OTSs of the world, right? How much opportunity to see the people have. When it comes to radio, it's largely been about listenership and duration. How long have you heard about these? How long do you really concentrate and listen to the radio channel, right? Print has largely been circulation and readership, right?
In the new age media, yes, of course, if you look at digital today, it allows you to look at your click-through rates, it allows you to measure your cost per lead, it allows you to all the way measure your cost per acquisition, there's a return on ad spend. There are all these metrics that are there, and honestly, it gets very, sometimes you tend to get swayed away with so many metrics that are available. So it becomes very important for each business to actually identify what metric is suitable for them to measure, and that might change in every campaign as well, right? For instance, okay, if you look at Instagram, a lot of brands today are measuring not engagement like shares. What they're measuring is how many people are actually saving their posts, right? There's the option of save posts on Instagram, right? So that's become an important metric. Similarly on YouTube, how many people are actually selecting save to watch later? Right? So those are the kind of metrics also people are today measuring. It's not just about how many clicks are happening and how many people are actually going to purchase. Yes, of course, those are needed for different kinds of businesses, but there are all these different kinds of measures that are coming in today, which are becoming extremely effective to understand the audience in different ways.
Okay. Surabhi, may I invite a follow-up question? Nikhil put light on traditional touch points. I just want to sense check with you is, how have these evolved with the advent of digital technologies?
See, basically, from the pretext of what we are supposed to measure when it comes to media or when it comes to advertising, I think everything boils down to the kind of return that you are expecting from the campaign or from the brand or from the activity that you have undertaken, right? The traditional media has always been on the face, whether it is television, whether it is outdoor, radio, whatever. So you will constantly hear it, you will see it every day while going to office, you will, whenever you switch on the channel, you will look at the ad. So it was on the face. Digital is exclusive to an individual at the right place, at the right time, and at the opportune moment when he's probably thinking to do it. There is an impulse action, there is a search that is happening. So there is some initiation from the user, and that is when an advertisement is triggered. Now, in the traditional context, where the digital influx has happened has only happened in terms of the measurability, and probably revolving around the audience which is also probably consuming content on digital, right? So when we are releasing a print ad today, we are also starting a Facebook campaign or a Meta campaign or a Google campaign, or probably, making people capture from all 360 directions. So I think one aspect is the 360-degree ecosystem that we have created with digital, to the measurability part, wherein, for example, if a person is watching an ad on television, there are beacons which identify, throw up the ads in searches or probably in the display campaigns, and then that's how you start looking at funneled attribution or probably correlated attribution. So that is where I think the influx of both these streams has happened.
Thank you. In fact, you've given me a good question, which I'll ask you in the attribution piece. Coming to this side, please.
So, I just want to closer to us. Yeah. Is it? Yeah. Can you guys hear me? Yes. Yeah. So, I will take a leap from what she just said, right? But I have always looked at it very simplistically. So when I'm looking at traditional media, all metrics are probabilistic in nature. When I'm looking at digital media, right, I would somehow say it is deterministic in nature. But where I'm picking up from where she left off is the ROAS. It is not that 10 years back, 15 years back, right, 20 years back, yes, I am that old, right, we didn't look at ROAS. ROS still made sense, right? The KPI and metrics for traditional media have always been limited and still remain limited. But what digital has done, no, digital has allowed us to define our own metrics as a business, right? The number of metric that we were looking to move with traditional will always be limited to 4, 5 or 6, right? But in digital, as Nikhil just put in, it can be a plethora of outcomes that you're looking at. But the only mistake I think we as marketeers make when we are deploying traditional media and digital media together is that we do not differentiate between KPIs and outcomes. Both are completely different things, right? So sometimes I would have somebody call up and say, okay, hey, your outcome is कि आपका metric is CPA. So what I go on and say, CPA is my KPI. My outcome might be awareness. My outcome might be sales. So from a media professional angle, it's very essential we make our business stakeholders understand the difference between a KPI and an outcome, because ROS will be calculated on outcomes and delivery will be calculated on KPIs. So that's essential.
So I'll follow up with you, but one terminology. So we measure media outputs and business outcomes. And that's how we want to
keep it.
Yeah. So the follow-up question is this, because you're trying to compare both, right? In context of conversion tracking or audience engagement, how do you maneuver both the worlds of traditional and digital?
TLDR, right, it is the amount of dollars my marketing brings in, right? What I modulate between all these things is the duration I'm looking my results for, right? Is it a short duration? When I say short duration, I do not look beyond 7 days, 10 days. Is it a medium term duration? Maybe from a month, right? And then there are long term goals, like both of these medias will help us achieve. So I look at it from a micro angle. What would be a micro angle is, okay, when I am running an ad or when I am running either digitally or on CTV or wherever it is, right? The website visitors, the app downloads, right? Or the subscriptions that I gain. Those are micro deliverables. On a macro level, no, over a period of 2 months, when I'm running my campaign, does the composition of my visitors or consumers change, right? Does my organic traffic increase? Do my search trends show a movement? Those are macro trends. And then on a longer term, there are business trends. Business trends would be, do consumers trust me more? Does my LTV increase, right? Do I have a shorter path to sale than I had before, right? Those things cannot be done on a micro or a macro level, but those are longer term business, as you said, business outcomes that will happen for some businesses. That might be 3 months, for some businesses up to 3 years.
Fantastic. Gitanjali, same question to you, and I'll repeat. In the context of audience engagement or conversion tracking, how do you maneuver both the worlds?
So, I think I agree with everybody here, and that's not a good thing. We should have different points of view on the stage. But I think it's a question which, I don't think many marketers will have a different point of view. But yes, I think they don't compete with each other. They complement each other, right? So I think at Franklin Templeton, what we make sure that together, what they achieve as matrices ticks off the following boxes. One, brand impact. So, whether you're choosing traditional or digital medium, does it get you the brand impact? Does it get you a wow factor? Does it get you, I'm a Bollywood fan, I'm just going to bring in a song, Kaun hai ye jisne dobara mud ke mujhe nahi dekha? So I want that wow effect. I want that brand impact. Second is scalability. What I can do in Mumbai, can I do it in Nasik and Nagpur, right? Engagement. I think we're all talking about, the digital matrices, from impressions to views to click-through rates, all of that. So the engagement piece, I think Nikhil spoke about saving, recipes or saving it for later. So I think that's engagement. Sustainability. For example, I may choose to sponsor the Mumbai Marathon this year. Can I do it every single year? I'm not really sure about that, right? So it has to tick off the following boxes. And the main important one is marketeers, which we are always answering, is cost effectiveness. Does this actually make economical sense? Is it affordable? So I think if together these two, digital and traditional medium, tick off the 5 boxes, for different permutations and combinations, for different campaigns, then I think the marketing team at Franklin Templeton gets its bonuses.
Well said, well said. Just following up, so there's this interesting touch point called CTV, which is at the cusp of both. Yes. Right? There's enough published learning about how it is better in attention, There's enough published learning about how people don't know it's CTV, they just think it's TV.
Yeah.
Right, particularly for cord cutters. So help throw some light on it.
I've been an early cord cutter myself. I'm not talking as a marketer, I'm talking as a customer. I mean, my 80-year-old at home, operates out of a connected TV and not out of the cable TV, right? So we're early cord cutters, but as a marketer, I think I just brushed up my numbers in the morning. We're going to be having 45 million households, by the end of 2024 who will be having connected TV. Very happy to share some experiences or some anecdotes that we've had at Franklin Templeton. I think, when you advertise on TV, marketers like us who have tight pockets cannot really afford television. I sometimes don't even meet TV media team because I say, it's going to waste your time because I'm not going to be able to afford it. So when this happened about 3 to 4 years back and they came and told us, no, we have a choice for you on connected TV. And we said, what's that and what can we do about it? So today we actually use connected TV to do pin code mapping.
Yep.
We're Franklin Templeton, it's a multinational company in India. We're 28 years old, but we still struggle with, reaching out to the corners of India and Bharat. And we wanted to advertise across specific markets where we have branches, where we have our investors and distributor partners. And when we had that, we said, okay, these are the pin codes. Can we advertise in these locations? So it really helped us, do pin code mapping very, very carefully. It helps us retarget. So someone who's actually come on to, one program or one show or one OTT, we actually, try and retarget them across other platforms. I'm also not a marketer who believes in, bulk buys or purchases from on shows. So therefore, we want to chase a customer. So if somebody is watching, say, MasterChef Australia, and then, the next minute she's watching Anupama, I'm going to chase her.
Yep,
and I'm not going to be bulk buying from, particular programs or shows. So I think connected TV helps you reach out, helps you do this in an affordable fashion. So marketers like me who have less budgets have to find creative ways to navigate our way.
Cool. Thanks to these questions, I have a job. So I think with the word retargeting, I want to pivot to performance, right? And I'll invite Nikhil to add. So Nikhil, the question is, how do you balance both brand and performance? Given that you will have short-term, long-term KPIs, immediate target, long-term targets, etc.
So firstly, I'd like to tell us what the brand is in the first place, right? Because it's very important to understand that a brand is not something what you say. A brand is what you deliver and what others say about you.
Correct.
So if a brand is going out and saying something on media, doesn't mean that is the brand, right? So firstly, that's just about that. To answer your question specifically, I think I'd like to take an example of Nike. Okay, so some of you may have read very recently, Nike has, in the last 9 months, Nike has lost a market cap of $70 billion, okay, which is unprecedented in their history, right? So it started off in about 2020 when there was a change in management. There was a new CEO, a new CMO who came in, and they decided to make a few changes, right? The changes led right from how do they design the product. So they wanted to bring in a lot of tech and consumer understanding from analytics to be able to design their products. The second change they made was the largest impact, which was the entire piece on distribution. They wanted to turn into a D2C company as opposed to using wholesale channels, etc. Right? And the third thing that they did was they started changing the way they marketed the product. They centralized everything. They moved out from mainline advertising to quite an extent from what they used to do earlier, and moved into purely e-commerce D2C performance led, right? So the first few years after 2020, because there was a lag effect of the pandemic for quite some time, they did well. They was quite successful. In the last, since I think early 2021, 2022 is when they saw a huge dip, right? And the dip happened every quarter. That just went on to give an example of why all media channels need to work in harmony. You cannot say that I'm going to do only performance vis-a-vis I'm going to only mainline. And if you look at a lot of brands today, all of us have seen Shark Tank in some form or the other, right? Yeah. So there are a lot of brands who have built or started their journey on e-commerce, right? On marketplaces. They've reached a certain level of 10 crores, 20 crores, 40 crores, 100 crores. After that, they all want to build a brand. They all turn कि हमको brand बनाना है, right? Why? Because it does three things. One, the moment you have a brand, you can charge a premium, right? You're no longer relying on the ad buys that you do on Amazon, right? How long can you keep doing ad buys and keep featuring right on top? Right? The second thing it does is it allows you to move away from the pricing war, right? Because otherwise, if you're featured right up on price, that's where you will be, right? How long can you keep fighting that? And the third thing as a brand it does is that it kind of starts getting into the space of generating demand for you rather than relying on the demand that is already there on the marketplace, right? So those are the three, and of course it allows you to start getting into product line extensions, because you've created a certain brand. So those are the things that brand does. So I think the answer to your question specifically will be that you need all the mediums. You cannot rely on, say, I'm doing only performance or I'm only going to do this thing. Yes, each media has its own effectiveness. They all need to work in harmony. And I think there has to be flexibility. Today, in the kind of world we are living in, what worked yesterday will not work tomorrow. Yep. So we need to have that attitude of experimentation. Right? If we experiment, only if we know what's worked, what's going to work, we be agile and keep making that change. That will allow that balance.
Thank you. Orgo, same question to you, but a little refined. Okay. So performance versus brand, is there a golden ratio? Is there a thumb rule that you want to advise us on?
Recommendation alert, right? Yeah. I'll steal that from one of the presentations of Essence Mediacom. So Essence Mediacom essentially has again, a disclaimer, not a client of Essence Mediacom currently. So 25-75 would be the golden ratio, 25% on performance, 75% on brand for any business, if you want to follow thumb rule, yeah. Right? But depends on what kind of business are you representing or what's your product/service, it would change. For example, if it's a rational business, right, where people take rational decisions, right, we would say performance marketing would work. But research has shown there the split still remains 60-65% with brand and only 35% with performance marketing. Then you look at subscription point businesses. Franklin Templeton would be a subscription-led business, right? Where, when I say not a subscription like Netflix, but where you keep going back over and over and over again. There also it will always entail a brand-led, acquisition interface will work. But if you are maybe a quick commerce business, right, which is an emerging category or a growth category, there the skew will be different. I think around 55% would still remain brand, but 45% would go into performance. So depending on who you are gratifying, and are you gratifying the person for a first time, or are you a niche business, not extremely niche, but niche. So that is where I think between brand and performance sets in. I also believe in knowing the curve of diminishing return. Brands, if done too narrowly or too segmented, becomes performance marketing. We cannot expect brand results from it. And performance marketing beyond the curve of incrementality becomes branding. So the whole idea is one can morph into the other. So you have to find the right mix for your business, and hopefully you yourself or an agency can deliver that for you.
Fantastic. So follow-up question, Argo, then I'll come to Gitanjali. What metrics are critical for measuring success of performance?
It has to be right deep funnel. First is cost of acquisition. Once you have acquired, depending on the type of business, over the next 6 to 8 months, depending on how frequently a customer buys from you, is repeat purchases. Those are the only things that will keep your performance marketing as a sustainable model. Unless your media, right? If I'm buying for a media company, then just acquiring a customer and then hopefully he finds you over and over again is the way. So it has to be cost of acquisition, and then cost per transacting customer, if I may put it.
Okay. Same question, Gitanjali.
So it's performance marketing. It doesn't change, you know, from brand to brand, but yeah, maybe an add-on share of voice. So, you know, with respect to with so many players being in the market, what's your wallet share? What's your share of voice? I think that is something that we closely track for our brand, but I think pretty much on the same page.
Perfect. So, coming this side, should be inviting you to this question. Short-term, long-term performance branding from your point of view.
Insurance, brand building is the most important thing, because ultimately we are in the service of trust building, and we are there to pay claims. So the customer has to believe in us, and for that having a positive outlook, whether we do it with any channel, whether we do it with traditional media or digital media or performance marketing or brand marketing, I think what we need to address is whether we'll be solving their problem at the end of the day or not, and whether they will be able to bank their trust upon us or not. So I think it depends, as my peers had said, that it depends from brand to brand or from industry to industry, but I think it has to be a good mix. But yes, storytelling wins at the end of the day.
Cool. And since you have the mic, I'll follow it up with the attribution question. Because I work in CPG and attribution is complicated, right? So what common challenges do you face in attribution, particularly in a multi-channel environment?
This is not a challenge that has come very recently. I think from the time digital came into the sphere and matrices came into place, almost I'm talking about say 15, 17 years back, when we started looking at platforms. We understood that it's not easy to kind of attribute, and even today nobody, I'm sure there are so many people sitting here, nobody can very accurately say that the data that they get with respect to attribution platforms give the complete accuracy with respect to where is it coming from, where the customer has seen you before. So there are various touch points where we are present in today's time and day, right? If I talk about insurance per se, we advertise on television, we are there on OTT, we are there on news channels, both on mobile, whether it's in shorts or whether it is online, whether it's the Times of India. There is a, as I said, plethora of availability with respect to the touch points where you can hit the consumer in today's day and age. Now, whether this person has landed or clicked on my InShorts ad after seeing that particular ad, or he has also seen my outdoor, seen my print, and then probably made a conscious decision that, okay, this is a recall, let me just click on it and act. So the attribution is a resultant of a lot of hits probably, which do not come across accurately, no matter where you track it from. So I think as a marketing person, I feel intuitiveness with how we build media plans has a lot of impact with respect to how we kind of generate outcomes for the business. Because after a given point, the KPIs are only for numbers, are exactly the ones which help you measure whether whatever you ran worked for you or didn't work for you.
Thank you. So I'll just give you a small anecdote that happened with me. I gave a similar answer to a very senior CMO. She gave a perspective on attribution about her choosing to buy a X brand car when she was 10 years old, but she bought it at the age of 40. But she asked me one very interesting question. And she said, Deepak, this I know since childhood. Okay. But tell me which model works better. So if there are two specific plans, one heavy on X touch point, one heavy on Y touch point, how would you go about choosing the weights, or how would you go about choosing the model?
My model will always depend on where my consumer is, what is he watching, how am I evaluating that concept. Like for example, I am targeting somebody between the age group of 25 to 35. I release a campaign which targets the middle-aged person. Because I feel they are more easy, more evolved, more prone to convert to an insurance sale. vis-a-vis somebody who's 25-year-old looks at Instagram the entire day and probably would look at my campaign and just think, oh yeah, I need to buy an insurance. Let me think about it over a period of time, or probably not even think because my dad is taking care of it. Now, here is where my question will lie. If I have to choose a model, I have to think where the consumer today is, whether he's 25 or 45. The attention span of the consumer has reduced significantly. I have 6 seconds for a consumer to look at my campaign, whichever medium I go and flash myself on. So if I'm looking at attribution or probably models that I need to choose today's consumer's mindset with which I'm going out. Whether or I expect any outcome from it or not is a very different subsequent response that can be very elaborate. But in today's date, I'll go with the model wherein, okay, I have to sell a personal accident policy. I'll target somebody who's sitting at a car showroom. Why? Because that person is more prone to convert. And this is a knowledge that I'm not giving from right now. This is a knowledge that was applicable even 10 years back. Because it's the intuitiveness that will come with respect to models, right?
Yes, thank you. Gitanjali, inviting you for a question, taking a feather from what you said about different cohorts, age 25, age 45, right? So I want to invite you for a question about how does AI help you personalize for these cohorts?
So I think I'll just give you an example which can tell you, what we've done and how we've used AI in the mutual fund industry. And at Franklin Templeton. So, even if you go to a restaurant or a Udupi cafe and you say, Bhaiya, Anna, ek coffee de do. Whereas you call him, you ask him, Anna, naam kya hai? Vinay. And you tell him, Vinay, ye leke aana. It makes a dramatic difference in the service he extends to you. So if you extend that same personalization, that same customization on digital, and other modes of communication, it does help you get to something that I call as brand love, right? Because you're talking to me, you're talking to Gitanjali, you're not talking to a cookie pool. So that makes me feel extremely special. So artificial intelligence actually helps you do that, and I think that's why it's a very much a favorite for all marketeers. How we used it is, for example, we did a bit of customization. We used YouTube's Wogon. I'm not sure how many of you know about it, but you should go and Google and find out. But it's a very interesting model. So if I'm on Google and I'm an A.R. Rahman fan and I'm searching for play A.R. Rahman instrumental music, I can actually choose to put up an ad which says, listening to your favorite music playlist, what about your investment playlist? If I'm actually Googling on, which is the latest Royal Enfield bike and how much does the 350cc cost, I can actually throw up an ad which says, wish to ride the market volatility wave better, invest in an SIP. So it allows you to do stuff like that, which helps us customize. So you know that you're talking to that one particular person who's Googling a particular item specifically. We've also used it, and it actually got us a huge success rate. The click-through rates were the best we've ever seen. So yes, it did get us brand love, but it also got us business. Another thing that got us with our distributor partners was, everybody sends out a greeting card, right? WhatsApp is so easy. Dear all, happy Diwali, happy Raksha Bandhan. At least I don't respond to messages which are generic in nature unless it says Dear Gitanjali. So we came up with a video message which, AI helped us pronounce Surabhi's name, Nikhil's name, Argo's name, Gitanjali's name as our names need to be pronounced. Not as Getanjali or, Arg or Nick or, Surabh. It actually pronounced the way the names need to be pronounced correctly. And we got such a beautiful response, a heartwarming response from the distributor fraternity saying, you really took the trouble to wish us. How did you go about doing this? We did this about 3 to 4 years back. So I think AI gets a beautiful idea, scalability, which otherwise is difficult to get. So it helps you also get cost effective because you are trying to do it at scale. It gets you the volume discount, and it helps you play it out very differently in the market.
Cool. Lot of learning and lot of execution already done at your end, right? So taking a step up on this, what advice would you give to the industry, to the young ones in the industry, to adopting the media strategy to stay ahead of the curve? What should we start doing?
Blend it. You know, I think you cannot choose either or. It has to be both. None of the channels, none of the media platforms are competing with each other. We used to have, mainline agency and a digital and social media marketing agency. Now I think it's so fungible. Everybody is doing everything.
Correct.
So I think it's a pinpointed, very simple, lucid. Keep it simple and blend it. It's not a choice. It's a no choice choice.
Fantastic. I come to my last question, which I'll ask all of you all in this order, is how are the shifts in consumer behavior influencing media investment strategies and choices?
I like this back to back, you just set it all in a flow and then, yeah, absolutely. Actually I'm an old school marketeer, and I'll go back to tell you that the first era of marketing that I experienced as a consumer was when things were sold as products. So there was a prestige cooker that was sold as a cooker, saying, you're going to be able to cook a happy meal for your family. Then came the era of, marketing emotions. I still would love to quote my favorite ad, "Kuch khas hai zindagi mein" from Cadbury's, right? Where you were not selling a chocolate, you were selling, a smile and, the blush that the girl had when she went onto the field because her boyfriend, who was a cricketer, scored a 6, right? The third era was, about performance marketing and, trying and getting all the matrices right and getting all your impressions and click-through rates and cost per click and cost per, view right. But I think the era that we are in right now, it's about, addressing the consumers because they want an experience. They're not looking at products or solutions. They're looking at experiences. They want their senses and sensibilities to be touched. So how do you go about it is when everything comes together as a solution, as an experience, which is all your departments talk to each other, all your systems talk to each other. So, so for example, the OTT platforms, right? Probably a Z5 is talking to a Hotstar and is talking to a Sony Live. But is it also talking to a YouTube? So that I do not really show the same ad time and again to the same consumer who's across these platforms and just hammer the message. So it's about making sure that, you are there where the consumer wants you to be there rather than you driving your agenda. So I completely agree with Surabhi when she said that, you have to be where the consumer is and everything else is just around that. So, yeah.
Fantastic. Orgo.
I'll quickly go. So just consumer trends I see will shape marketing, right? And how consumer behavior is. Consumers trust brands less. So that's happening. So anything you do marketing needs to address that. Consumers demand authenticity, right? So that is the second thing every marketeer has to look at. Third is the attention span is going down, right? So you have to make your videos work in less than 10 seconds maybe. So that's the next thing. The fourth thing is, which is I personally believe is the most major thing, is fundamentally consumers have started coming to brands, right? So that will change everything. We talked about AI, right? We have talked about multi-touch attribution. We have also talked about the changing faces in consumer marketing. So now it is not only a brand reaching out to a consumer, but AI needs to be there because consumers are now picking up WhatsApp, right, and messaging you, talking to you on Twitter, or maybe touching base with you on social media. So the whole idea is your marketing should be geared up for incoming more than just push communication. So I think that is one of the largest lack of trust, only authentic communication, and ready for incoming queries is the three things are changing over a period of say next 12 to 15 months, which will affect how consumer marketing is done.
Fantastic. Very, very well articulated. Nikhil.
So quickly, because there's lack of time, two things. One is, I think, what Gitanjali mentioned, that hyper-personalization. Today, the consumers don't say market to me, they say market to me, not to my demographic, right? Yeah. So it's about very hyper-personalization. And there also it is about, today, they've stopped thinking for themselves to an extent. And I'll elaborate why I'm saying that, is because today you're relying on Netflix to tell you what to watch. You're relying on Airbnb to tell you where you're planning your next holiday. You're relying on an influencer to tell you how to make the best idlis, right? So consumers in many extent have stopped thinking themselves for a lot of things, right? So how do you capitalize on that and hyper-personalize that aspect? And the second part is, I think, content. While Argo, you mentioned about the diminishing time, attention span, and that has also been corroborated by the American Psychological Association, where they said that, you know, the attention span has now dropped from 2.5 minutes to 45 seconds. At the same time, I think there are two worlds coexisting. All of us still watch and consume beautiful ads which last for 2 to 3 minutes.
Yes.
All of us still watch podcasts that last for 1 hour, then 2 hours, and 3 hours long, because that is content rich. Right? So I think there's a slight balance that you can't just say that 15 second mein ad banegi, nahi, right? There are plenty of opportunities. If your content is right, if the consumer is liking the content, they will sit and spend 3 hours behind it. So those are two aspects here.
Thank you, Nikhil.
So, Nikhil, I would just take up from you and everybody. I think most of the points are majorly covered, but I'll pick up two things. One, that this is an era of content. No matter who the consumer is, who you are targeting, everything boils down to the kind of content or the messaging / communication you are targeting them with. If you have a beautiful piece of storytelling, they'll watch you for 20 minutes also. If you do not have it, they will skip you, they will not even wait for nanoseconds, right? So I think it is very hard to predict the consumer behavior for the next 5 years also, because we have seen such drastic shift in the consumer patterns in the last 4-5 years. Specifically, what COVID has done was unanticipated altogether. You know, the shift of whether it is internet usage, I'll not throw any numbers right now, because it is expanding at a rate which is so different. Like, you know, an amoeba is becoming a paramecium overnight. So it's so different that, you know, people are now not looking at who you are, why you are. If I need you, and if you are there where I need you, then I'm interested in you, otherwise I'm not. That's the consumer behavior in one sentence for you. Because they are not genuinely interested in exploring you. कि अच्छा मैंने एक Reliance का ad hoarding पे देखा, let me just take a look at it. वो दिन चले गए कि मैं ad देखूंगा and then I will make a decision. No. If I need insurance and if you are there where I'm probably exploring something, whether it's Instagram, I'm scrolling my reels, whether it's YouTube where I'm looking at my shorts, or whether it is Times of India where I'm reading my news, or Money Control where I'm buying my stocks or taking advice, then probably I'm interested in you. Okay, then you are at the right place because I am the consumer, right? So everything at the end of the day boils down to whether he needs you or not.
Well said, thank you. You all have been a wonderful panel.
Deepak, can I take just,
please.
So maybe a vote here, right, for everybody. So there are two things that I personally feel I will ask my fellow panelists and of course you, right. The first is, I think AdTech and MarTech will converge.
Yeah.
There will be nothing, two separate silos won't be there. And I think integrated marketing teams, especially in terms of media and performance, are the way to go. So that is what I want to, maybe you can take a vote on, maybe later. Yeah. Okay, do they see this happening?
You can take a vote right away.
Yeah.
Please.
So how many of you think AdTech and MarTech, right? It's sensitive because you will have AdTech professionals and you have MarTech professionals. But I think AdTech and MarTech will merge into one maybe as soon as next 12 to 18 months. And AI is just accelerating that.
So if you all believe AdTech and MarTech will merge, raise hands.
So not a lot of believers.
Last bencher believes, and they are the startup people. Yeah.
And the second bit is integrated marketing teams. What I mean with that is you have a brand silo, you have a maybe a performance silo and a product marketing silo. I think those are also going to go away, maybe earlier than later.
Let's take a vote. How many of you will say yes?
I think I would say because everything is becoming so fluid with each other that, without the platform, you don't know where and how to position yourself. Without the, the marketing or the brand support, you don't know how to speak that language and where to put your product out. So I think it is getting seamlessly blending into each other very, very well. So I think in the future, we'll definitely look at it with AI coming in. So I think everything is any which way is boiling down to the same path.
Thank you. Guys, you all have been a wonderful panel. Thank you so much, each one of you all. I'll leave you all with one thought. Again, I learned from a very senior CMO. She said 10 years from now, media will become like water. तुम उसको purify करते रहो और jar अपना रखो बस. Thank you.
Thank you so much, panelists, and I request Sito Raju, Business Head, Trade Marketing, Social Samosa Network, to kindly take the stage and felicitate our panelists. Thank you so much for sharing such practical advices and providing a clear roadmap to all of us for making informed investment decisions in marketing. Thank you so very much. Let's have a huge round of applause for them, please. Let's give our panelists one more round of applause. Thank you once again for your valuable insights. We are taking proof that we have given you gifts. Thank you so much once again. Thank you. And ladies and gentlemen, this brings us to the final session of the day. And what better than ending the summit by discussing what future holds for Indian marketing and Indian advertising industry and what trends are shaping it as well. So ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome our final panel. The session chair for this session is Abhishek Gupta, CMO Edelweiss Life. Joining him on stage, we have Tara Kapoor, Marketing Head for Duolingo English Test India, and Ruta Patel, Head Brand Marketing, Raymond Lifestyle. We can use a cordless mics on the stage? Okay. Let's please welcome them with a huge round of applause, everyone. And over to you, Abhishek.
Okay, I am told we are already running late. So one promise to all of you. Number one, we'll keep it fairly concise, precise, and stick to topic. That is number one. Number two, we will not keep it very boring. We will try to bring in as practical examples as possible. And number three is, I don't think we might have time for question and answers, but we can always take them outside. This panel is now between you and the awards. So that's why I said we'll keep it very concise. Okay, so, the topic we are talking about is trends that are shaping the future. But as we look at it, the change has always been a constant. There has been changes that are happening, especially in this world. And we just heard the previous panel when they were talking about short attention span, overload of communication, and changing needs. The needs are changing so fastly, the preferences are changing so fast, that probably we marketers might not be able to keep up the pace with these changes. So what do we do? What do we do in such a scenario when changes are happening? And against this, let's see what some future holds for us. What we have over here is a panel which comes from somebody who has worked in advertising and now into apparel, somebody who's actually working on testing particular apps, especially from a language perspective, and has that background. And what we realized, and I come from BFSI, and what we realized as we were talking behind this, in our session just before this, is there are so many similarities in so seemingly unrelated industry like an insurance and language testing, or a test when you do you take up a test. So probably we'll drive on this. Let's start. My question, I'll start with you first, Ruta. Before we go into future, what is the future of marketing looks like, let's go a little back. Okay, then I think we can build the context. Let's talk about evolution. What do you think have consumers evolved, especially in your industry, and how do you think that the brand has responded?
Sure. So I think one really big thing, and it's still, as in the impact is obviously not going to go anytime soon, is what happened with COVID. And I think apparel was definitely one such industry which saw a huge, huge change. Why? Because we were obviously all in our casual sitting at home, doing calls, putting on a blazer if we had to go on video. It just changed the way people dressed up. And coming back to work, yes, work from home, number of days, number of hours, all of that was one conversation. Clothing was, of course, another very, very big part of this. And I look after the apparel brands at Raymond, which is Park Avenue, Color Plus, and Parks. And one thing that we've noticed, and the evolution of the consumer as we speak about it, is the fluidity that's come in. Okay, now when I say fluidity, it's literally in everything. Okay, so if I talk about gender-related clothing, today it is so genderless. Of course, the big numbers will come from the whites and the blues, and we were discussing that. But today, the kind of options that people are willing to wear in mainstream clothing, across genders, it's really opened up from ever before. What COVID brought in was this entire hybridization of clothing. So even if I am wearing formal clothes, even if I'm looking as sharp and dapper as ever, I want to be comfortable. And I think today, being from the industry, today I was noticing everybody from Social Samosa who went up on stage, and I think they really brought this point alive for me. So really sharply dressed, but in very, very comfortable clothing. So I think that hybridization, so whether it's formal and you are in the most comfortable clothes in formal wear, or even when we talk about casual clothes, today there is business core and casual. So you are wearing full sleeve shirts, which although casual, will allow you to go for a brunch, which is a business brunch. So there is that fluidity again in the type of clothing you're wearing. Whichever way you look at it, today the consumer is very clear that there is no, this is the way or that is the way, that's coming. And to address the second part of your question, how is the brand addressing this? I think for us, it's very simple and clear. We have to address it in our designs. Before each season that we launch, we do in-depth understanding of our consumers to see what they want, what they're looking for. Obviously, we have our own loyal consumers, so we know what are the kind of things that they're buying. And that all gets reflected in the collections that we are putting out season after season. So, yeah, I think...
that's a wonderful way. I really loved what you said. Fluidity that has come in. Yeah. So no longer compartmentalization. Yeah, it's actually, you can easily move from one thing to another. Yeah. I like the word fluidity instead of change. It's the fluidity which has come in. Thank you for this. Tara, you work on Duolingo English language testing app, right? Now, I remember when we were growing up, English learning was Rapidex English learning book. There used to be a book called as Rapidex English learning course, right? So from that era to now something which you are learning and then you are testing and everything is happening online, including validation by universities and a lot of authorities in terms of acceptance. So how has this change happened? How has the consumer looked at it and how has the consumer changed? And more specifically, the product which has evolved. So if you can touch upon these two parts.
Yeah, absolutely. So like you said, the product I work on is the Duolingo English test, which is a high-stakes proficiency test like IELTS or TOEFL, since most of you might know that as a product. And since we're talking about trends that are changing the future, I think education and testing is one of the most old-school industries, right? It's always been go to a test center, education has to happen in a university, and COVID was that disruptor to really showcase that education doesn't need to happen in a classroom. And what we were also able to showcase was learning and education doesn't have to be refined to a location. Access shouldn't be a barrier to quality learning and education. And that's sort of where Duolingo, both the language learning app and the DT as a testing product came into play. And that's because of technology and the developments that have that should have brought this industry forward a lot earlier. So our product is a 1-hour online test that you can take from your house. It's secure, it's accepted by universities, and it's adaptive. So using AI, the difficulty of the test evolves depending on your skill set. So you get a better score as you sort of progress. And this is done in a super convenient way. So you're done in an hour, you're sitting at home, all of that, right? And I think that's the disruption that's happened to a very, very traditional category. And that's sort of what our product and the change that we've seen. So we've seen something where you, in some cases, have had to travel from a different city to get an appointment for a test that takes 3.5 hours. You wait for a week for a result. This is completely changed and transformed in the last 3 to 4 years.
Very interesting. So something which was, while learning is at one part, what I find very interesting is the scores being accepted by universities across the world and it being seen as a perfect alternate to a well-defined old age tested way of working. That would have taken, I'm sure, a lot of work behind, but amazing sense of how things have moved. And since now we are talking about how things have moved, we have talked about how was the past, how have consumers evolved. Now I would like you to probably dwell some time and explain your perspective of what, and sticking true to the topic of our discussion, what are the trends that you see will shape marketing in years to come?
Okay, so I think the process has already started. The evolution, I think, since I've joined the industry and since I've started working, I think there was a time of slow-paced change. Of course, change kept happening, but it was slow-paced. I think the last 5-6 years, it's just been rapid, and the number of options available have been just, it's just been going crazy. And I was here for the first session, which is, how do you get more for less? And I think that is really defining how marketing is changing in today's world. So if I look at it, the kind of avenues we have today as far as marketing is concerned, there is no, I still remember my growing up days where it was print, TV, ATL, BTL. I think that's completely out of the window because there isn't really anything that's not a touch point today. And we spoke about also I think the earlier session spoke about business and marketing and how today they're so aligned and marketers today take a lot of business responsibilities. I think that's the beauty of it. These touch points, however unconventional they may be, they are able to drive business as well. And as promised by Abhishek, I think I'll give you a couple of examples. So last year we launched our casual range for Park Avenue. And again, the formal is what the brand is known for. Abhishek is in a Park Avenue shirt. So formal is what the brand obviously got built on. And today, like I just spoke of in the earlier part, casualization is on the rise. It was something that the brand needed. We were launching casuals. And we had to make sure, obviously, that we got as much bang for the buck because I couldn't stop talking about my formal range even as I was launching casual. And what really worked for us, we got on to Lakme Fashion Week, we launched it there. We had a fashion show where we launched our collection. Now, I'll tell you the number of things that got done there, okay? So, firstly, we had showstoppers who were semi-celebs. So, we had Shantanu Maheshwari and Rajkumar Rao walking the ramp for us. One opened the show, one closed the show. So, what if they put, the snippets on their social media, and that got us a whole amount of reach. Other than that, we had 5 influencers working for us. Now, this was entirely organic, other than what we were spending on Lakme, because they were happy to use the platform of Lakme Fashion Week. So 5 influencers walked the ramp for us in our clothes, absolutely free of charge. And they live cast this on their respective handles. So we had 5 of them doing it. In addition to that, because of the platform and because of the avenues that they were getting, we had 44 additional influencers who attended the show and live casted on their channels. So all in all, you're doing one thing, which is a fashion show, but the fashion show is giving you the right. Now, coming to the age-old discussion of, do I go after brand, do I go after business? This for us was really something that ticked all the boxes, because in terms of the voice, the reason I wanted to put the brand in a fashion show was to bring in that narrative, right? Today, you want to be seen as someone fashionable, someone stylish, especially with my audience, and I'm very proud of the collection we have, and it was something that we could carry off a ramp walk in the middle of all of them. I mean, there barely 2 brands that are there. It's all designers at Lakme Fashion Week, and we were able to carry that out with something because of the quality of the clothes, the quality of the styling. The brand grid, when you look at our social handle at that time, moves from, again, these were things I think I've heard in the course of the day today. What is the content? Is it something we go and shoot? Is it something that the manufacturer creates? Or is it something that's really more relevant to the consumer? And for the kind of social grid we were able to create with Lakme was a very, very different story from, model shots. Even though we get the best photographers, the best shots, when you see it on a ramp and when you have ramp shots on your grid, it just changes the language of your grid. It sets you apart because there is, and we'll be talking about it, but there is a sea of sameness, and suddenly you have one brand which is talking fashion in this, because end of the day it is fashion, clothes are about fashion. So I just thought Lakme as an example, and I can't put the numbers out here, but it helped us with our business targets. Okay, and it was, they were very ambitious targets, and we were able to deliver those. So, I don't think it needs to be a give and take. We need to figure out these avenues, and I think now, more than ever before, we have access to these avenues on how we can reach our consumers differently. So yeah, I think that's where I see going forward as well. This is what's going to keep changing.
Yeah, so talking about change, I started my career with Shopper Stop, and I've sold clothes and I've sold Park Avenue shirts on the floor. So if somebody would have told me that some years down the line you will see Park Avenue at a Lakme Fashion Week, probably at that time I would have never believed. And that is the power of how consumers change and how do companies and brands react to that change. Great example. But no part of discussion about when we are talking about future, when we are talking about trends specifically related to marketing, can be complete unless and until there's an initial that comes in or there's an acronym that comes in, which is AI. All discussions would be incomplete if we don't talk about AI. So, Tara, my question to you will be, I think the audience here has a fair bit of understanding what AI is. If you can give us some examples of how AI is being used in your industry and in your company.
Yeah, absolutely. I think one part is what we spoke about a little earlier, right? Like the fact that it's been able to make a product just more efficient and faster and convenient for a consumer by reducing time, by reducing all of the complexities that go with, actually a paper test or even a digital test at a test center. But along with that, there's a lot more that it's doing from a time perspective, right? It helps from a security and scoring perspective, right? So for us, we use AI with a human in the loop to deliver results very rapidly. So we actually can deliver results in as fast as 12 hours, which is unheard of for a testing industry. And that would have been impossible without AI at least doing first rounds to have the checks and balances to make sure, you know, people aren't cheating or there's no other malpractice that's happening in the process. And finally, besides that, I think there's just ways that it's helping in terms of learning, right? It's adaptive based on somebody's abilities and strengths. So if you look at our language learning product, and we were chatting about this earlier, I was learning Spanish on, we're both learning Spanish on Duolingo. And for me, AI is able to track where I make mistakes. And it will give me customized lessons based on the mistakes that I'm making and gives me customized learning and attention that you might not get in a classroom. And what's also super exciting about this is AI is helping democratize education as well, because the same app is accessible for free anywhere in the world if you have an internet connection or a mobile phone. And you're getting to learn foreign languages and things that you would only in a really premium school otherwise, right? So it's actually giving you free education at scale using technology. And I think these are the amazing things that AI is being able to do in today's day and age.
Okay. So, you know, what has, as a byproduct of whatever is happening in terms of AI, in terms of using of digital tools, and in terms of plethora of information available at your fingertips, probably I will not call it a negative fallout, but a fallout has been the reducing attention span, and also the extreme clutter that is available, and that is we all marketers face. In any industry, there is a huge clutter. So, in this era of sameness, are there some very broad pointers on which a brand can differentiate?
Okay, so yeah, absolutely, clutter is there everywhere. Apparel, I think, you know, and he's worked with Shopper Stop. It's very easy, right, to shift between brands if you're looking for a particular kind of clothing. So how do we go about it? I'll divide it into two parts. You know, what makes it different and personalized? I'll come to that. But one, since we were on the topic of AI, when I have my own customers, and since I have a lot of exclusive outlets where I have my loyalists coming in, AI today helps me to understand how best to reach these guys, right? So if there is somebody who's buying a particular kind of clothing on a regular basis, AI helps me understand what he's most likely to buy or want to buy, or what is it from my new launches, or what is it from my new collections that would be most relevant based on his past shopping behavior. Now, when I am talking to this particular person and I am giving him, it's pretty much like what she spoke about Duolingo, right? If I'm not able to understand a particular grammar and I keep getting those kind of questions to improve, you know, the verbiage, for example, and I keep getting those, it improves it for me. Similarly, if there is a particular kind of thing that I want to buy, or if I have a certain experimentative streak in me and I get, you know, information about clothes that fit that interest or that aspect of my personality, I see that as personalized communication because it's interesting for me, okay? Not just that, how I feed them content, okay? So from the medium, if it's, do they prefer WhatsApp, do they prefer RCS, do they prefer SMS, what do they engage more with? AI gives me that information and allows me to then reach out to them in a medium that's likely to create the most engagement. What sort of content do they like? Do they like simple messaging? Do they want sale messaging? Do they want to see catalogs? Do they want to see video content? I get all that information. And I can use it to then, obviously all through AI, send out what's most relevant to my set of consumers. So at least what I'm feeding him in terms of communication is pretty much personalized in that sense. The others from a product angle, and I find this most interesting, I may sell a shirt, I may sell a jacket, I may sell chinos, okay, but finally the way you decide to wear it is your style. Okay, and since it's men's apparel, I'm again going to take Abhishek as an example. So he's chosen to wear, you know, a Park Avenue shirt with a Modi jacket, which is an Edelweiss jacket, I see. So that's the way he has styled it, which is very different from someone else who may wear a similar shirt, but may style it very differently. And that's where for us, ensembles come in a big way, you know, how to wear your clothes, how to style your clothes. And where does personalization come in from a marketing angle? I create content around that. Whether it's on my social feeds where I'm giving style advisories, when I'm selling a pink jacket, we spoke a little earlier about genderless choices. So today when I'm selling jackets which were earlier just black, blue, grey, for men. Today I'm selling pink jackets, I'm selling lilac jackets, I'm selling, teal jackets. Now when I'm selling that, there are people who want to be experimentative but are not absolutely sure how to style that. So I'm putting that kind of content out. I put that kind of content in my stores where I've created videos. So if you wear this pink jacket, if you buy this pink jacket, these are the 5 ways in which you can, style it. If you bought the pink jacket, I will follow it up with a message to you saying this is how you can style that pink jacket. So from that perspective, personalization, while that item may be available at all my stores, how you wear it is very uniquely you. And you get to choose that style, and that's how I create my content to fit that personalization. So, yeah.
So what you're saying is it is ultimately segmentation, but the size of segment is one.
Yes, absolutely.
Absolutely, yeah. So to wrap up, Tara, I think whenever we talk about upcoming trends and this thing, there is one trend which is there and which is going to stay. It is not going anywhere. In fact, I expected it to go away very soon, but it is not going anywhere, which is the presence of influencers. Whether they are large influencers like celebrities or where they are regional influencers or micro influencers, they are here to stay. So interestingly, Duolingo has done a lot of work with educational institutions and influencers, and they have been played a fairly pivotal role in all the marketing efforts, what Duolingo has done. So, if you can give your perspective, not from a Duolingo, but overall as this thing, that how do we best use this category of, let me call it people right now, so that it impacts the brand positively?
Yeah, I think great question. And I think it also ties into what you were speaking about earlier, right? Which is there's so much content out there that ultimately somebody needs to curate it for you, right? And the people that will curate it for you ultimately will be influencers in some shape or form. So it could be influencers from a platform perspective. It could be influencers from a brand perspective. It could be, like you're saying, your friends and family who are your micro influencers in your life, right? But I think the role is evolving. I don't think there's a one size fits all kind of a space where everyone's going to, like, you have the clutter that happens with the biggest macro influencers where, they're advertising left, right, and center, and they're promoting every other product, and you start losing the credibility of what that influencer stands for. So I think that will probably change, but you will still see a rise of the micro influencer where, somebody follows somebody whose judgment they trust for food, and somebody else for fashion or for whatever it is, right? So I think that curation is going to be something that we're going to see more of. We're going to see more platforms that are also going to pop up in that way. So I'm going to talk a little bit more about food because I love it. But like a Mumbai Foodie, for example, has become a larger platform, which is your aggregator of whatever is happening in Mumbai from a food perspective. But there will be your more curated food influencers. A friend of mine, for instance, used to be Condé Nast's culinary editor, right? And I trust her judgment because she understands what my preferences are. So she's the biggest influence for me when it comes to food. So I see that evolution happen, and because of AI, you're able to create that much more content and distribute it to those various touch points. So I agree with you. I don't think influencer marketing is going anywhere, but there will be a slight evolution in how that's put out. And there's also the whole checks and balances that are coming into place, right? With what's a promoted post and what is an actual recommendation. So how do you kind of manage that? But it's not going anywhere.
This is so interesting because I can actually correlate what you said and what you said as part of your last responses. When the segment starts, the size of the segment starts reducing and it goes to as low as 1, the kind of influences you start using in terms of their stature or in terms of their reach also keeps on coming down, because that's how the trust gets built. So you will more likely to trust a micro influencer as compared to a celebrity influencer, because celebrity influencers to sab bechte hain, even including pan masala. So yes, I think that's a very valid point. And with this, actually, as promised to you, we would like to wind up this session. We have saved you 5 minutes, and we'll not be able to take any questions at this point of time, but happy to interact with all of you over whatever is next. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, panelists. And I request Dhwani Gandhi, Business Head, Consumer and Marketing Social Samosa Network, to kindly felicitate our panelists. Thank you so much, panelists. We are grateful for your time and your expertise. Thank you for navigating us through the evolving landscape with greater clarity and also showing us a roadmap ahead and talking about the future of marketing in our country. Thank you so very much. Can we have a huge round of applause for our panel, please? Thank you, and thank you, Dhwani, for doing the honors. And on that note, ladies and gentlemen, while all of us are thoroughly enjoying SAMMIE 2024, aren't we? Yes, ladies and gentlemen, let's also have a look at all our upcoming events. So ladies and gentlemen, we have Social Samosa, Festive Marketing Camp, Top 30 Under 30 Social Samosa, and 40 Under 40 Social Samosa. Let's put our hands together for them, please. And on that note, ladies and gentlemen, moving forward, I would also like to take this time out to express our gratitude to our partners of the evening. We have with us our associate partner, Radio City India, our gifting partners, Flourish, The Bear Bar, HO2, The Body Shop, our streaming partner, 24 Frames Digital, and our media partner, Rap to Earn. Let's please put our hands together for them. And ladies and gentlemen, Simco.in is your window to the social media world. Simco.in, social media influencer confluence, an automated multi-sided influencer marketing platform targeting media agencies and clients. This innovative platform enables seamless collaborations between influencers and brands. And on that note, also, let's have a look at a small AV by our partner, Radio City.
Feeling like your brand is getting lost in the social media shuffle? Introducing Spinko, the platform that connects you with the perfect influencers for your brand. Spinko makes influencer marketing effortless. Collaborate with influencers who truly love your brand. Join Spinko and connect with the influencers who can help your brand truly shine. And remember, when someone asks where the magic happens, you say with pride, I am on Spinko. Are you?
Hey there fellow creators, get ready to level up your collaboration.
Are you ready to take your collaboration to the next level? Then welcome to Sminko.
Welcome to Sminko. Welcome to Sminko.
I'm so glad to join Sminko.
क्या Sminko ने बता?
Sminko is an influencer marketing platform
where influencers like you connect with top brands seamlessly. Sminko makes it easy.
And it has such a user-friendly interface. You just have to log in to get started.
And showcase your unique style. Whether it's fashion, tech, fitness or food, Sminko matches you with campaigns that fits your vibe.
The best part is that I get to be a part of the VIP Circle by Sminko, which get access to the exclusive events and samplings as well.
Join me on Sminko and unlock endless opportunities for awesome collaboration.
And you will get tailored campaign invitations right on your dashboard.
Let's make magic together. Let's make magic together.
Thank you so much Radio City, and Sminko is a wonderful initiative by you guys.
भाई देखो, मारवाड़ी होकर मैं तो पैसे कमाने का एक भी मौका छोड़ती नहीं हूँ। तो आप किस चीज़ का वेट कर रहे हो? जाओ यार, रजिस्टर करो।
Let's have a huge round of applause for our partners, please. And on that note, ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of the summit. Of course, it was a day filled with insightful discussions, a lot of brainstorming, knowledge gaining, knowledge sharings, a lot of innovative ideas were discussed, and of course, we had many networking opportunities. Hence, ladies and gentlemen, before we proceed towards our finale segment, which is of course the most awaited Best Social Media Brands Award, a Social Samosa 2024, requesting you to take a quick networking break for 15 minutes. So we'll reassemble post 15 minutes for the award ceremony. Thank you so much for your patience, and thank you for being such an active part of our Summit 2024. Now is the time, my friend. So, ladies and gentlemen, working together, tiny stars make up our beautiful universe. Similarly, it is you, our stars, who make up our marketing universe, which is why we have proudly gathered here today to look back at your achievements and to celebrate each one of you. You are the reason of the scintillating evening. You are the reason of our celebrations. You are the reason why, honestly, we all have gathered here today. और इसीलिए दोस्तों, आज की शाम सिर्फ और सिर्फ आप सभी के नाम. A very good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and it gives me immense pleasure to extend a warm and a hearty welcome to each one of you to SAMMIE Best Social Media Brands Awards 2024, powered by Social Samosa. Woo. And now I agree the event has just begun. We have so many new faces. We had a fantastic day of conference and the summit. I know y'all don't recognize me already, but I think it is a little unfair that I greet all of y'all. I wish all of y'all good evening with a very nice smile, and no one greets me back. Don't you think it's a little unfair to me? Should we do it one more time? Should we do it one more time, sir? Let's do it again. A very good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Ooh, such a warm welcome. One more time. A very good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Getting better. Thank you. My name is Nisha Shetty, and I'm absolutely thrilled to be a host for this lovely evening. Now, before we officially begin this evening, I have to really admit something. In the afternoon, we conducted the summit, and we saw a beautiful August gathering in front of me. But I have to tell you all, ladies and gentlemen, the audience in front of me is getting better and better. You all are looking fantastic. So many wonderful faces in the audience, so many handsome men and so many gorgeous women. I think you all have to give yourselves the first round of applause. Come on, put your hands together for yourselves. Come on, go for it. But, sir, what's your good name? What's your good name?
Aditya.
Adi. I won't call you Aditya. I'll call you Adi. Can I do that? Okay, Adi, can you stand up and look around? Tell me, there is something missing. He's in his head, he's on celebrity already. Wave back to him, everyone. Thank you. Okay, Adi, you know what? When I entered, and even before I began the show, I saw something on your lovely face, which is missing on most of their faces. Can you tell me what's missing on their faces? Look around and tell me.
Alcohol?
On the face. Adi, I agree with you, but something else.
No, smile.
Absolutely. Sir, like, chhod do yaar. But right, alcohol will come in. Is it coming in? No comments on this. But Adi, don't you think people are not smiling enough? We have gathered here such a beautiful evening. We're celebrating all your successes. They're not smiling enough, don't you think?
Come on, everyone. Oh, no.
Why do I feel Social Samosa is going to call him next time to MC? Don't do that, okay? Don't do that. Okay, Adi, let's do a little something. सबसे पहले शाम की शुरुआत में क्या आपके लिए मैं एक शायरी अर्ज कर सकती हूँ?
Sure.
I know it's for him, but क्या मैं शायरी बोल सकती हूँ? Yes. इरशाद, आपकी मुस्कुराहट ने मेरे होश उड़ा दिए.
वाह.
The happiest one. Say one more time. उसकी मुस्कुराहट ने मेरे होश उड़ा दिए.
वाह.
आपकी मुस्कुराहट ने मेरे होश उड़ा दिए. मैं होश में आने ही वाली थी, आधी आप फिर मुस्कुरा दिए.
वाह.
Okay, now do you want to look around and tell me, don't you think people are looking even more beautiful with the smiles on their faces?
They look more beautiful with alcohol, though.
This guy, you're not getting any alcohol today, but let's give him a huge round of applause. Are you associated with any brand, or you just come here for the alcohol? Are you?
I thought this was a wedding.
It is a wedding, and you're just the groom. We only have a groom here. But ladies and gentlemen, why don't we kickstart this event by just smiling? Can we do that? They say smile is a free therapy, but laughter is the best
medicine.
Why don't we kickstart the show by laughing out loud? What's your good name?
Shashank.
Shashank, I know I'm not a stand-up comedian. I'm pathetic at jokes, but I still feel when one person laughs, the other one automatically starts laughing. Why don't you kickstart this laughter session for us?
Sure.
That was very sweet. Shashank was like, sure. Thank you, thank you. Let's give him a huge round of applause. Can you just fake it till we make it? Yes, fake it till we make it. Let's do it together, the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. गिरिए मत बस गिरिए मत इवेंट के बाद गिरिए जब मैं नहीं रहूंगी. One more time together, everyone. 1, 2, 3. You know what, sir? What's your good name?
My name is Avinash.
Avinash, I still feel यहाँ पे SAMMIE Awards चल रहा है 2024. The energy should be a little more higher. Do you agree with me? Let's do a little something. Are you meeting your old friends here? How many of you all know each other? Can I see a show of hands? Obviously, you're meeting your... What? You all don't know each other at all? You don't have even one friend in the audience? No. You don't have friends? You'll have friends, right? किस सब अनजान लोग हैं क्या? You don't know each other? Yes, we have our friends in the audience. Okay, clearly, I can see you all don't have friends in the audience. Let's do something and let's get you some new friends. I want all of you all to stand up. Everyone to stand up. Come on, let's do this. I get it, you all don't have friends in the audience. You all don't, what is this? Sab anjaan logon ke saath baitho aap log. You all have friends, no? Why didn't you raise your hand when I asked you all? Okay, I want everyone to stand up quickly. Let's do this quick. We are running short of time. Okay, I want all of you all to put both your hands up in the air. Let's do this. Let's do this. Let's do this. All your hands up in the air. Both your hands up in the air. Hands up in the air. Hands up in the air. Bring the smiles back on your faces. People at the back as well. Come on. Bring the hands still up. You're tired already. Adi, you'll get your alcohol. Raise your hand up in the air. Okay, bring the smiles back on your face. Now with a lot of energy, with a lot of power, I want you to give a high 10 to the person on your left. Go for it. High 10 to the person on your left. Give a high 10 to the person on your right. Give a high 10 to the person behind you. Give a high 10 to the person in front of you. And if you love your friends, you want to make some new friends, go and give them a hug also. Come on, go for it. एक जादू की झप्पी भी दे दो. Go for it. Go for it. Don't be shy, my friends. Go for it. Hug each other, girls. Come on. Why is everyone so shy? I'm just asking you to hug each other. Okay, now before you sit down, let's all together, let's make the loudest possible noise for this award on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Oh my God, thank you so much. The tempometer is here when I began the event and now it's reached here. Thank you so very much. You already are a fantabulous audience. Ladies and gentlemen, before we begin, I would like to share something very interesting with you. I'm sure some of you would already be aware. Did you know that it was approximately 19 odd years ago when the first ever YouTube video was uploaded? It was a 19-second video which was featuring YouTube's co-founder Javed Karim, who was standing in front of 2 beautiful elephants at the San Diego Zoo in California. And who would have thought that one ordinary video would go on to become one of the most important pieces of content in the history of internet. This simple video paved the way for internet culture to take shape and open doors for the social media industry. Today, of course, it goes without saying that the social media industry has grown by leaps and bounds. With best social media brands, we recognize and felicitate influential brands, campaigns, and marketeers who are invested in the power of social media and lead by example. We celebrate the ever-changing landscape of social media marketing and acknowledge how brands have seamlessly adapted to the shifting dynamics of online interactions. It's no longer about broadcasting that brand message or the mandatory festive-centric social media post or getting your 360-degree campaigns hashtag trending on Twitter. On X. Social media has become a platform for real connections and true conversations between brands and consumers. In short, brands are more human. And that's why, ladies and gentlemen, we have gathered here today for SAMMIE, because SAMMIE is all about celebrating human brands. So after an inspiring day of discussions and insights, it is now time to recognize and celebrate excellence in social media marketing. Now is the moment that all have been eagerly waiting for, rather anxiously waiting for. Yes, it is now time to bring out the awards, do a few celebratory dances, and give into the joy we feel all around us. It is now time to raise a toast to all our winners. SAMMIE Best Social Media Brands Awards 2024 is also about celebrating these human brands and recognizing the hard work of the backbones of these successful social media brands. It is a toast to the brands that have not only adapted to the changing landscape, but also have set new benchmarks in creativity, engagement, and innovation. And now, ladies and gentlemen, to officially begin the awards night, it is my honor to welcome on stage a dynamic leader who turns likes into loves, shares into stories, and hashtags into headlines. Please join me in welcoming Hitesh Rajwani, founder and CEO, Social Samosa Network.
कितने मीम्स कैंपेन चले साथ साई ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया हिल जीता भरोसा और सोशल
I think Nisha gave that introduction at the summit as well. I was blushing then, I'm blushing even now. But hello and welcome to SAMMIE Best Social Media Brands Awards, everyone. It's an absolute pleasure to have each one of you join us today in such huge numbers. I saw the hall filled up with people. I see this room filled up with people. And I won't take much time between the awards and you. And I think, Adi, you said about alcohol. I won't even come in between that and so I think two things to say. I used this spiel in the summit as well, that there are two things that Social Samosa is really curious about. One of them is curiosity. There are two things Social Samosa is very passionate about. One of them is obviously curiosity. The other is samosas. And I think with that samosas comes the name SAMMIE as well. In some sense, a lot of people think of its origin stories, and I would welcome each one of you to sort of think of your wildest imaginations as to how we came up with the name. Maybe you could DM us on Instagram and we could make a film out of that story. So yeah, I mean, SAMMIE, what the introduction that Nisha gave is perfect. That SAMMIE started at a time when brands were very experimental on social media. There were brands who were like extending themselves on social media. But today, as of 2024, we see brands are being built on social. And at that time, at that point in time when we had started, it was like a kind of a thought process. Maybe a brand has like say about 100 rupees to spend. They'll spend about 5 rupees on social and another 5 on digital as a whole. But today, it's not an experimental medium. It is the reality. So you can't really ignore social. And obviously, with social, you go beyond. So SAMMIE today celebrates marketers of today and the leaders of tomorrow who are so much invested in social and anything beyond social. So, yeah, I mean, SAMMIE today celebrates marketers of today and tomorrow, the leaders of tomorrow. And I would leave you with that thought that today, if each one of you who's winning today, it's our token of appreciation and our token of love towards you to make social media that big, to make social media that mainstream, that today it is the inevitable platform for any brand or business to survive on. Thank you. Thanks a lot for coming once again. And over to you, Nisha.
Thank you. Can we have a huge round of applause for Hitesh, everyone? We couldn't have had a better start to the evening. Thank you so much. So ladies and gentlemen, without any further ado, let's begin the SAMMIE Best Social Media Brands Award Show. SAMMIE Best Award Social Media Brands Award Show received 500 plus number of entries, and the strenuous task of evaluating each entry and creating a list of winners was done by our esteemed jury panel consisting of Josie Paul, Jury Chair Creative, Amardeep Singh, Jury Chair Digital, Ameen Lakhani, Jury Chair Media, Hetal Khalsa, Pallavi Chakravarti, Gautam Reghunath, Himanshu Arora, Tushar Kumar, Pranav Agarwal, Alap Desai, Anil Shankar, Sunil Chawla, Karthik Nagarajan, Shraddha Agarwal, and Mayuresh Dubashi. Let's please put our hands together for jury members, please. Thank you so much, jury members, for your constant support. This day, of course, wouldn't have been possible without your support. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it is time to call upon our very first presenter of the evening, the man behind the most successful campaigns in the industry. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Josie Paul, Chairman, BBDO India, to present the first set.
कितने मीम्स कैंपेन चले साथ साई ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया हिल
Welcome, sir. So before we announce the categories and the winners, requesting you to kindly say a few words since you were the jury chair for the creative category.
Do you guys want 1 minute silence? Yeah, it's okay. So yeah, my name is Josie Paul, and I'm not really a judge. Yeah, I was born during an earthquake, so I have a permanent tremor. I'm not on drugs. Yeah, this is just the way I am. I got my first job because of it. The chief of Ogilvy, was kind of shaking my hands when he met me, and he said, "You don't have to be nervous of me." And I said, "I'm not nervous. This is creative vibrance." And he gave me a job with no portfolio. So I thank Suresh Malik for sort of accepting me and giving me a break. So I put some thoughts down. I hope you don't mind. I'm going to read that out to you. It'll take just a minute, yeah? So I'm not a judge, and this is a confession. I'm a pilgrim. I come to worship the work. I come to worship ideas and salute the creators. I come to wash myself in the Ganges of the purity of ideas. I'm not a judge. I don't judge the work. I let the work judge me. The work challenges me and opens my mind. It makes me aware of my own prejudice. I am not a judge. I come to receive energy, to clear my skin and reduce my cholesterol, because that's what great ideas do. They refresh you like walking in the rain with a friend, like drinking rum, Aditya, like drinking rum with rainwater, which I do. That's why I love the rain. Sit out on the terrace, keep your glass of old monk, let the rain fall, and God is your bartender. Man, what better than that? Yeah? So, you see, I'm not a judge. Anyway, I'm not here to tell you about me, but about the work and about the amazing folks who were with me when we looked at the work. And it's Alap Desai, who's the CCO and co-founder of Together. There was Mayuresh Dubashi, who's the CCO of FCB India, and Pallavi Chakravarti, founder and CCO of Fundamental. Yeah, these were the three amazing, talented people who sort of looked at the work with me. We saw great use of tech and AI. We saw entries that spoke about the future of media and powerful data, and said in a powerful manner. From over 140 entries that we saw across 7 categories, a total of 35 pieces of work have been given an award. And this is a fairly high ratio because the work was really good. Ideas that are so contagious on social platforms that, you know, actually these pieces of work gave me a fever. The ideas are so contagious on social platforms that you had to bow down and worship them. This is why I'm here. I'm not a judge. I am a pilgrim, and I come to worship the work. Yeah? Thank you.
Thank you so much. That was truly, truly beautiful, sir. Can we have a huge round of applause for him? That was truly inspiring. That is so kind of you. Thank you for writing that down for all of us. Wow, such a brilliant start to our awards ceremony. On that note, ladies and gentlemen, let's begin with our very first category of the evening, which is Best Use of Video Content. So let's begin with our silver winner. And the silver award goes to Axis Bank Mother's Day Autumn Grey. Do we have Autumn Grey? Okay, should we move ahead with our gold winner? And ladies and gentlemen, the gold goes to Ogilvy for We Are Human Network Testing Telecom Network. Oh, Adi is coming to receive the very first award.
Jeeta Sammy, Jeeta Sammy. Jeeta Sammy, Jeeta Sammy. Take a bow, badhai ho. Take a bow.
Congratulations, Ogilvy.
तबाही मेरे हाथ बात कितने आइडियाज कितने मीम्स कैंपेन चले साथ साई ऐसी स्किल
Let's make some noise for a gold winner, everyone.
और सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई कल तक थी जो सिर्फ आज वो फाइल
Oh, you have
बड़ी हो
gifts
गई
too.
जीता सैमी जीता सैमी जीता सैमी जीता सैमी
Clearly, hence a smile on his face. Let's move on to our next category of the evening, which is best use of short format video content. Let's begin with our silver winner, and the silver award goes to Densu Creative Social and Digital for Tata Motors Passenger Vehicles #safety ke side effects.
बात कितने आइडियाज कितने मीम्स कैंपेन चले साथ साई ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया हिल जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई कल तक थी जो सिर्फ आज वो फाइल बड़ी हो गई जीता सैमी जीता सैमी जीता सैमी जीता सैमी टेक अ बाउ बधाई हो टेक अ बाउ
Congratulations, Densu Creative.
जागा रात रात तबाही मेरे हाथ बात कितने आइडियाज कितने मीम्स कैंपेन चले
So moving forward in this category, we don't have one, we don't have two, but 3 gold winners. Our very first gold winner is Ogilvy India for We I Be Someone's We.
तबाही मेरे हाथ बात कितने आइडियाज कितने मीम्स कैंपेन चले साथ साई ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया हिल जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई कल तक थी जो सिर्फ आज वो फाइल बड़ी हो गई जीता सैमी जीता सैमी जीता सैमी जीता सैमी टेक अ बाउ बधाई हो टेक अ बाउ
Congratulations, Ogilvy India.
तबाही मेरे हाथ बात कितने आइडियाज कितने मीम्स कैंपेन चले साथ साई ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया हिल जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल
Going forward, our next gold winner is Shebang Digital for Britannia Industries Limited Jim Jam Pops.
जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई कल तक थी जो सिर्फ आज वो फाइल बड़ी हो गई जीता सैमी जीता सैमी जीता सैमी जीता सैमी टेक अ बाउ बधाई हो टेक अ बाउ
Congratulations, Shebang.
कितने मीम्स कैंपेन चले साथ साई
And ladies and gentlemen, our final gold winner in this category is Yuma Me for Duolingo Swachh Bharat Abhiyan.
सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई कल तक थी जो सिर्फ आज वो फाइल बड़ी हो गई जीता सैमी जीता सैमी जीता सैमी जीता सैमी टेक अ बाउ बधाई हो टेक अ बाउ
Congratulations.
तबाही मेरे हाथ बात कितने आइडियाज कितने मीम्स कैंपेन चले साथ साई ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया हिल जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई कल तक थी जो सिर्फ आज वो
Congratulations,
फाइल
girls.
बड़ी
Let's now move forward to our next category, which is best use of long format video content. We have 3 silver winners here. Let's begin with the very first silver winner, and the award goes to Big Basket Sadigi Yumami.
कितने आइडियाज कितने मीम्स कैंपेन चले साथ साई ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया हिल जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई कल तक थी जो जिप आज वो फाइल बड़ी हो गई जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी टेक अ बाउ बधाई हो टेक अ बाउ
Congratulations again, girls. Our silver winner is. Our next silver winner is ICICI Prudential. शुरू करो अपने सपनों की खिश से डेंजू.
कितने आइडियाज कितने मीम्स कैंपेन चले साथ साई ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया हिल जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई कल तक थी जो जिप आज वो फाइल बड़ी हो गई जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी टेक अ बाउ बधाई हो टेक अ बाउ तबाही मेरे हाथ बात कितने आइडियाज कितने मीम्स कैंपेन चले साथ साई ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया हिल जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा
Congratulations, and our final silver winner here is Aditya Birla Group #Big in Your Life Brand Movers India Private Limited.
कितने आइडियाज कितने मीम्स कैंपेन चले साथ साई ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया हिल जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई कल तक थी जो जिप आज वो फाइल बड़ी हो गई जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी टेक अ बाउ बधाई हो टेक अ बाउ
Congratulations to him.
तबाही मेरे हाथ बात कितने आइडियाज कितने मीम्स कैंपेन चले साथ साई ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया हिल जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए
And in this category again, we have 3 gold winners. Let's begin with the first winner. We have Siat Yarwala Pyar FCB Connect.
आइडियाज कितने मीम्स कैंपेन चले साथ साई ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया हिल जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई कल तक थी जो जिप आज वो फाइल बड़ी हो गई जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी टेक अ बाउ बधाई हो टेक अ तबाही मेरे हाथ बात कितने आइडियाज कितने मीम्स कैंपेन चले साथ साई ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया है
Congratulations. Our next gold winner is Lenovo Brave New Art FCB Connect and FCB 6.
तबाही मेरे हाथ बात कितने आइडियाज कितने मीम्स कैंपेन चले साथ साई ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया हिल जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई कल तक थी जो जिप आज वो फाइल बड़ी हो गई जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी टेक अ बाउ बधाई हो
Congratulations, girls. And our final gold winner. Our gold winner in the category of best use of long format video content is Axis Bank #23 in 23 Autumn Grey. So let's move forward to our next category, which is best use of social media for a cause. We have 2 silver winners and 3 gold in this category. Let's begin with our very first silver winner. And the winner is MTV Initiate Safe Hai Sahi Hai ARM Worldwide Kavita.
मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई कल तक थी जो जिप आज वो फाइल बड़ी हो गई जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी टेक अ बाउ बधाई हो टेक अ तबाही मेरे हाथ बात कितने आइडियाज कितने मीम्स कैंपेन चले साथ साई ऐसी
Congratulations.
सोशल समोसा का दिल
And our next silver winner is Siat #BuckleUpIndia Ogilvy.
तबाही मेरे हाथ बात कितने आइडियाज कितने मीम्स कैंपेन चले साथ साई ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया हिल जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई कल तक थी जो जिप आज वो फाइल बड़ी हो गई जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी हे कबाओ बधाई हो.
Congratulations. Let's move on to our gold winners. And the gold goes to Yuva. Be a man, yaar. Yuva.
बात कितने आइडियाज कितने मीम्स कैंपेन चले साथ साई ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया हिल जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई कल तक थी जो जिप आज वो फाइल बड़ी हो गई जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी हे कबाओ बधाई हो.
Congratulations, team.
तबाही मेरे हाथ बात कितने आइडियाज कितने मीम्स कैंपेन चले साथ साई ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया हिल जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई कल तक थी जो जिप आज वो फाइल बड़ी हो गई.
Our next gold award goes to HDFC Bank, Lululemon, FCB Connect and FCB 6.
तबाही मेरे हाथ बात कितने आइडियाज कितने मीम्स कैंपेन चले साथ साई ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया हिल जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई कल तक थी जो जिप आज वो फाइल बड़ी हो गई जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी हे कबाओ बधाई हो.
Congratulations, team.
मेरे हाथ बात कितने आइडियाज कितने मीम्स कैंपेन चले साथ साई ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया हिल जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई कल तक थी जो जिप आज वो फाइल बड़ी हो गई.
And ladies and gentlemen, our final gold award goes to Axis Bank #Finance Without Bias. And we have Autumn Grey. And with that, we have come to the end of the very first set. I request Hitesh to kindly take the stage to present a small token of appreciation to Jyoti sir on behalf of Social Samosa Network. Thank you so much for doing the honors. Thank you so very much.
चले साथ साई ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया हिल जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल.
Let's please give our presenter a huge round of applause. And I understand there are so many winners this evening. After every single set, let's put both our hands up in the air, both our hands up in the air, everyone in the audience, and give a huge round of applause for all the winners so far. Let's do this. Thank you, and thank you so much once again, sir, for doing the honors. On that note, let's now move forward to our next set of awards, and I request Mr. K.V. Sridhar, Global Chief Creative Officer, Nihilent Limited, and founder of Hyper Collective, to kindly take the stage to do the honors.
मेरे हाथ बात कितने आइडियाज कितने मीम्स कैंपेन चले साथ साई ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया हिल जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा.
So before we start presenting the awards, requesting you to kindly address the audience.
Yeah, I was told one of the focus areas today is to talk about humanizing brands, right? And to me, what this lady did few minutes back is exactly what we need to do in social media to humanize brands. Excited everyone, made everybody talk, smile, hug each other, bring in all the emotion which virtually it is impossible to do. The day we managed to replicate what she did for our brands and then make people excited, hug each other, like each other, talk to each other, we would have done our job. So wonderful to have that focus. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. You truly made my evening. Thank you. Let's give him a huge round of applause because I second with what sir said. Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. And on that note, ladies and gentlemen, let's move on to our next category of this evening. Our next category is Best Use of UGC Co-Creation Strategy. We have 2 silver winners in this category. Let's begin with the very first silver winner, and the winner is Plush Museum of Contraception, Rasta.
तबाही मेरे हाथ बात कितने आइडियाज कितने मीम्स कैंपेन चले साथ साई ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया हिल जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई कल तक थी जो जिप आज वो फाइल बड़ी हो गई जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी हे कबाओ बधाई हो
Congratulations, Rasta. Our next silver winner is ITC Bingo Mad Angles. Us raat kya hua tha? Pixel Fox.
बात कितने आइडियाज कितने मीम्स कैंपेन चले साथ साई ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया हिल जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई कल तक थी जो जिप आज वो फाइल बड़ी हो गई जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी हे कबाओ बधाई हो
Congratulations, Pixel Fox. And the gold award goes to Coke Studio Bharat Khalasi for Studio X.
कितने मीम्स कैंपेन चले साथ साई ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया हिल जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई कल तक थी जो जिप आज वो फाइल बड़ी हो गई जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी हे कबाओ बधाई हो ले कबाओ तबाही मेरे हाथ बात कितने आइडियाज कितने मीम्स कैंपेन चले साथ साई ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया हिल जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई कल तक थी जो जिप आज वो फाइल बड़ी हो गई जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी हे कबाओ बधाई हो
Congratulations, Studio X.
ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया हिल जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई कल तक थी जो जिप आज वो फाइल बड़ी हो गई जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी
So now let's move on to our next category of the evening, which is Best Use of Guerrilla Marketing. And we just have one winner over here. The gold award goes to MTV India, MTV Question Marks Workshop.
बात कितने आइडियाज कितने मीम्स कैंपेन चले साथ साई ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया हिल जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई कल तक थी जो जिप आज वो फाइल बड़ी हो गई जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी हे कबाओ बधाई हो
Congratulations, MTV India.
मेरे हाथ बात कितने आइडियाज कितने मीम्स कैंपेन चले साथ साई ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया हिल जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए
To our next category, Best Use of Social Media for Occasion or Festival. We have 4 silver winners and 4 gold winners in this category. Let's begin with the very first silver winner, and the award goes to Manipal Hospital's Rebirth Day, celebrating life, honoring doctors. Social Panga.
बात कितने आइडियाज कितने मीम्स कैंपेन चले साथ साई ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया हिल जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई कल तक थी जो सिर्फ आज वो फाइल बड़ी हो गई जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी हे कबाओ बधाई हो
Congratulations, Social Panga.
मेरे हाथ बात कितने आइडियाज कितने मीम्स कैंपेन चले साथ साई ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया हिल जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई कल तक थी जो सिर्फ आज वो फाइल बड़ी हो गई जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी जीता सैमी जीता जीता
Our next silver winner is Aditya Birla Group. Change the game. Brand Movers India.
तबाही मेरे हाथ बात कितने आइडियाज कितने मीम्स कैंपेन चले साथ साई ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया हिल जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई कल तक थी जो सिर्फ आज वो फाइल बड़ी हो गई जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी हे कबाओ बधाई हो
Congratulations, Brand Movers India.
मेरे हाथ बात कितने आइडियाज कितने मीम्स कैंपेन चले साथ साई ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया हिल जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई कल तक थी जो सिर्फ आज वो फाइल बड़ी हो गई जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी
Moving forward, our next silver winner in the same category is Polycab. Hashtag Cheer India के लिए FCB Connect. Do you have FCB Connect? Can we have someone from the team? Yes.
मेरे हाथ बात कितने आइडियाज कितने मीम्स कैंपेन चले साथ साई ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया हिल जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई कल तक थी जो सिर्फ आज वो फाइल बड़ी हो गई जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी हे कबाओ बधाई हो मेरे हाथ बात कितने आइडियाज कितने मीम्स कैंपेन चले साथ साई ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया हिल
Congratulations, FCB Connect.
सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई कल तक थी जो सिर्फ आज वो फाइल बड़ी हो गई
Congratulations. And our final silver winner in this category is Seat. Hashtag change soon, it's monsoon. Once again, FCB Connect.
मेरे हाथ बात कितने आइडियाज कितने मीम्स कैंपेन चले साथ साई ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया हिल जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई कल तक थी जो सिर्फ आज वो फाइल बड़ी जीता जीता सैमी जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी हे कबाओ बधाई हो
Congratulations once again, FCB Connect. So, as I mentioned, we have 4 gold winners here. Let's begin with our very first winner, KitKat. Hashtag you make my break. Social Panga.
गया हिल जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई कल तक थी जो सिर्फ आज वो फाइल बड़ी हो गई जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी हे कबाओ बधाई हो मेरे हाथ बात कितने आइडियाज कितने मीम्स कैंपेन चले साथ साई ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया हिल जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई कल तक थी जो सिर्फ आज वो फाइल बड़ी हो गई जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी हे कबाओ बधाई हो
Moving forward, our next gold winner is Swiggy, hashtag Khushi Baho Swiggy, Creative Brand Movers India.
मेरे हाथ बात कितने आइडियाज कितने मीम्स कैंपेन चले साथ साई ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया हिल जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई कल तक थी जो सिर्फ आज वो फाइल बड़ी हो गई जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी हे कबाओ बधाई हो
Congratulations, you're looking stunning in that sari. So gorgeous, so gorgeous. Pose, pose. So we need to capture the moment.
इंटरनेट गया हिल जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई
Congratulations, Brand Movers India. Our next gold award goes to Warner Music India, Ed Sheeran India Tour, Warner Music India. Moving forward, and our final gold winner is 2Yum, hashtag Cheers to India, FCB Connect AOR.
मेरे हाथ बात कितने आइडियाज कितने मीम्स कैंपेन चले साथ साई ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया हिल जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई कल तक थी जो सिर्फ आज वो फाइल बड़ी हो गई जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी हे कबाओ बधाई हो
Congratulations once again, girls. On that, let's move on to our next category of the evening, which is best use of social media for crisis management. Unfortunately, we do not have any winners in this category. Let's move on to the next one, which is best use of social media to launch a product or service. We have 5 silver winners here and 3 gold winners here. Let's begin with the very first silver winner. We have Fast Track Smart, Follow Yourself, Social Digital, Brand Movers Interactive India and Creative Leobanet India.
मेरे हाथ बात कितने आइडियाज कितने मीम्स कैंपेन चले साथ साई ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया हिल जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई कल तक थी जो सिर्फ आज वो फाइल बड़ी हो गई जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी हे कबाओ बधाई हो
बेचारे को जगह दे दो यार उसने काम नहीं किया क्या प्रोजेक्ट में दे दो उसको थोड़ा जगह यही दिख रहा है क्या आई डोंट नो आई कांट सी
ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया हिल जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई कल तक थी जो
Moving forward, our next silver winner in the same category, Hero Motorcorp, Hawk, a Gozoop Group company. Moving
कितने आइडियाज कितने मीम्स कैंपेन चले साथ साई ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया हिल जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई कल तक थी जो सिर्फ आज वो फाइल बड़ी हो गई जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी हे कबाओ बधाई हो मेरे हाथ बात कितने आइडियाज कितने मीम्स कैंपेन चले साथ साई ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया हिल जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई कल तक थी जो सिर्फ आज वो फाइल बड़ी हो गई जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी
Our next silver winner in the same category is Amazon Mini, once again Hawk, a Gozoop Group company.
कितने मीम्स कैंपेन चले साथ साई ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया हिल जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई कल तक थी जो सिर्फ आज वो फाइल बड़ी हो गई जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी हे कबाओ बधाई हो बात कितने आइडियाज कितने मीम्स कैंपेन चले साथ साई ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया हिल जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई कल तक थी जो जिप आज वो फाइल बड़ी हो गई जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी हे कमाओ
Two more silver winners to go in this category. Our next award goes to Air India Express Big Trunk Communications. Moving forward, our final silver winner is Mia by Tanishq, hashtag for the Star in You shebang.
बात कितने आइडियाज कितने मीम्स कैंपेन चले साथ साई ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया हिल जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई कल तक थी जो जिप आज वो फाइल बड़ी हो गई जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी हे कमाओ बधाई हो टेक अ
Air India Express, sorry, can we just go back? We have on stage our silver winner, Air India Express, Big Trunk Communications. यही होता है जब slowly stage की ओर आते हो. Let's please give a huge round of applause for our silver winner. Come on, everyone.
जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई कल तक थी जो जिप आज वो फाइल बड़ी हो
learned,
गई.
please rush towards the stage when your name is called out. Thank you. Congratulations, Big Trunk Communications. And we have our next silver winner, Mia by Tanishq, hashtag for the Star in You shebang.
बात कितने आइडियाज कितने मीम्स कैंपेन चले साथ साई ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया हिल जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई कल तक थी जो जिप आज वो फाइल बड़ी हो गई जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी हे कमाओ बधाई हो.
So we have 3 gold winners here. Our very first gold winner is once again Britannia Industries Limited Jim Jam Pops shebang.
कितने आइडियाज कितने मीम्स कैंपेन चले साथ साई ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया हिल जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई कल तक थी जो जिप आज वो फाइल बड़ी हो गई जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी हे कमाओ बधाई हो.
Congratulations. Gifts are pretty heavy, huh? Thank you to all our gifting partners. Truly humbled. Moving forward, congratulations. Moving forward, and your gifts and your award is there. She remembered, huh? Moving forward, our next gold winner, CIF Scrub Daddy. CIF Scrub Daddy. Hashtag Yashraj Mukhate, Monk Entertainment.
कितने मीम्स कैंपेन चले साथ साई ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया हिल जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई कल तक थी जो जिप आज वो फाइल बड़ी हो गई जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी हे कमाओ बधाई हो.
Congratulations, Monk Entertainment. And it is now time to announce the name of our final gold winner. The gold award goes to Coke Studio Bharat, Apna Sunao Studio X. Yes.
चले साथ साई ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया हिल जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई कल तक थी जो जिप आज वो फाइल बड़ी हो गई जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी हे कमाओ बधाई हो. टेक अ रात तबाही मेरे हाथ बात कितने आइडियाज कितने मीम्स कैंपेन चले साथ साई ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया हिल जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल। मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई, कल तक थी जो जिप आज वो फाइल बड़ी हो गई। जीता सैमी, जीता जीता सैमी, जीता सैमी, जीता जीता सैमी। हे कमाओ बधाई हो। तबाही मेरे हाथ बात, कितने आइडियाज, कितने मीम्स, कैंपेन चले साथ साई, ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया हिल। जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल। मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई, कल तक थी जो जिप आज वो फाइल बड़ी हो गई। जीता सैमी, जीता जीता सैमी, जीता सैमी, जीता जीता सैमी। हे कमाओ बधाई हो।
Congratulations, Studio X. And with that, we've come to the end of this set. I request Mrinal Mathur Rajwani, Editor-in-Chief and Managing Partner, Social Samosa Network, to kindly felicitate Sir for doing the honors.
मेरे हाथ बात, कितने आइडियाज, कितने मीम्स, कैंपेन चले साथ साई, ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया है।
And while we applaud for Mr. K.V. Sridhar, let's also put both our hands up in the air and give a huge round of applause for all the winners in this set. Come on, everyone. The only time I ask you to clap. Come on, everybody. Let's do this together. Big, big congratulations to all the winners so far. And thank you so much, sir, for doing the honors. Thank you. I now request Binayfa Dulani, founding partner and creative at Talented, to kindly take the stage to present the next set of awards. Thank you. Thank you for joining us. Let's welcome her with a huge round of applause. Thank you, Binayfa. Moving forward to our next category, which is best use of social media to generate leads or drive revenues. Our silver winner in this category is Shivalik Group, Cravings Full Range Agency.
मेरे हाथ बात, कितने आइडियाज, कितने मीम्स, कैंपेन चले साथ साई, ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया हिल। जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल। मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई, कल तक थी जो जिप आज वो फाइल बड़ी हो गई। जीता सैमी, जीता जीता सैमी, जीता सैमी, जीता जीता सैमी। हे कमाओ बधाई हो।
Congratulations, Craving. Congratulations. And our gold winner in this category is HSBC hashtag Get Set Celebrate VML.
ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया हिल। जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल। मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई, कल तक थी जो जिप आज वो फाइल बड़ी हो गई। जीता सैमी, जीता जीता सैमी, जीता सैमी, जीता जीता सैमी। हे कमाओ बधाई हो।
Congratulations, VML.
मेरे हाथ बात, कितने आइडियाज, कितने मीम्स, कैंपेन चले साथ साई, ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया हिल। जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल। मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई, कल तक थी जो जिप आज वो फाइल बड़ी हो गई। जीता सैमी, जीता जीता सैमी।
Congratulations, VML. Let's now move forward to our next category, which is best use of technology to create a seamless brand experience on social media. We have 2 silver winners here and 2 gold. Our very first silver winner is Apollo Tire, Sachin Tendulkar's 50th birthday, Dentsu Posterscope, OOH Media.
चले साथ साई, ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया हिल। जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल। मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई, कल तक थी जो जिप आज वो फाइल बड़ी हो गई। जीता सैमी, जीता जीता सैमी, जीता सैमी, जीता जीता सैमी। हे कमाओ बधाई हो। तबाही मेरे हाथ बात, कितने आइडियाज, कितने मीम्स, कैंपेन चले साथ साई, ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया हिल। जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल। मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई,
Congratulations, our next silver winner. The silver award goes to Comedy Central, hashtag Happier Together, Socio Wash Media Private Limited. Do we have the team here? Okay, moving forward to our gold winners. The gold award goes to Siagrams, a loyal stack packaged drinking water, 1 billion films for 1 billion fans. Group M Media India Private Limited. Moving forward, our final gold winner in this category, Coca-Cola India Studio X.
कितने मीम्स कैंपेन चले साथ साई ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया हिल जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई कल तक थी जो जिप आज वो फाइल बड़ी हो गई जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी हे कबाओ बधाई हो
Congratulations, Studio X.
तबाई मेरे हाथ बात कितने आइडियाज कितने मीम्स कैंपेन चले साथ साई ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया हिल जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई
Let's move forward to our next award of the evening. Our next category, Best Use of CGI. We have 2 silvers and 1 gold winner. Our very first silver winner is Palladium Ahmedabad #Discover Luxury Cravings, a full range creative agency.
बात कितने आइडियाज कितने मीम्स कैंपेन चले साथ साई ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया हिल जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई कल तक थी जो जिप आज वो फाइल बड़ी हो गई जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी हे कबाओ बधाई हो
Congratulations, Cravings, once again. Our next silver winner is HSBC Asha at 90 VML.
जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई कल तक थी जो जिप आज वो फाइल बड़ी हो गई जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी हे कबाओ बधाई हो
Congratulations, HSBC. Let's make some noise for all our winners, everyone.
इंटरनेट गया हिल जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे
Congratulations. And now, ladies and gentlemen, our gold winner is Britannia Industries Limited, Shebang Digital.
मेरे हाथ बात कितने आइडियाज कितने मीम्स कैंपेन चले साथ साई ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया हिल जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई कल तक थी जो जिप आज वो फाइल बड़ी हो गई जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी हे कबाओ बधाई हो
Congratulations, Shebang. Let's move forward to our next category, which is Best Use of AI. 2 silver winners here and 2 golds. Our first silver winner is ITC Bingo Mad Angles Bingo AI Meme Gallery Pixel Fox.
मेरे हाथ बात कितने आइडियाज कितने मीम्स कैंपेन चले साथ साई ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया हिल जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई कल तक थी जो जिप आज वो फाइल बड़ी हो गई जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी हे कबाओ बधाई हो
Congratulations, Pixel Fox. Let's give them a huge round of applause.
कैंपेन चले साथ साई ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया हिल जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई कल तक थी जो जिप आज वो फाइल बड़ी हो गई
Our next silver winner, once again, Siagram's Royal Stag packaged drinking water, a billion films for a billion fans, Wavemaker India. Let's move on to our gold winners. Our first gold winner is Amazon Prime Aha Moment, Blink Digital India Private Limited, Creative and Digital Independent Agency.
कैंपेन चले साथ साई ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया हिल जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई कल तक थी जो जिप आज वो फाइल बड़ी हो गई जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी हे कबाओ बधाई हो
Congratulations, Blink Digital India. Our gold winner in this category is HDFC Bank Lululemon campaign, ACB Connect and FCB 6.
मेरे हाथ बात कितने आइडियाज कितने मीम्स कैंपेन चले साथ साई ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया हिल जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई कल तक थी जो जिप आज वो फाइल बड़ी हो गई जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी हे कबाओ बधाई हो बात कितने आइडियाज कितने मीम्स कैंपेन चले साथ साई ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया हिल जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई कल तक थी जो जिप आज वो फाइल बड़ी हो गई जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी.
Let's move on to our next category, which is best use of AR. We have one silver winner here, and the award goes to Tata Gluco Plus Better For You product, Shebang Digital Private Limited, Creative and Digital.
तबाई मेरे हाथ बात कितने आइडियाज कितने मीम्स कैंपेन चले साथ साई ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया हिल जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई कल तक थी जो जिप आज वो फाइल बड़ी हो गई जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी हे कबाओ बधाई हो.
Congratulations, and I now request Abhishansa Mathur, founder and editor, Local Samosa, to kindly take the stage, and felicitate Banaifa for doing the honors. Thank you.
मेरे हाथ बात कितने आइडियाज कितने मीम्स कैंपेन चले साथ साई ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया हिल जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for the gorgeous lady on the stage, and also dono haath upar. Let's give a huge round of applause for all the winners in this set. This is the only time I ask you all to clap. So let's all put our hands up in the air and congratulate the winners after every set. They truly deserve it. Once again, thank you so much, Banaifa, for doing the honors. I now request Mukund Oleti, Chief Creative Officer at VML, to kindly take the stage to do the honors. Thank you for joining us. Our next category is best use of digital data, analytics and listening. We do not have any winners in this category. Moving forward, best use of ORM. 2 gold winners here. Our very first gold goes to Aditya Birla Capital, 1 ABC, 1 Experience, FCB 6. Moving, do we have someone? Yes.
तबाई मेरे हाथ बात कितने आइडियाज कितने मीम्स कैंपेन चले साथ साई ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया हिल जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई कल तक थी जो जिप आज वो फाइल बड़ी हो गई जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी हे कबाओ बधाई हो.
Congratulations, FCB6.
कितने आइडियाज कितने मीम्स कैंपेन चले साथ साई ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया हिल जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल
And our gold winner in the same category is Shadi.com. Instagram comment section ने बना दी जोड़ी. Do we have the winners here? Okay, let's move forward to yes.
कितने आइडियाज कितने मीम्स कैंपेन चले साथ साई ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया हिल जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई कल तक थी जो जिप आज वो फाइल बड़ी हो गई जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी हे कमाओ बधाई हो
हुआ क्या Instagram comment section से भी बनती है जोड़ियाँ? I wasn't aware. Congratulations. Let's move on to the next category, which is Best Use of Celebrity. 2 silvers and 1 gold here. Our very first silver winner is Siagram's Imperial Blue Packaged Drinking Water, Imperial Blue Super Hit Nights, Wavemaker India. Moving forward, our next silver winner in this category is Ajio, hashtag the biggest delivery, a young'un.
मेरे हाथ बात कितने आइडियाज कितने मीम्स कैंपेन चले साथ साई ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया हिल जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई कल तक थी जो जिप आज वो फाइल बड़ी हो गई जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी हे कमाओ बधाई हो
Congratulations.
मेरे हाथ बात कितने आइडियाज कितने मीम्स कैंपेन चले साथ साई ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया हिल जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई कल तक थी जो
And the gold award goes to Coca-Cola India Food Marks Studio X.
कितने आइडियाज कितने मीम्स कैंपेन चले साथ साई ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया हिल जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई कल तक थी जो जिप आज वो फाइल बड़ी हो गई जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी हे कमाओ बधाई हो मेरे हाथ बात कितने आइडियाज कितने
Congratulations, Studio X.
ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया हिल जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई कल तक थी जो जिप आज वो फाइल बड़ी हो
Moving forward, our next category, Best Use of Creators, Influencers. 4 silver winners and 1 gold over here. Let's begin with our very first award, and the silver winner is Shimaro What the Fafda.
तबाही मेरे हाथ बात कितने आइडियाज कितने मीम्स कैंपेन चले साथ साई ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया हिल जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई कल तक थी जो जिप आज वो फाइल बड़ी हो गई जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी हे कमाओ बधाई हो
Congratulations, and we did hear about the campaign What the Fafda in the summit. Very interesting. Big congratulations to the team. Our next silver winner is Indian Terrain, hashtag Wear the Pants, Social Beat. Do we have Social Beat? Okay, moving forward, our next silver winner, Tata Capital Loan No Loan, only much louder entertainment. Moving forward, our next silver winner, Maruti Suzuki Rock and Road, RVCJ Digital Media Private Limited.
आइडियाज कितने मीम्स कैंपेन चले साथ साई ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया हिल जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल
Stood up right from the beginning of the award category. I love his confidence. He knew he is making it here this evening. Congratulations.
जीता सैमी जीता सैमी हे कमाओ बधाई हो
Congratulations. And ladies and gentlemen, the gold winner in this category is KitKat hashtag you make my break social panga.
जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई कल तक थी जो जिप आज वो फाइल बड़ी हो गई जीता सैमी जीता सैमी जीता सैमी जीता सैमी हे कमाओ बधाई हो रात तबाही मेरे हाथ बात कितने आइडियाज कितने मीम्स कैंपेन चले साथ साई ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया हिल जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई कल तक थी जो
Congratulations, social panga.
जीता सैमी जीता सैमी जीता सैमी जीता सैमी.
Let's move on to our next category, which is best use of memes. 1 silver and 2 gold winners here, and the silver goes to Netflix, Mamla Legal Hai, RVCJ Digital Media Private Limited. Yes. I'm assuming they're coming towards. Yes, perfect.
कितने आइडियाज कितने मीम्स कैंपेन चले साथ साई ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया हिल जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई कल तक थी जो जिप आज वो फाइल बड़ी हो गई जीता सैमी जीता सैमी जीता सैमी जीता सैमी हे कमाओ बधाई हो
Congratulations, RVCJ.
मेरे हाथ बात कितने आइडियाज कितने मीम्स कैंपेन चले साथ साई ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया हिल.
Moving forward, our gold winner is Bingo Hashtags ITC Limited hashtag Bingo Hashtags Meme League, a White Rivers Media. White Rivers Media. Moving forward, our next gold winner is Bold Care Johnny Sins and Ranveer Singh ad RVCJ Digital Media Private Limited. Indeed, some ad that created a stir everywhere.
तबाही मेरे हाथ बात कितने आइडियाज कितने मीम्स कैंपेन चले साथ साई ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया हिल जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई कल तक थी जो जिप आज वो फाइल बड़ी हो गई जीता सैमी जीता सैमी जीता सैमी जीता सैमी हे कमाओ बधाई हो
Congratulations, boys. I mean, seriously, कहाँ से लाते हो ऐसे ideas? I couldn't believe. I thought it was an AI generated ad for a second. Congratulations. Congratulations. And moving forward to our next category, best use of branded content, 1 silver and 1 gold winner here. The silver goes to Godrej Desh Ki Tijori campaign, Madison Media and Shebang Social Media.
तबाही मेरे हाथ बात कितने आइडियाज कितने मीम्स कैंपेन चले साथ साई ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया हिल जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई कल तक थी जो जिप आज वो फाइल बड़ी हो गई जीता सैमी जीता सैमी जीता सैमी जीता सैमी हे कमाओ बधाई हो
Congratulations, girls. And our gold winner is Netflix Ganji Chudel campaign, Youngun.
जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल, मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई, कल तक थी जो जिप आज वो फाइल बड़ी हो गई। जीता सैमी, जीता जीता सैमी, जीता सैमी, जीता जीता सैमी, टेक अ बाउ, बधाई हो, टेक अ बाउ, 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 मेरे हाथ बात कितने
Congratulations, Yangan. And I request Tirtha Vedak, Head of Strategy at Social Samosa Network, to kindly felicitate Mukund for doing the honors.
बात कितने आइडियाज, कितने मीम्स, कैंपेन चले साथ साई, ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया हिल, जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल, मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई, कल तक थी जो जिप।
Let's put our hands together for our presenter and all the winners in this set. Come on, everybody. Thank you so much for doing the honors. And now I request Manish Bhatt, Founder Director, Scarecrow Communications Limited, to kindly present the next set of awards.
तबाही मेरे हाथ बात कितने आइडियाज, कितने मीम्स, कैंपेन चले साथ साई, ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया हिल।
Thank you for joining. Our next category is Best Use of Performance Marketing. We have 3 silver winners and 1 gold over here. Let's begin with the very first silver winner, and the award goes to Niva Bupa Health Insurance, ARM Worldwide.
बात कितने आइडियाज, कितने मीम्स, कैंपेन चले साथ साई, ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया हिल, जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल, मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई, कल तक थी जो जिप आज वो फाइल बड़ी हो गई। जीता सैमी, जीता जीता सैमी, जीता सैमी, जीता जीता सैमी, टेक अ बाउ, बधाई हो, टेक अ बाउ, बाउ।
Congratulations. Our next silver winner is Godrej Security Solutions, Madison World Performance Marketing, Ground Realities Creative Agency.
बात कितने आइडियाज, कितने मीम्स, कैंपेन चले साथ साई, ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया हिल, जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल, मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई, कल तक थी जो जिप आज वो फाइल बड़ी हो गई। जीता सैमी, जीता जीता सैमी, जीता सैमी, जीता जीता सैमी, टेक अ बाउ, बधाई हो, टेक अ बाउ।
Congratulations, girls. And our final silver winner in this category is Greenply, Har Ghar Ka Hero, Greenply Ka E0, Tonic Worldwide. Moving forward, our gold winner is Sundara Mutual Fund, Social Beat. Let's move forward to our next category, which is Best Use of Content Marketing. 3 silvers and 1 gold here. Our silver winner is Horlicks Nurture the Curiosity, Shebang Digital Solutions.
तबाही मेरे हाथ बात कितने आइडियाज, कितने मीम्स, कैंपेन चले साथ साई, ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया हिल, जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल, मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई, कल तक थी जो जिप आज वो फाइल बड़ी हो गई। जीता सैमी, जीता जीता सैमी, जीता सैमी, जीता जीता सैमी, टेक अ बाउ, बधाई हो।
Congratulations, Shebang Digital Solutions.
मेरे हाथ बात कितने आइडियाज, कितने मीम्स, कैंपेन चले साथ साई, ऐसी स्किल।
Our next silver winner in the same category is Siagram's Royal Stag Packaged Drinking Water Boombox Wavemaker India. Moving forward, our next silver winner, R for Rabbit. Yes. Congratulations, R for Rabbit.
मेरे हाथ बात कितने आइडियाज, कितने मीम्स, कैंपेन चले साथ साई, ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया हिल, जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल, मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई, कल तक थी जो जिप आज वो फाइल बड़ी हो गई। जीता सैमी, जीता जीता सैमी, जीता सैमी हे कमाओ बधाई हो
Congratulations. And the gold award goes to Mama Earth Creative and Social Partner, Social Panga.
मेरे हाथ बात कितने आइडियाज कितने मीम्स कैंपेन चले साथ साई ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया हिल जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई कल तक थी जो जिप आज वो फाइल बड़ी हो गई जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी हे कमाओ बधाई हो
Congratulations, Social Panga. Moving forward to the next category, Best Use of Influencer Marketing. 8 awards here, 3 silvers and 5 golds. Let's begin with our very first silver winner, Mintra Forward Green Room.
बात कितने आइडियाज कितने मीम्स कैंपेन चले साथ साई ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया हिल जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई कल तक थी जो जिप आज वो फाइल बड़ी हो गई जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी हे कमाओ बधाई हो
Congratulations, Green Room. Moving forward, our next silver winner is SEAT, hashtag SEAT Bike Mobile Crew, FCB Connect. FCB Connect.
तबाही मेरे हाथ बात कितने आइडियाज कितने मीम्स कैंपेन चले साथ साई ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया हिल जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई कल तक थी जो जिप आज वो फाइल बड़ी हो गई जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी हे कमाओ बधाई हो
Congratulations once again, FCB Connect. So many awards you are taking away this evening. Moving forward, final silver winner in this category, HSBC, hashtag Worthy of You campaign, VML.
मेरे हाथ बात कितने आइडियाज कितने मीम्स कैंपेन चले साथ साई ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया हिल जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई कल तक थी जो जिप आज वो फाइल बड़ी हो गई जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी हे कमाओ बधाई हो
Congratulations, VML.
मेरे हाथ बात कितने आइडियाज कितने मीम्स कैंपेन चले साथ साई
Let's move on to our gold winners, and the gold award goes to Tuyam, hashtag Jhatka Yaad Rahega, FCB Connect AOR.
मेरे हाथ बात कितने आइडियाज कितने मीम्स कैंपेन चले साथ साई ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया हिल जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई कल तक थी जो जिप आज वो फाइल बड़ी हो गई जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी हे कमाओ बधाई हो
Congratulations. Our next gold winner in this category is Wildstone, hashtag World's Quickest Shower, Story Digital Agency. Even if our winner, yes, perfect. Congratulations, Story Digital.
ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया हिल जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई कल तक थी जो जिप आज वो फाइल बड़ी हो गई जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी हे कमाओ बधाई
Congratulations. Really, congratulations. Let's give her a huge round of applause. She'd been eagerly waiting for her name to be announced. Big, big congratulations and all the very best for the next segment as well. Moving forward, our next gold winner is Glance hashtag unlock nahi karne ka Poetic Potato.
मेरे हाथ बात कितने आइडियाज कितने मीम्स कैंपेन चले साथ साई ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया हिल जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई कल तक थी जो जिप आज वो फाइल बड़ी हो गई जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी हे कबाओ बधाई हो हे कबाओ
Congratulations, Poetic Potato.
मेरे हाथ बात कितने आइडियाज कितने मीम्स कैंपेन चले साथ साई ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया हिल जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए बैठी चूरी खड़ी हो गई.
Our next gold winner, big basket, want now, get now, green room now.
कैंपेन चले साथ साई ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया हिल जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई कल तक थी जो जिप आज वो फाइल बड़ी हो गई जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी हे कबाओ बधाई हो हे कबाओ.
Congratulations. And ladies and gentlemen, our final gold winner in this category is Coca-Cola India Studio X.
मेरे हाथ बात कितने आइडियाज कितने मीम्स कैंपेन चले साथ साई ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया हिल जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई कल तक थी जो जिप आज वो फाइल बड़ी हो गई जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी हे कबाओ बधाई हो हे कबाओ. जागा रात रात तबाही मेरे हाथ बात कितने आइडियाज कितने मीम्स कैंपेन चले साथ साई ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया हिल जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई कल तक थी जो जिप आज वो फाइल बड़ी हो गई जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी हे कबाओ बधाई हो हे कबाओ.
Congratulations, Studio X. And I now request Karuna Sharma, Head of Content Social Samosa, to kindly felicitate Manish for doing the honors. And while we give Manish a huge round of applause, let's also put our hands together for all the winners in the set. People on my left, come on, show some energy. Thank you so much Manish and thank you Karuna. Let's now move forward to our next set and I request Russell Barrett, Chief Creative Experience Officer, TBWA India, to kindly take the stage. Welcome and thank you for joining us. Our next category is Best Use of Moment Marketing. We have 2 silver winners here and 3 golds. Our first silver winner is Kotak 811 #threads shebang.
मेरे हाथ बात कितने आइडियाज कितने मीम्स कैंपेन चले साथ साई ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया हिल जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई कल तक थी जो जिप आज वो फाइल बड़ी हो गई जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी हे कबाओ बधाई हो.
Congratulations, Shebang, once again. Moving forward, our next silver winner is Agio, the Agio All-Star Sale Campaign, Young Gun.
और सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई कल तक थी जो जिप आज वो फाइल बड़ी हो गई जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी हे कबाओ बधाई हो टेक अ
Congratulations, young gun.
बात कितने आइडियाज कितने मीम्स कैंपेन चले साथ साई ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया हिल जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई कल तक थी जो जिप आज वो फाइल बड़ी हो गई जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी जीता सैमी जीता
Let's begin with our gold winners. Our first gold award goes to E Motorrad Bolejo Koyal. One hand clap.
मेरे हाथ बात कितने आइडियाज कितने मीम्स कैंपेन चले साथ साई ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया हिल जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई कल तक थी जो जिप आज वो फाइल बड़ी हो गई जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी हे कबाओ बधाई हो
Congratulations, one hand clap. That's such a cute pose. Congratulations. Moving forward, our next gold winner is Swiggy IPL campaign, a Pivot Roots, a Harvest Company.
बात कितने आइडियाज कितने मीम्स कैंपेन चले साथ साई ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया हिल जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई कल तक थी जो जिप आज वो फाइल बड़ी हो गई जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी हे कबाओ बधाई हो
Congratulations, Pivot Roots. And our final gold award goes to Lace OG Magic Masala Monk Entertainment.
तबाई मेरे हाथ बात कितने आइडियाज कितने मीम्स कैंपेन चले साथ साई ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया हिल जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई कल तक थी जो जिप आज वो फाइल बड़ी हो गई जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी
Monk Entertainment. Moving forward to our next category, Best Use of Quora. We have 2 silver winners and 1 gold. Our first silver award goes to Sprite Joke in a Bottle, Essence Mediacom.
बात कितने आइडियाज कितने मीम्स कैंपेन चले साथ साई ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया हिल जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई कल तक थी जो जिप आज वो फाइल बड़ी हो गई जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी
Congratulations, Essence Mediacom. Our next silver winner is Tata Capital, Lodestar UM.
बात कितने आइडियाज कितने मीम्स कैंपेन चले साथ साई ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया हिल जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई कल तक थी जो जिप आज वो फाइल बड़ी हो गई जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी हे कबाओ बधाई हो
Congratulations, Lodestar. And the gold award goes to UPES, Gus Global Services India Private Limited.
बात कितने आइडियाज कितने मीम्स कैंपेन चले साथ साई ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया हिल जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई कल तक थी जो जिप आज वो फाइल बड़ी हो गई जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी
Congratulations, Gus Global. Our next category is Best Use of LinkedIn. We have only 1 silver winner here, and the award goes to Mintra Inclusive Ecos, a social panga.
मेरे हाथ बात कितने आइडियाज कितने मीम्स कैंपेन चले साथ साई ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया हिल जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए बैठ बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई, कल तक थी जो सिर्फ आज वो फाइल बड़ी हो गई। जीता सैमी, जीता जीता सैमी, जीता सैमी, जीता जीता सैमी, हे कमाओ बधाई हो।
Congratulations, Social Panga, once again.
जागा रात रात तबाही मेरे हाथ बात, कितने आइडियाज कितने मीम्स।
Our next category is best use of Snapchat. We do not have any winners over here. Hence, let's move forward to best use of X. One silver winner here, and the award goes to Swiggy Instamart. Let's end this debate. Young Gun.
मेरे हाथ बात, कितने आइडियाज कितने मीम्स कैंपेन चले साथ साई, ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया हिल, जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल। मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई, कल तक थी जो सिर्फ आज वो फाइल बड़ी हो गई। जीता सैमी, जीता जीता सैमी, जीता सैमी, जीता जीता सैमी, हे कमाओ बधाई हो। एक बाव।
Congratulations, Young Gun. Our next category is best use of YouTube. 2 silvers and 1 gold over here. Our first silver award goes to Tata Motors and Brand Partners Private Limited.
मेरे हाथ बात, कितने आइडियाज कितने मीम्स कैंपेन चले साथ साई, ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया हिल, जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल। मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई, कल तक थी जो सिर्फ आज वो फाइल बड़ी हो गई। जीता सैमी, जीता जीता सैमी, जीता सैमी, जीता जीता सैमी, हे कमाओ बधाई हो।
Congratulations, Anand Brand Partners. Moving forward, our next silver winner is National Geographic Channel Social Panga.
मेरे हाथ बात, कितने आइडियाज कितने मीम्स कैंपेन चले साथ साई, ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया हिल, जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल। मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई, कल तक थी जो सिर्फ आज वो फाइल बड़ी हो गई। जीता सैमी, जीता जीता सैमी, जीता सैमी, जीता जीता सैमी, हे कमाओ बधाई हो।
Congratulations once again, Social Panga. The noise that you made for yourselves there in the audience, why don't you do it here again on the count of 3? 1, 2, 3. Wow! Congratulations. And ladies and gentlemen, our final award, the gold winner is Mountain Dew Dar ke aage jeet hai stories, Monk Entertainment.
मेरे हाथ बात, कितने आइडियाज कितने मीम्स कैंपेन चले साथ साई, ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया हिल, जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल। मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई, कल तक थी जो सिर्फ आज वो फाइल बड़ी हो गई। जीता सैमी, जीता जीता सैमी, जीता सैमी, जीता जीता सैमी, हे कमाओ बधाई हो। एक बाव।
Congratulations once again, Monk Entertainment. Moving forward to our next category of the evening, which is best use of Instagram. 2 silvers and 1 gold over here. Our first silver award goes to Axis Bank Open Experiences Autumn Grey. Moving forward, our next silver winner, Angel One Super App iProspect. Do we have our winner here? Yes. Congratulations, iProspect.
कितने आइडियाज कितने मीम्स कैंपेन चले साथ साई, ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया हिल, जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल। मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई, कल तक थी जो सिर्फ आज वो फाइल बड़ी हो गई। जीता सैमी, जीता जीता सैमी, जीता सैमी, जीता जीता सैमी, हे कमाओ बधाई हो।
Congratulations, iProspect.
मेरे हाथ बात, कितने आइडियाज कितने मीम्स कैंपेन चले साथ साई, ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया हिल, जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल। मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई, कल तक थी जो सिर्फ आज वो फाइल बड़ी हो गई। जीता सैमी, जीता जीता सैमी, जीता
Congratulations. And the gold award goes to Shadi.com, Shadi on Instagram. कहाँ हो रही है कैप्टन और इंस्टाग्राम
कितने आइडियाज कितने मीम्स कैंपेन चले साथ इंटरनेट गया हिल जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई कल तक थी जो जिप आज वो फाइल बड़ी हो गई जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी हे कबाओ बधाई हो
Congratulations, Shadi.com. And I now request Sijo Raju, Business Head, Trade Marketing, Social Samosa Network, to kindly felicitate Sir for doing the honors. Thank you so much, Russell, for presenting the awards. And while we applaud for our presenter, let's also take a moment and give a huge round of applause. Let's put both our hands up in the air. We've given you starters as well. Come on, show me some energy. Put your hands up in the air and make some noise for all the winners so far. Congratulations. Thank you once again, Russell. And with that, we now move on to our best social media brands and requesting Hitesh to kindly take the stage to present the final set of awards for this evening. So let's begin with automobile category. We have 1 silver, 1 gold, and the silver award goes to Mahindra Truck and Bus.
मेरे हाथ बात कितने आइडियाज कितने मीम्स कैंपेन चले साथ साई ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया हिल जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई कल तक थी जो जिप आज वो फाइल बड़ी हो गई जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी जीता सैमी जीता जीता
Congratulations, Mahindra Truck and Bus, one of my most important clients. And it's very important ऐसे events में acknowledge करना पड़ता है क्योंकि ऐसे clients की वजह से हितेश जी और हमारे Mahindra Truck and Bus की वजह से घर चलता है. Thank you so much. Thank you. Congratulations. On that note, let's move on to our next award, which is our gold winner. We have Tata Motors Passenger Vehicles, Densu Creative Social Digital.
मेरे हाथ बात कितने आइडियाज कितने मीम्स कैंपेन चले साथ साई ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया हिल जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई कल तक थी जो जिप आज वो फाइल बड़ी हो गई जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी हे कबाओ बधाई हो
Congratulations, Densu Creative.
मेरे हाथ बात कितने आइडियाज कितने मीम्स कैंपेन चले साथ साई ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट
Moving on to our next category, which is B2B. We have 1 silver and 1 gold winner here. The silver winner is Siemens Limited.
कैंपेन चले साथ साई ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया हिल जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई कल तक थी जो जिप आज वो फाइल बड़ी हो गई जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी हे कबाओ बधाई हो
Congratulations, Siemens Limited.
तबाई मेरे हाथ बात कितने आइडियाज कितने मीम्स कैंपेन चले साथ साई ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया हिल जीता भरोसा और सोशल
Our gold winner in the category of B2B is Sell on Amazon Shebang.
तबाई मेरे हाथ बात कितने आइडियाज कितने मीम्स कैंपेन चले साथ साई ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया हिल जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई कल तक थी जो जिप आज वो फाइल बड़ी हो गई जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी हे कबाओ बधाई हो हे कबाओ
Congratulations, Shebang. Let's now move on to our next category, which is beauty. And we have one winner over here. Our silver winner is Swiss Beauty Cosmetics, Yellowway Digital, Creative Chatterbox, Communication, Social. Do we have anyone from both the teams? Okay, let's move forward to a BFSI category. We have one silver and one gold winner over here. The silver winner is Kotak 811 Shebang.
कैंपेन चले साथ साई ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया हिल जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई कल तक थी जो जिप आज वो फाइल बड़ी हो गई जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी हे कबाओ बधाई हो टेक अ बाओ
Congratulations, Shebang.
मेरे हाथ बात कितने आइडियाज कितने मीम्स कैंपेन चले साथ साई ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया हिल जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल.
And our gold winner in this category is HDFC Bank, FCB Connect and FCB 6.
मेरे हाथ बात कितने आइडियाज कितने मीम्स कैंपेन चले साथ साई ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया हिल जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई कल तक थी जो जिप आज वो फाइल बड़ी हो गई जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी हे कबाओ बधाई हो
Congratulations once again, FCB Connect and FCB 6.
कितने आइडियाज कितने मीम्स कैंपेन चले साथ साई ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया हिल जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई कल तक थी जो
Moving forward to our next category of the evening, which is consumer electronics. And we have one winner here. The silver award goes to Polycab FCB Connect once again. FCB Connect.
आइडियाज कितने मीम्स कैंपेन चले साथ साई ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया हिल जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई कल तक थी जो जिप आज वो फाइल बड़ी हो गई जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी
Congratulations again, guys.
हे कबाओ बधाई हो
So up next we have corporates. And unfortunately, we do not have any winners here. Moving forward to education. Once again, no awards here. Moving forward to entertainment. Guess what? No awards here. Moving forward to fashion. Guess what? No awards here. Moving forward to FMCG. Guess what? We have awards here. One silver and one gold. Ladies and gentlemen, the silver winner in the FMCG category is Society Tea Django Digital.
मेरे हाथ बात कितने आइडियाज कितने मीम्स कैंपेन चले साथ साई ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया हिल जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई कल तक थी जो जिप आज वो फाइल बड़ी हो गई जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी हे कबाओ बधाई हो
Congratulations, team. Moving forward, congratulations. The gold award in this category goes to Coca-Cola India, Studio X and WPP.
कितने आइडियाज कितने मीम्स कैंपेन चले साथ साई ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया हिल जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई कल तक थी जो जिप आज वो फाइल बड़ी हो गई जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी हे कबाओ बधाई हो टेक अ मेरे हाथ बात कितने आइडियाज कितने मीम्स कैंपेन चले साथ साई ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया हिल जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई कल तक थी जो सिर्फ आज वो फाइल बड़ी हो गई जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी हे कमाओ बधाई हो
Full family portrait. Congratulations once again. Congratulations. And zyada dur mat jana, Studio X. Moving forward to our next category, ladies and gentlemen, we now move on to healthcare. We have one winner here, gold winner, Manipal Hospitals, Social Panga.
बात कितने आइडियाज कितने मीम्स कैंपेन चले साथ साई ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया हिल जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई कल तक थी जो सिर्फ आज वो फाइल बड़ी हो गई जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी हे कमाओ बधाई हो
Congratulations, Social Panga.
मेरे हाथ बात कितने आइडियाज कितने मीम्स कैंपेन चले साथ
So we move on to our next category, which is home and living. We do not have any awards here. Hospitality, no awards here. Infrastructure, no awards. Media, no awards. With that, let's move on to our next category, which is real estate. We have one silver winner here, and the award goes to Housing.com, Boathouse Media Production House.
मेरे हाथ बात कितने आइडियाज कितने मीम्स कैंपेन चले साथ साई ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया हिल जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई कल तक थी जो सिर्फ आज वो फाइल बड़ी हो गई जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी हे कमाओ बधाई हो
Congratulations, Boathouse Media.
मेरे हाथ बात कितने आइडियाज कितने मीम्स कैंपेन चले
Let's move on to our next category. We have retail with no awards. Our next category is retail. We do not have any awards here. Sports, no awards. Technology, no awards. Let's move on to telecom. And we have one gold winner over here. And the gold award goes to VI Ogilvy.
मेरे हाथ बात कितने आइडियाज कितने मीम्स कैंपेन चले साथ साई ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया हिल जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई कल तक थी जो सिर्फ आज वो फाइल बड़ी हो गई जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी हे कमाओ बधाई हो
Congratulations, Ogilvy.
मेरे हाथ बात कितने आइडियाज कितने मीम्स
And the excitement that started over there by woohoo by that handsome gentleman in pink, why did it fizzle down by the time you came to the stage? Do this woohoo for yourself. Go for it. Go for it. Audience may, woo, 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 good. We clearly know what you're waiting for. On that note, let's move on to our next category, which is travel. And we do not have any awards here. Our next category is miscellaneous. We have a silver winner here. And the silver award goes to R for Rabbit.
तबाही मेरे हाथ बात कितने आइडियाज कितने मीम्स कैंपेन चले साथ साई ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया हिल जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई कल तक थी जो सिर्फ आज वो फाइल बड़ी हो गई जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी हे कमाओ बधाई हो
Congratulations once again, R for Rabbit. Moving forward, next category, best conversational brand on social media. 2 silver winners here. Our first award goes to Swiggy Instamart Young Guns.
मेरे हाथ बात कितने आइडियाज कितने मीम्स कैंपेन चले साथ साई ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया हिल जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई कल तक थी जो सिर्फ आज वो फाइल बड़ी हो गई जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी हे कमाओ बधाई हो
Congratulations once again, young gun.
तबाही मेरे हाथ बात कितने आइडियाज कितने मीम्स कैंपेन चले साथ साई ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया हिल जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए बैठी
And the next silver award in the same category goes to Amazon Mini Gozup Hawk. We have the team here, right?
तबाही मेरे हाथ बात कितने आइडियाज कितने मीम्स कैंपेन चले साथ साई ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया
Our
हिल
final 3 awards of the evening, requesting everyone to kindly stay back. Let's applaud for all the winners. Just 3 more awards to go.
से पास वो फाइल बड़ी हो गई जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी हे कमाओ बधाई हो हे कमाओ जागा रात रात तबाही मेरे हाथ बात कितने आइडियाज कितने मीम्स कैंपेन चले साथ साई ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया हिल जीता भरोसा
Congratulations, Gozup Hawk. Our next category is Best Social Media Brand Instagram. And the gold winner in this category is Swiggy Instamart. Let's go! Come on, people. Let's make some noise for the Best Social Media Brand Instagram. Our gold winners. Oh, they're not here, but still we should make some noise for them. Come on, everyone. Okay, moving forward. Best Social Media Brand YouTube. Do you want to guess for the final 2 awards? Any guesses? Best Social Media Brand YouTube. Any guesses? You have to be confident, Adi. If you think it's you, you have to shout it out loud. Yes? Coke Studio. Okay, no, some more guesses? You'll have to be louder. If you're confident it's Coke Studio, you have to be very loud and confident. Best Social Media Brand YouTube? It is Coke Studio, ladies and gentlemen. Best Social Media Brand YouTube, Coke Studio Bharat Studio X.
मेरे हाथ बात कितने आइडियाज कितने मीम्स कैंपेन चले साथ साई ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया हिल जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई कल तक थी जो सिर्फ आज वो फाइल बड़ी हो गई जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी हे कमाओ बधाई हो
Congratulations once again, Studio X. I've told you all, don't go too far. Congratulations. Ladies and gentlemen, Best Social Media Brand YouTube. Let's make some noise for them.
जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी हे कमाओ बधाई हो
Congratulations, Studio X. And the final award of SAMMIE 2024, Best Social Media Brand Influencer Marketing. Any guesses? Any guesses? No guesses? Come on, people. Best Social Media Brand Influencer Marketing. And ladies and gentlemen, the gold award for best goes to Coca-Cola India Studio X.
मेरे हाथ बात कितने आइडियाज कितने मीम्स कैंपेन चले साथ साई ऐसी स्किल इंटरनेट गया हिल जीता भरोसा और सोशल समोसा का दिल मेरे लिए बैठी जूरी खड़ी हो गई कल तक थी जो सिर्फ आज वो फाइल बड़ी हो गई जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी जीता सैमी जीता जीता सैमी हे कमाओ बधाई हो हे कमाओ
Congratulations, Studio X. And now, while we applaud for them, let's also put both our hands in the air and applaud for every single winner who won in this season of SAMMIE 2024. Big, big congratulations, Studio X, and to all the winners this evening. Thank you so much, Hitesh, for doing the honors. Thank you. Let's make some noise for Hitesh as well. And On that note, ladies and gentlemen, to conclude this event, I would like to take this opportunity to express our gratitude to our partners, associate partner Radio City India, gifting partners Flourish, the Bear Bar, HO2, the Body Shop, streaming partner 24 Frames Digital, and media partner Rap to Earn. While we have enjoyed this evening thoroughly, have we? Yes. We also look forward to our upcoming event, Social Samosa Festive Marketing Camp, Top 30 Under 30 Social Samosa and 40 Under 40 Social Samosa. On that note, I would like to take this opportunity to thank all our speakers during the day, all our presenters for taking a valuable time out and making it to this evening. But ladies and gentlemen, I truly believe a show is a successful one only when a show has a fantastic audience. And believe me, you have been a fantabulous one today. Give that last round of applause to yourselves. Come on, make some noise for yourselves. Big congratulations to all the winners, to all the nominees and everyone who made it here this evening, and all the very best for the next edition. And on that note, Adi, those 3 magical words that you've been eagerly waiting to hear from me. Bar is open. Go grab your drink. Requesting everyone to kindly grab your drinks and enjoy the rest of the evening. This is Nisha Shetty signing off for the night. Have a great night ahead and take care of yourselves.